Preface of Wau-Bun, The Early Day in the Northwest. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Lienhart. Wau-Bun, The Early Day in the Northwest by Juliette Kinzie. Preface. Every work partaking of the nature of an autobiography is supposed to demand an apology to the public. To refuse such a tribute would be to recognize the justice of the charge so often brought against our countrymen of a too great willingness to be made acquainted with the domestic history and private affairs of their neighbors. It is, doubtless, to refute this calumny that we find travelers, for the most part, modestly offering some such form of explanation as this to the reader, quote, that the matter laid before him was, in the first place, simply letters to friends, never designed to be submitted to other eyes, and only brought forward now at the solicitation of wiser judges than the author himself, end quote. No such plea can, in the present instance, be offered. The record of events in which the writer had herself no share was preserved in compliance with the suggestion of a revered relative, whose name often appears in the following pages. "My child," she would say, "write these things down as I tell them to you. Hereafter, our children, and even strangers, will feel interested in hearing the story of our early lives and sufferings." End quote. And it is a matter of no small regret and self-reproach that much, very much, thus narrated was, through negligence or a spirit of procrastination, suffered to pass unrecorded. With regard to the pictures of domestic life and experience, preserved, as will be seen, in journals, letters, and otherwise, it is true their publication might have been deferred until the writer had passed away from the scene of action, and such, it was supposed, would have been their lot, that they would only have been dragged forth hereafter to show to a succeeding generation what, quote, the early day, end quote, of our Western homes had been. It never entered the anticipations of the most sanguine that the march of improvement and prosperity would, in less than a quarter of a century, have so obliterated the traces of the first beginning that a vast and intelligent multitude would be crying out for information in regard to the early settlement of this portion of our country, which so few are left to furnish. An opinion has been expressed that a comparison of the present times with those that are past would enable our young people, emigrating from their luxurious homes at the East, to bear in a spirit of patience and contentment the slight privations and hardships they are at this day called to meet with. If, in one instance, this should be the case, the writer may well feel happy to have incurred even the charge of egotism in giving thus much of her own history. It may be objected that all that is strictly personal might have been more modestly put forth under the name of a third person, or that the events themselves and the scenes might have been described, while those participating in them might have been kept more in the background. In the first case, the narrative would have lost its air of truth and reality. In the second, the experiment would merely have been tried of dressing up a theater for representation and omitting the actors. Some who read the following sketches may be inclined to believe that a residence among our native brethren and an attachment growing out of our peculiar relation to them have exaggerated our sympathies and our sense of the wrongs they have received at the hands of the whites. This is not the place to discuss that point. There is a tribunal at which man shall be judged for that which he has meted out to his fellow man. May our countrymen take heed that their legislation shall never unfit them to appear with joy and not with grief before that tribunal. Chicago, July 1855. End of preface. Chapter 1 of Wau-Bun, The Early Day in the Northwest by Juliette Kinzie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ted Lienhart. Chapter 1. Departure from Detroit. It was on a dark, rainy evening in the month of September 1830 that we went on board the steamer Henry Clay to take passage for Green Bay. All our friends in Detroit had congratulated us upon our good fortune in being spared the voyage in one of the little schooners which at this time afforded the ordinary means of communication with a few and distant settlements on Lakes Huron and Michigan. Each one had some experience to relate of his own or of his friends' mischances in these precarious journeys, long detentions on the St. Clair Flats, furious headwinds off Thunder Bay, or interminable calms at Mackinac or the Manitous. That which most enhanced our sense of peculiar good luck was the true story of one of our relatives having left Detroit in the month of June and reached Chicago in the September following, having been actually 3 months and performing what is sometimes accomplished by even a sail vessel in 4 days. But the certainty of encountering similar misadventures would have weighed little with me. I was now to visit, nay, more, to become a resident of that land which had, for long years, been to me a region of romance. Since the time when, as a child, my highest delight had been in the letters of a dear relative, describing to me his home and mode of life in the Indian country, and still later, in his felicitous narration of a tour with General Cass in 1820 to the sources of the Mississippi, nay, even earlier, in the days when I stood at my teacher's knee and spelled out the long word Michilimackinac, that distant land with its vast lakes, its boundless prairies, and its mighty forests had possessed a wonderful charm for my imagination. Now I was to see it. It was to be my home. Our ride to the quay through the dark byways in a cart, the only vehicle which at that day could navigate the muddy, unpaved streets of Detroit, was a theme for much merriment, and not less so our descent of the narrow, perpendicular stairway by which we reached the little apartment called the ladies' cabin. We were highly delighted with the accommodations, which, by comparison, seemed the very climax of comfort and convenience, more especially as the occupants of the cabin consisted, beside myself, of but a lady and 2 little girls. Nothing could exceed the pleasantness of our trip for the first 24 hours. There were some officers, old friends, among the passengers. We had plenty of books. The gentlemen read aloud occasionally, admired the solitary magnificence of the scenery around us, the primeval woods, or the vast expanse of water unenlivened by a single sail, and then betook themselves to their cigar or their game of euchre to while away the hours. For a time the passage over Thunder Bay was delightful, but alas, it was not destined in our favor to belie its name. A storm came on, fast and furious. What was worse, it was of long duration. The pitching and rolling of the little boat, the closeness, and even the seasickness we bore as became us. They were what we had expected and were prepared for. But a new feature of discomfort appeared, which almost upset our philosophy. The rain, which fell in torrents, soon made its way through every seam and pore of deck or molding. Down the stairway, through the joints and crevices it came, saturating first the carpet, then the bedding, until finally we were completely driven, by stress of weather, into the gentleman's cabin. Way was made for us very gallantly, and every provision resorted to for our comfort, and we were congratulating ourselves on having found a haven in our distress, when, lo, the seams above opened, and down upon our devoted heads poured such a flood that even umbrellas were an insufficient protection. There was nothing left for the ladies and children but to betake ourselves to the berths, which, in this apartment, fortunately remained dry, and here we continued ensconced the livelong day. Our dinner was served up to us on our pillows. The gentlemen chose the driest spots, raised their umbrellas, and sat under them, telling amusing anecdotes and saying funny things to cheer us until the rain ceased, and at 9 o'clock in the evening we were gladdened by the intelligence that we had reached the pier at Mackinac. We were received with the most affectionate cordiality by Mr. and Mrs. Robert Stewart, at whose hospitable mansion we had been for some days expected. The repose and comfort of an asylum like this can be best appreciated by those who have reached it after a tossing and drenching such as ours had been. A bright, warm fire and countenances beaming with kindest interest dispelled all sensations of fatigue or annoyance. After a season of pleasant conversation, the servants were assembled, the chapter of God's Word was solemnly read, the hymn chanted, the prayer of praise and thanksgiving offered, and we were conducted to our place of repose. It is not my purpose here to attempt a portrait of those noble friends whom I thus met for the first time. To an abler pen than mine should be assigned the honor of writing the biography of Robert Stewart. All who have enjoyed the happiness of his acquaintance, or still more, a sojourn under his hospitable roof, will carry with them to their latest hour the impression of his noble bearing, his genial humor, his untiring benevolence, his upright, uncompromising adherence to principle, his ardent philanthropy, his noble disinterestedness. Irving in his Historia and Franchir in his Narrative give many striking traits of his early character, together with events of his history of a thrilling and romantic interest, but both have left the most valuable portion unsaid, his afterlife, namely as a Christian gentleman. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Wau-Bun, The Early Day in the Northwest by Juliette Kinzie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Michilimackinac. Michilimackinac, that gem of the lakes, how bright and beautiful it looked as we walked abroad on the following morning. The rain had passed away, but had left all things glittering in the light of the sun as it rose up over the waters of Lake Huron, far away to the east. Before us was the lovely bay, scarcely yet tranquil after the storm, but dotted with canoes and the boats of the fishermen already getting out their nets for the trout and whitefish, those treasures of the deep. Along the beach were scattered the wigwams or lodges of the Ottawas who had come to the island to trade. The inmates came forth to gaze upon us. A shout of welcome was sent forth as they recognized Shawnee O'Kee, who, from a 7 years' residence among them, was well known to each individual. A shake of the hand and an emphatic bonjour, bonjour, is the customary salutation between the Indian and the white man. Do the Indians speak French? I inquired of my husband. No, this is a fashion they have learned of the French traders during many years of intercourse. End quote. Not less hearty was the greeting of each Canadian engagé, as he trotted forward to pay his respects to Monsieur John and to utter a long string of felicitations in a most incomprehensible patois. I was forced to take for granted all the good wishes showered upon Madame John, of which I could comprehend nothing but the hope that I should be happy and contented in my vie sauvage. The object of our early walk was to visit the mission house and school which had been some few years previously established at this place by the Presbyterian Board of Missions. It was an object of especial interest to Mr. and Mrs. Stewart, and its flourishing condition at this period and the prospects of extensive future usefulness it held out might well gladden their philanthropic hearts. They had lived many years on the island, and had witnessed its transformation through God's blessing on Christian efforts from a worldly, dissipated community to one of which it might almost be said, quote, religion was every man's business, end quote. This mission establishment was the beloved child and the common center of interest of the few Protestant families clustered around it. Through the zeal and good management of Mr. and Mrs. Ferry and the fostering encouragement of the congregation, the school was in great repute, and it was pleasant to observe the effect of mental and religious culture in subduing the mischievous, tricky propensities of the half-breed and rousing the stolid apathy of the genuine Indian. These were the palmy days of Mackinac. As the headquarters of the American Fur Company and the entrepot of the whole Northwest, all the trade in supplies and goods on the one hand, and in furs and products of the Indian country on the other, was in the hands of the parent establishment or its numerous outposts scattered along Lake Superior in Michigan, the Mississippi, or through still more distant regions. Probably few are ignorant of the fact that all the Indian tribes, with the exception of the Miamis and the Wyandots, had, since the transfer of the old French possessions to the British Crown, maintained a firm alliance with the latter. The independence achieved by the United States did not alter the policy of the natives, nor did our government succeed in winning or purchasing their friendship. Great Britain, it is true, bid high to retain them. Every year, the leading men of the Chippewas, Ottawas, Potawatomis, Menomonies, Winnebagos, Sauks, and Foxes, and even still more remote tribes, journeyed from their distant homes to Fort Malden in Upper Canada to receive their annual amount of presents from their great father across the water. It was a master policy thus to keep them in pay, and had enabled those who practiced it to do fearful execution through the aid of such allies in the last war between the two countries. The presents they thus received were of considerable value, consisting of blankets, broadcloths, or strouting, calicos, guns, kettles, traps, silverworks comprising armbands, bracelets, brooches, and earbobs, looking glasses, combs, and various other trinkets distributed with no niggardly hand. The magazines and storehouses of the Fur Company at Mackinac were the resort of all the upper tribes for the sale of their commodities and the purchase of all such articles as they had need of, including those above enumerated, and also ammunition, which, as well as money and liquor, their British friends very commendably omitted to furnish them. Besides their furs, various in kind and often of great value, beaver, otter, marten, mink, silver gray and red fox, wolf, bear, and wildcat, muskrat, and smoked deerskins, the Indians brought for trade maple sugar in abundance, considerable quantities of both Indian corn and petit blé, note, corn which has been parboiled, shelled from the cob, and dried in the sun, end note, beans in the fol au vent, note, literally crazy oats. It is the French name for the Menomonies, end note, or wild rice, while the squaws added to their quota of merchandise a contribution in the form of moccasins, hunting pouches, mohawks, or little boxes of birch bark embroidered with porcupine quills and filled with maple sugar, mats of a neat and durable fabric, and toy models of Indian cradles, snowshoes, canoes, etc., etc. It was no unusual thing at this period to see 100 or more canoes of Indians at once approaching the island, laden with their articles of traffic, and if to these we add the squadrons of large Mackinaw boats constantly arriving from the outposts with the furs, peltries, and buffalo robes collected by the distant traders, some idea may be formed of the extensive operations and important position of the American Fur Company, as well as of the vast circle of human beings either immediately or remotely connected with it. It is no wonder that the philanthropic mind, surveying these races of uncultivated heathen, should stretch forward to the time when, through an unwearied devotion of the white man's energies and an untiring sacrifice of self and fortune, his red brethren might rise in the scale of social civilization, when education and Christianity should go hand in hand to make the wilderness blossom as the rose. Little did the noble souls at that day, rejoicing in the success of their labors at Mackinac, anticipate that in less than a quarter of a century there would remain of all these numerous tribes but a few scattered bands, squalid, degraded, with scarce a vestige remaining of their former lofty character, their lands cajoled or wrested from them, the graves of their fathers turned up by the plowshare, themselves chased farther and farther towards the setting sun, until they were literally grudged a resting place on the face of the earth. Our visit to the mission school was of short duration, for the Henry Clay was to leave at 2 o'clock, and in the meantime we were to see what we could of the village and its environs, and after that dine with Mr. Mitchell, an old friend of my husband. As we walked leisurely along over the white gravelly road, many of the residents of the old inhabitants were pointed out to me. There was the dwelling of Madame La Framboise, an Ottawa woman, whose husband had taught her to read and write, and who had ever after continued to use the knowledge she had acquired for the instruction and improvement of the youth among her own people. It was her custom to receive a class of young pupils daily at her house, that she might give them lessons in the branches mentioned, and also in the principles of the Roman Catholic religion, to which she was deeply devoted. She was a woman of a vast deal of energy and enterprise, of a tall and commanding figure, and most dignified deportment. After the death of her husband, who was killed while away at his trading post by a Winnebago named White Ox, she was accustomed to visit herself the trading posts, superintend the clerks and engagés, and satisfy herself that the business was carried on in a regular and profitable manner. The agency house, with its unusual luxuries of piazza and gardens, was situated at the foot of the hill on which the fort was built. It was a lovely spot, notwithstanding the stunted and dwarfish appearance of all cultivated vegetation in this cold northern latitude. The collection of rickety, primitive-looking buildings occupied by the officials of the fur company reflected no great credit on the architectural skill of my husband, who had superintended their construction, he told me, when little more than a boy. There were, besides these, the residences of the Dousmans, the Abbotts, the Biddles, the Drews, and the Lashleys, stretching away along the base of the beautiful hill, crowned with the white walls and buildings of the fort, the ascent to which was so steep that on the precipitous face nearest the beach, staircases were built by which to mount from below. My head ached intensely, the effect of the motion of the boat on the previous day, but I did not like to give up to it. So, after I had been shown all that could be seen of the little settlement in the short time allowed us, we repaired to Mr. Mitchell's. We were received by Mrs. M., an extremely pretty, delicate woman, part French and part Sioux, whose early life had been passed at Prairie du Chien on the Mississippi. She had been a great belle among the young officers at Fort Crawford, so much so, indeed, that the suicide of the post surgeon was attributed to an unsuccessful attachment he had conceived for her. I was greatly struck with her soft and gentle manners, and the musical intonation of her voice, which I soon learned was a distinguishing peculiarity of those women in whom are united the French and native blood. A lady, then upon a visit to the mission, was of the company. She insisted on my lying down upon the sofa and ministered most kindly to my suffering head. As she sat by my side and expatiated upon the new sphere opening before me, she inquired, "Do you not realize very strongly the entire deprivation of religious privileges you will be obliged to suffer in your distant home?" "The deprivation," said I, "will doubtless be great, but not entire, for I shall have my prayer book, and though destitute of a church, we need not be without a mode of worship." End quote. How often, afterwards, when cheered by the consolations of that precious book in the midst of the lonely wilderness, did I remember this conversation, and bless God that I could never, while retaining it, be without religious privileges. We had not yet left the dinner table when the bell of the little steamer sounded to summon us on board, and we bade a hurried farewell to all our kind friends, bearing with us their hearty wishes for a safe and prosperous voyage. A finer sight can scarcely be imagined than Mackinac from the water. As we steamed away from the shore, the view came full upon us, the sloping beach with its scattered wigwams, and canoes drawn up here and there, the irregular, quaint-looking houses, the white walls of the fort, and beyond, one eminence still more lofty, crowned with the remains of old fort homes. The whole picture completed showed the perfect outline that had given the island its original Indian name, Michilimackinac, the Big Turtle. Then those pure living waters, in whose depths the fish might be seen gliding and darting to and fro, whose clearness is such that an object dropped to the bottom may be discerned at the depth of 50 or 60 feet, a dollar lying far down on its green bed, looking no larger than a half-dime. I could hardly wonder at the enthusiastic lady who exclaimed, "Oh, I wish I could be drowned in these pure, beautiful waters." As we passed the extreme western point of the island, my husband pointed out to me, far away to the northwest, a promontory which he told me was Point St. Ignace. It possessed great historic interest as one of the earliest white settlements on this continent. The Jesuit missionaries had established here a church and school as early as 1607, the same year in which a white settlement was made at St. Augustine in Florida, and 1 year before the founding of Jamestown, Virginia. All that remains of the enterprises of these devoted men is the remembrance of their labors, perpetuated in most instances only by the names of the spots which witnessed their efforts of love in behalf of their savage brethren. The little French church at Sandwich, opposite Detroit, alone is left, a witness of the zeal and self-sacrifice of these pioneers of Christianity. Passing Old Mackinac on the mainland, which forms the southern border of the Straits, we soon came out into the broad waters of Lake Michigan. Every traveler and every reader of our history is familiar with the incidents connected with the taking of the old fort by the Indians in the days of Pontiac. How, by means of a game of ball, played in an apparently friendly spirit outside the walls, and of which the officers and soldiers had come forth to be spectators, the ball was dexterously tossed over the wall, and the savages rushing in, under pretext of finding it, soon got possession and massacred the garrison. The little Indian village of L'Arbre Croche gleamed far away south in the light of the setting sun. With that exception, there was no sign of living habitation along that vast and wooded shore. The gigantic forest trees, and here and there the little glades of prairie opening to the water, showed a landscape that would have gladdened the eye of the agriculturist with its promise of fertility, but it was evidently untrodden by the foot of man, and we left it in its solitude as we took our course westward across the waters. The rainy and gusty weather, so incident to the equinoctial season, overtook us again before we reached the mouth of Green Bay, and kept us company until the night of our arrival upon the flats, about 3 miles below the settlement. Here the little steamer grounded fast and hard. As almost everyone preferred braving the elements to remaining cooped up in the quarters we had occupied for the past week, we decided to trust ourselves to the little boat, spite of wind and rain and darkness, and in due time we reached the shore. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Wau-Bun, The Early Day in the Northwest, by Juliette Kinzie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Chapter 3, Green Bay. Our arrival at Green Bay was at an unfortunate moment. It was the time of a treaty between the United States government and the Menomonies and Wabanakis. Consequently, not only the commissioners of the treaty, with their clerks and officials, but traders, claimants, travelers, and idlers innumerable were upon the ground. Most of these were congregated in the only hotel the place afforded. This was a tolerably sized house near the riverside, and as we entered the long dining room, cold and dripping from the open boat, we were infinitely amused at the motley assemblage it contained. Various groups were seated around. Newcomers, like ourselves, stood here and there, for there were not seats enough to accommodate all who sought entertainment. The landlord sat calm and indifferent, his hands in his pockets, exhibiting all the phlegm of a Pennsylvania Dutchman. His fat, notable spouse was trotting round, now stopping to scold about someone who, burn his skin, had fallen short in his duty, now laughing good-humoredly until her sides shook at some witticism addressed to her. She welcomed us very cordially, but to our inquiry, "Can you accommodate us?" her reply was, "Not I. I have got twice as many people now as I know what to do with. I have had to turn my own family out of their quarters, what with the commissioners and the lot of folks that is coming upon us." "What are we to do then? It is too late and stormy to go up to Shantytown to seek for lodgings." "Well, sit you down and take your supper, and we will see what we can do." And she actually did contrive to find a little nook in which we were glad to take refuge from the multitudes around us. A slight board partition separated us from the apartment occupied by General Root of New York, one of the commissioners of the treaty. The steamer in which we came had brought the mail, at that day a rare blessing to the distant settlements. The opening and reading of all the dispatches, which the general received about bedtime, had, of course, to be gone through with before he could retire to rest. His eyes being weak, his secretaries were employed to read the communications. He was a little deaf withal, and through the slight division between the two apartments, the contents of the letters and his comments upon them were unpleasantly audible, as he continually admonished his secretary to raise his voice. "What is that, Walter? Read that over again." In vain we coughed and hemmed and knocked over sundry pieces of furniture. They were too deeply interested to hear aught that passed around them, and if we had been politicians, we should have had all the secrets of the workingmen's party at our disposal, out of which to have made capital. The next morning it was still rain, nothing but rain. In spite of it, however, the gentleman would take a small boat to row to the steamer, to bring up the luggage, not the least important part of that which appertained to us being sundry boxes of silver for paying the annuities to the Winnebagos at the Portage. I went out with some others of the company upon the piazza to witness their departure. A gentleman pointed out to me Fort Howard, on a projecting point of the opposite shore, about 3/4 of a mile distant, the old barracks, the picketed enclosure, the walls, all looking quaint, and considering their modern erection, really ancient and venerable. Presently we turned our attention to the boat, which had by this time gained the middle of the river. One of the passengers was standing up in the stern, apparently giving some directions. "That is rather a venturesome fellow," remarked one. "If he is not careful, he will lose his balance." And at this moment we saw him actually perform a somerset backward and disappear in the water. "Oh," cried I, "he will be drowned." The gentleman laughed. "No, there he is. They are helping him in again." The course of the boat was immediately changed, and the party returned to the shore. It was not until one disembarked and came dripping and laughing towards me that I recognized him as my own peculiar property. He was pleased to treat the matter as a joke, but I thought it rather a sad beginning of Western experience. He suffered himself to be persuaded to entrust the care of his effects to his friends, and having changed his dress, prepared to remain quietly with me, when just at this moment a vehicle drove up to the door, and we recognized the pleasant, familiar face of our old friend, Judge Doty. He had received the news of our arrival, and had come to take us at once to his hospitable mansion. We were only too happy to gather together our bags and traveling baskets and accompany him without further ceremony. Our drive took us first along the edge of Navarino, next through Shantytown, the latter a far more appropriate name than the former, amid mud and mire, over bad roads, and up and down hilly, breakneck places, until we reached the little brick dwelling of our friends. Mrs. Doty received us with such true sisterly kindness, and everything seemed so full of welcome, that we soon felt ourselves at home. We found that, expecting our arrival, invitations had already been prepared to assemble the whole circle of Green Bay society to meet us at an evening party, this, in a new country, being the established mode of doing honor to guests or strangers. We learned upon inquiry that Captain Harney, who had kindly offered to come with a boat and crew of soldiers from Fort Winnebago to convey us to that place, our destined home, had not yet arrived. We therefore felt at liberty to make arrangements for a few days of social enjoyment at the Bay. It was pleasant to people, secluded in such a degree from the world at large, to hear all the news we had brought, all the particulars of life and manners, the thousand little items that the newspapers of that day did not dream of furnishing, the fashions, and that general gossip, in short, which a lady is erroneously supposed more au fait of than a gentleman. I well remember that, in giving and receiving information, the day passed in a pretty uninterrupted stream of communication. All the party except myself had made the journey, or rather voyage, up the Fox River and down the Wisconsin to the Mississippi. There were plenty of anecdotes of a certain trip performed by the three, in company with a French trader and his two sisters, then making their debut as Western travelers. The manner in which Mademoiselle Julie would borrow, without leave, a fine damask napkin or two to wipe out the ducks in preparation for cooking, the difficulty of persuading either of the sisters of the propriety of washing and rinsing their table apparatus nicely before packing it away in the mess basket, the consequence of which was that another nice napkin must be stealthily whisked out to wipe the dishes when the hour for meals arrived. The fun of the young gentleman in hunting up his stray articles, thus misappropriated from the nooks and corners of the boat, tying them with a cord and hanging them over the stern to make their way down the Wisconsin to Prairie du Chien. Then there was a capital story of Monsieur Rolette himself. At one point on the route, I think in crossing Winnebago Lake, the travelers met one of the company's boats on its way to Green Bay for supplies. Monsieur Rolette was one of the agents of the company, and the people in the boat were his employees. Of course, after an absence of some weeks from home, the meeting on these lonely waters and the exchanging of news was an occasion of great excitement. The boats were stopped. Earnest greetings interchanged. Question followed question. Eh bien, have they finished the new house? Oui, monsieur. Et la cheminée, fume-t-elle? Does the chimney smoke? No, monsieur. And the harvest, how is that? Very fine indeed. Is the mill at work? Yes, plenty of water. How is Whip, his favorite horse? Oh, Whip is first rate. Everything, in short, about the store, the farm, the business of various descriptions being satisfactorily gone over. There was no occasion for farther delay. It was time to proceed. Eh bien, adieu, bon voyage. Arrêtez, mes gens. Go ahead, men. Then suddenly, arrêtez, arrêtez, stop, stop. Comment se portent Madame Rolette et les enfants? How are Mrs. Rolette and the children? This day, with its excitement, was at length over, and we retired to our rest, thankful that we had not General Root and his secretary close to our bed's head with their budget of political news. My slumbers were not destined, however, to be quite undisturbed. I was awakened at the first slight peep of dawn by a sound from an apartment beneath our own, a plaintive, monotonous chant rising and then falling in a sort of mournful cadence. It seemed to me a wail of something unearthly, so wild, so strange, so unaccountable. In terror I woke my husband, who reassured me by telling me it was the morning salutation of the Indians to the opening day. Some Menominees had been kindly given shelter for the night in the kitchen below, and having fulfilled their unvarying custom of chanting their morning hymn, they now ceased and again composed themselves to sleep. But not so their auditor. There was to me something inexpressibly beautiful in this morning song of praise from the untaught sons of the forest. What a lesson did it preach to the civilized, Christianized world, too many of whom lie down and rise up without an aspiration of thanksgiving to their almighty preserver, without even a remembrance of his care, who gives his angels charge concerning them. Never has the impression of that simple act of worship faded from my mind. I have loved to think that, with some, these strains might be the outpouring of a devotion as pure as that of the Christian when he utters the inspiring words of the sainted kin. Awake, my soul, and with the sun, etc. Among the visitors who called to offer me a welcome to the West were Mr. and Mrs. Cadle, who were earnestly engaged in the first steps of their afterwards flourishing enterprise for the education of Indian and half-breed children. The schoolhouses and chapel were not yet erected, but we visited their proposed site and listened with great interest to bright anticipations of the future good that was to be accomplished, the success that was to crown their efforts for taming the heathen and teaching them the knowledge of their Savior and the blessings of civilized life. The sequel has shown how little the zeal of the few can accomplish when opposed to the cupidity of the many. Our evening party went off as parties do elsewhere. The most interesting feature to me, because the most novel, was the conversation of some young ladies to whom I was introduced, natives of Green Bay or its vicinity. Their mother was a Menominee, but their father was a Frenchman, a descendant of a settler some generations back, and who, there is reason to believe, was a branch of the same family of Grignon to which the daughter of Madame de Sévigné belonged. At least, it is said there are in the possession of the family many old papers and records which would give that impression, although the orthography of the name has become slightly changed. Be that as it may, the Miss Grignons were strikingly dignified, well-bred young ladies, and there was a charm about their soft voices and original, unsophisticated remarks very attractive to a stranger. They opened to me, however, a new field of apprehension, for on my expressing my great impatience to see my new home, they exclaimed, with a look of wonder, "Vous n'avez donc pas peur des serpents?" Snakes. Was it possible there were snakes at Fort Winnebago? At the Portage, oh yes, one can never walk out for them. Rattlesnakes, copperheads, all sorts. I am not naturally timid, but I must confess that the idea of the serpents sonnettes and the siffleurs was not quite a subject of indifference. There was one among these young ladies whose tall, graceful figure, rich, blooming complexion, and dark, glancing eye would have distinguished her in any drawing-room, and another whose gentle sweetness and cultivated taste made it a matter of universal regret that she was afterwards led to adopt the seclusion of a convent. Captain Harney and his boat arrived in due time, and active preparations for the comfort of our journey commenced under the kind supervision of Mrs. Doty. The mess basket was stowed with good things of every description, ham and tongue, biscuit and plum cake, not to mention the substantials of crackers, bread, and boiled pork, the latter of which, however, a lady was supposed to be too fastidious to think of touching, even if starving in the woods. We had engaged 3 Canadian voyageurs to take charge of our tent, mess basket, and matters and things in general. Their business it was to cut the wood for our fires, prepare our meals, and give a helping hand to whatever was going forward. A messenger had also been sent to the Cockaline, or rapids, 21 miles above, to notify Wish-te-Yun, note, Le Forgeron, or blacksmith, a Menominee chief, end note, the most accomplished guide through the difficult passes of the river, to be in readiness for our service on a specified day. In the meantime, we had leisure for one more party, and it was to be a Rio Western hop. Everybody will remember that dance at Mrs. Baird's. All the people, young and old, that would be gathered throughout, or, as it was the fashion to express it, on Green Bay, were assembled. The young officers were up from Fort Howard, looking so smart in their uniforms. Treasures of finery, long uncalled forth, were now brought to light. Everybody was bound to do honor to the strangers by appearing in their very best. It was to be an entertainment unequaled by any given before. All the house was put in requisition for the occasion. Desks and seats were unceremoniously dismissed from Mr. B.'s office, which formed one wing to afford more space for the dancers. Not only the front portion of the dwelling, but even the kitchen was made fit for the reception of company, in case any primitive visitor, as was sometimes the case, should prefer sitting down quietly there and smoking his cigar. This was an emergency that, in those days, had always to be provided for. Nothing could exceed the mirth and hilarity of the company. No restraint, but of good manners, no excess of conventionalities, genuine, hearty good humor and enjoyment, such as pleasant, hospitable people, with just enough of the French element to add zest to anything like amusement could furnish, to make the entertainment agreeable. In a country so new, and where, in a social gathering, the number of the company was more important than the quality, the circle was not always, strictly speaking, select. I was aware of this, and was therefore more amused than surprised when a clumsy little man, with a broad, red, laughing face, waddled across the room to where I had taken my seat after a dance, and thus addressed me. "Miss Kay, nobody hain't never introduced you to me, but I've seen you a good many times, and I know your husband very well, so I thought I might just as well come and speak to you. My name is A." "Ah, Mr. A, good evening. I hope you are enjoying yourself. How is your sister?" "Oh, she is a great deal worse. Her cold has got into her eye, and it is all shot up." Then turning full upon a lady who sat near, note, a niece of James Fenimore Cooper, end note, radiant with youth and beauty, sparkling with wit and genuine humor. "Oh, Mrs. Beale," he began, "what a beautiful gown you have got on, and how handsome you do look. I declare, you're the prettiest woman in the room, and dance the handsomest." "Indeed, Mr. A," replied she, suppressing her love of fun and assuming a demure look. "I am afraid you flatter me." "No, I don't. I'm in earnest. I've just come to ask you to dance." Such was the penalty of being too charming. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Wau-Bun, The Early Day in the Northwest, by Juliette Kinzie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Voyage up Fox River. It had been arranged that Judge Doty should accompany us in our boat as far as the Butte des Morts, at which place his attendant would be waiting with horses to convey him to Mineral Point, where he was to hold court. It was a bright and beautiful morning when we left his pleasant home to commence our passage up the Fox River. Captain Harney was proposing to remain a few days longer at the bay, but he called to escort us to the boat and install us in all its comforts. As he helped me along over the plowed ground and other inequalities in our way to the riverbank where the boat lay, he told me how impatiently Mrs. Twiggs, the wife of the commanding officer, who since the past spring had been the only white lady at Fort Winnebago, was now expecting a companion and friend. We had met in New York shortly after her marriage and were, therefore, not quite unacquainted. I, for my part, felt sure that when there were two of our sex, when my piano was safely there, when the post library which we had purchased should be unpacked, when all should be fairly arranged and settled, we should be, although far away in the wilderness, the happiest little circle imaginable. All my anticipations were of the most sanguine and cheerful character. It was a moderate-sized Mackinaw boat with a crew of soldiers and our own 3 voyagers in addition that lay waiting for us, a dark-looking structure of some 30 feet in length. Placed in the center was a framework of slight posts supporting a roof of canvas with curtains of the same, which might be let down at the sides and ends after the manner of a country stagecoach, or rolled up to admit the light and air. In the midst of this little cabin or saloon was placed the box containing my piano, and on it a mattress, which was to furnish us a divan through the day and a place of repose at night, should the weather at any time prove too wet or unpleasant for encamping. The boxes of silver with which my husband was to pay the annuities due his red children by treaty stipulation were stowed next. Our mess basket was in a convenient vicinity, and we had purchased a couple of large square covered baskets of the Wabanakis, or New York Indians, to hold our various necessary articles of outward apparel and bedding, and at the same time to answer as very convenient little work or dinner tables. As a true daughter of New England, it is to be taken for granted I had not forgotten to supply myself with knitting work and embroidery. Books and pencils were a matter of course. The greater part of our furniture, together with the various articles for housekeeping with which we had supplied ourselves in New York and Detroit, were to follow in another boat, under the charge of people whose business it professed to be to take cargoes safely up the rapids and on to Fort Winnebago. This was an enterprise requiring some 3 weeks of time and a great amount of labor, so that the owners of the goods transported might think themselves happy to receive them at last, however wet, broken, and dilapidated their condition might be. It was for this reason that we took our choicest possessions with us, even at the risk of being a little crowded. Until now I had never seen a gentleman attired in a colored shirt, a spotless white collar and bosom being one of those notions that Boston, and consequently New England folks, entertained of the becoming in a gentleman's toilet. Mrs. Cass had laughingly forewarned me that not only calico shirts but patchwork pillowcases were an indispensable part of a traveling equipment, and thanks to the taste and skill of some tidy little Frenchwoman, I found our divan pillows all accommodated in the brightest and most variegated garb. The judge and my husband were gay with the deepest of blue and pink. Each was prepared, besides, with a bright red cap, a bonnet rouge, or toque, as the voyagers call it, which, out of respect for the lady, was to be donned only when a hearty dinner, a dull book, or the want of exercise made an afternoon nap indispensable. The judge was an admirable traveling companion. He had lived many years in the country, had been with General Cass on his expedition to the headwaters of the Mississippi and had a vast fund of anecdote regarding early times, customs, and inhabitants. Some instances of the mode of administering justice in those days I happen to recall. There was an old Frenchman at the bay named Réaume, excessively ignorant and grasping, although otherwise tolerably good-natured. This man was appointed justice of the peace. 2 men once appeared before him, the one as plaintiff, the other as defendant. The justice listened patiently to the complaint of the one and the defense of the other. Then, rising with dignity, he pronounced his decision. "You are both wrong. You, Boisvert," to the plaintiff, "you bring me 1 load of hay, and you, Crayley," to the defendant, "you bring me 1 load of wood, and now the matter is settled." It does not appear that any exceptions were taken to this verdict. This anecdote led to another, the scene of which was Prairie du Chien on the Mississippi. There was a Frenchman, a justice of the peace, who was universally known by the name of Old Wau-Bun. His office was just without the walls of the fort, and it was much the fashion among the officers to lounge in there of a morning, to find sport for an idle hour, and to take a glass of brandy and water with the old gentleman, which he called taking a little quelque chose. A soldier named Fry had been accused of stealing and killing a calf belonging to Monsieur Rolette, and the constable, a bricklayer of the name of Bell, had been dispatched to arrest the culprit and bring him to trial. While the gentlemen were making their customary morning visit to the justice, a noise was heard in the entry, and a knock at the door. "Come in," cried old Boilvin, rising and walking toward the door. Bell, "Here, sir. I have brought Fry to you, as you ordered." Justice, "Fry, you great rascal, what for you kill Monsieur Rolette's calf?" Fry, "I did not kill Monsieur Rolette's calf." Justice, shaking his fist, "You lie, you great rascal. Bell, take him to jail. Come, gentlemen, come. Let us take a little quelque chose." The Canadian boatmen always sing while rowing or paddling, and nothing encourages them so much as to hear the bourgeois take the lead in the music. Note, bourgeois is master, or to use the emphatic Yankee term, boss, end note. If the passengers, more especially those of the fair sex, join in the refrain, the compliment is all the greater. Their songs are of a light, cheerful character, generally embodying some little satire or witticism, calculated to produce a spirited, sometimes an uproarious chorus. The song and refrain are carried on somewhat in the following style. Note from reader. The song's lyrics are all in French and beyond my capabilities, so I have to skip this part. And by the time all the different qualifications are rehearsed and objected to, lengthened out by the interminable repetition of the chorus, the shout of the bourgeois is heard. Whoop la! A terre, pour la pipe. It is an invariable custom for the voyageurs to stop every 5 or 6 miles to rest and smoke, so that it was formerly the way of measuring distances, so many pipes, instead of so many miles. The Canadian melodies are sometimes very beautiful, and a more exhilarating mode of travel can hardly be imagined than a voyage over these waters amid all the wild magnificence of nature, with the measured strokes of the oar keeping time to the strains of Le Rosier Blanc and Roulant ma boule, or Levez ton pied, ma jolie bergère. The climax of fun seemed to be in a comic piece, which, however oft repeated, appeared never to grow stale. It was somewhat after this fashion. Reader's note, again, I have to skip this part. End note. English translation of the song. Michaud climbed into a plum tree to gather plums. The branch broke. Michaud fell. Where is he? He is down on the ground. No, he is up in the tree. End translation. It was always a point of etiquette to look astonished at the luck of Michaud in remaining in the tree, spite of the breaking of the branch, and the joke had to be repeated through all the varieties of fruit trees that Michaud might be supposed able to climb. By evening of the first day we arrived at the Coqueline, where another branch of the Grignot family resided. We were very pleasantly entertained, although in my anxiety to begin my forest life, I would fain have had the tent pitched on the bank of the river and have laid aside at once the indulgences of civilization. This, however, would have been a slight, perhaps an affront, so we did much better and partook of the good cheer that was offered us in the shape of hot venison steaks and crepes, and that excellent cup of coffee which none can prepare like a French woman, and which is so refreshing after a day in the open air. The Cockaline is a rapid of the Fox River, sufficiently important to make the portage of the heavy lading of a boat necessary, the boat itself being poled or dragged up with cords against the current. It is one of a series of rapids and chutes or falls which occur between this point and Lake Winnebago, 20 miles above. The next morning after breakfast, we took leave of our hosts and prepared to pursue our journey. The bourgeois, from an early hour, had been occupied in superintending his men in getting the boat and its loading over the Cockaline. As the late rains had made the paths through the woods and along the banks of the river somewhat muddy and uncomfortable for walking, I was put into an ox cart to be jolted over the unequal road, saluting impartially all the stumps and stones that lay in our way, the only means of avoiding which seemed to be when the little thick-headed Frenchman, our conductor, bethought him of suddenly guiding his cattle into a projecting tree or thorn bush, to the great detriment not only of my straw bonnet, but of my very eyes. But we got through at last, and arriving at the head of the rapids, I found the boat lying there, all in readiness for our re-embarking. Our Menominee guide, XVIII, a fine, stalwart Indian with an open, good-humored, one might almost say roguish countenance, came forward to be presented to me. "Bonjour, bonjour, maman," was his laughing salutation. Again I was surprised, not as before at the French, for to that I had become accustomed, but at the respectable title he was pleased to bestow upon me. "Yes," said my husband, "you must make up your mind to receive a very numerous and well-grown family, consisting of all the Winnebagos, Pottawattamies, Chippewas, and Ottawas, together with such Sioux, Sacs, and Foxes, and Iowas as have any point to gain in applying to me, by the first named tribe in virtue of my office, and by the others as a matter of courtesy. I am always addressed as Father. You, of course, will be their mother." XVIII and I were soon good friends, my husband interpreting to me the Chippewa language in which he spoke. We were impatient to be off. The morning being already far advanced, and all things being in readiness, the word was given. "Pousse au large, mes jeunes," push out, my men. At this moment a boat was seen leaving the opposite bank of the river and making towards us. It contained white men, and they showed by signs that they wished to detain us until they came up. They drew near, and we found them to be Mr. Marsh, a missionary among the Wabanakis, or the New York Indians, lately brought into this country, and the Reverend Eleazar Williams, note, the supposed Dauphin of France, end note, who was at that time living among his red brethren on the right bank of the Fox River. To persons so situated, even more emphatically than to those of the settlements, the arrival of visitors from the East Country was a godsend indeed. We had to give all the news of various kinds that we had brought, political, ecclesiastical, and social, as well as a tolerably detailed account of what we proposed to do, or rather what we hoped to be able to do, among our native children at the Portage. I was obliged, for my part, to confess that, being almost entirely a stranger to the Indian character and habits, I was going among them with no settled plans of any kind, general goodwill, and a hope of making them my friends, being the only principles I could lay claim to at present. I must leave it for time and a better acquaintance to show me in what way the principle could be carried out for their greatest good. Mr. Williams was a dark-complexioned, good-looking man. Having always heard him spoken of by his relations in Connecticut as our Indian cousin, it never occurred to me to doubt his belonging to that race, although I now think that if I had met him elsewhere, I should have taken him for a Spaniard or a Mexican. His complexion had decidedly more of the olive than the copper hue, and his countenance was grave, almost melancholy. He was very silent during this interview, asking few questions, and offering no observations except in reply to some question addressed to him. It was a hard pull for the men up the rapids. Wishtayun, whose clear, sonorous voice was the bugle of the party, shouted and whooped. Each one answered with a chorus and a still more vigorous effort. By and by, the boat would become firmly set between two huge stones. Whoop-la, whoop, whoop, another pull and another, straining every nerve in vain. She will not budge. Men overboard, and instantly every rower was over the side and into the water. By pulling, pushing, and tugging, the boat is at length released from her position, and the men walk along beside her, helping and guiding her, until they reach a space of comparatively smooth water, when they again take their seats and their oars. It will be readily imagined that there were few songs this day, but very frequent pipes to refresh the poor fellows after such an arduous service. It was altogether a new spectacle to me. In fact, I had hardly ever before been called upon to witness severe bodily exertion, and my sympathies and sensibilities were, for this reason, the more enlisted on the occasion. It seemed a sufficient hardship to have to labor in this violent manner, but to walk in cold water up to their waists, and then to sit down in their soaking garments without going near a fire. Poor men, this was too much to be borne. What then was my consternation to see my husband, who, shortly after our noontime meal, had surprised me by making his appearance in a pair of duck trousers and light jacket, at the first cry of "Fast again," spring over into the water with the men and bear a hand throughout the remainder of the long stretch. When he returned on board, it was to take the oar of a poor, delicate-looking boy, one of the company of soldiers, who from the first had suffered with bleeding at the nose on every unusual exertion. I was not surprised, on inquiring, to find that this lad was a recruit just entered the service. He passed by the name of Gridley, but that was undoubtedly an assumed name. He had the appearance of having been delicately nurtured, and had probably enlisted without at all appreciating the hardships and discomforts of a soldier's life. This is evident from the dissatisfaction he always continued to feel, until at length he deserted from his post. This was some months subsequent to the time of which I am writing. He was once retaken and kept for a time in confinement, but immediately on his release deserted again, and his remains were found the following spring, not many miles from the fort. He had died either of cold or starvation. This is a sad interlude. We will return to our boating. With all our tugging and toiling, we had accomplished but 13 miles since leaving the Coquelin, and it was already late when we arrived in view of the Grand Chute, near which we were to encamp. We had passed the Little Chute, the spot where the town of Appleton now stands, without any further observation than that it required a vast deal of extra exertion to buffet with the rushing stream and come off, as we did, victorious. The brilliant light of the setting sun was resting on the high wooded banks through which broke the beautiful, foaming, dashing waters of the chute. The boat was speedily turned towards a little headland projecting from the left bank, which had the advantage of a long strip of level ground, sufficiently spacious to afford a good encamping ground. I jumped ashore before the boat was fairly pulled up by the men, and with the judge's help made my way as rapidly as possible to a point lower down the river, from which, he said, the best view of the chute could be obtained. I was anxious to make a sketch before the daylight quite faded away. The left bank of the river was to the west, and over a portion less elevated than the rest, the sun's parting rays fell upon the boat, the men with their red caps and belts, and the two tents already pitched. The smoke now beginning to ascend from the evening fires, the high wooded bank beyond, up which the steep portage path could just be discerned, and more remote still, the long stretch of waterfall now darkening in the shadow of the overhanging forests, formed a lovely landscape to which the pencil of an artist could alone do justice. This was my first encampment, and I was quite enchanted with the novelty of everything about me. The fires had been made of small saplings and underbrush, hastily collected, the mildness of the weather rendering anything beyond what sufficed for the purposes of cooking and drying the men's clothes superfluous. The soldiers' tent was pitched at some distance from our own, but not too far for us to hear distinctly their laughter and apparent enjoyment after the fatigues of the day. Under the careful superintendence of Corporal Kilgore, however, their hilarity never passed the bounds of respectful propriety, and by the time we had eaten our suppers, cooked in the open air with the simple apparatus of a tea kettle and frying pan, we were, one and all, ready to retire to our rest. The first sound that saluted our ears in the early dawn of the following morning was the far-reaching call of the bourgeois. How, uttered at the very top of his voice. All start at that summons, and the men are soon turning out of their tents or rousing from their slumbers beside the fire and preparing for the duties of the day. The fire is replenished, the kettles set on to boil, the mess baskets opened, and a portion of their contents brought forth to be made ready for breakfast. One Frenchman spreads our mat within the tent, whence the bedding has all been carefully removed and packed up for stowing in the boat. The tin cups and plates are placed around on the newly fashioned tablecloth. The heavy dews make it a little too damp for us to breakfast in the open air. Otherwise, our preparations would be made outside upon the green grass. In an incredibly short time, our smoking coffee and broiled ham are placed before us, to which are added, from time to time, slices of toast brought hot and fresh from the glowing coals. There is, after all, no breakfast like a breakfast in the woods, with a well-trained Frenchman for master of ceremonies. It was a hard day's work to which the men now applied themselves, that of dragging the heavy boat up the chute. It had been thought safest to leave the piano in its place on board, but the rest of the lading had to be carried up the steep bank and along its summit, a distance of some hundreds of rods, to the smooth water beyond, where all the difficulties of our navigation terminated. The judge kindly took charge of me while the bourgeois superintended this important business, and with reading, sketching, and strolling about, the morning glided away. 12 o'clock came, and still the preparations for starting were not yet completed. In my rambles about to seek out some of the finest of the wildflowers for a bouquet before my husband's return, I came upon the campfire of the soldiers. A tall, red-faced, light-haired young man in fatigue dress was attending a kettle of soup, the savory steams of which were very attractive. Seeing that I was observing his occupation, he politely ladled out a tin cupful of the liquid and offered it to me. I declined it, saying we should have our dinner immediately. "They left me here to get their dinner," said he, apparently not displeased to have someone to talk to, "and I thought I might as well make some soup. Down on the German flats, where I come from, they always like soup." "Ah, you are from the German flats. Then your name must be Bellinger or Weber." "No, it isn't. It's Chrisman." "Well, Chrisman, how do you like the service?" "Very well. I was only recruited last summer. I used to ride horse on the canal, and as I can blow a horn first rate, I expect I will soon be able to play on a bugle, and then, when I get to be musician, I shall have extra pay." I did not know it, but I expressed due pleasure at the information, and wishing Chrisman all manner of success in his dreams of ambition, or rather, I should say, of avarice, for the hopes of extra pay evidently preponderated over those of fame, I returned to my own quarters. My husband, with his French tastes, was inclined to be somewhat disappointed when I told him of this little incident and my refusal of Chrisman's soup, but we were soon gratified by seeing his tall, awkward form bearing a kettle of the composition, which he set down before the two gentlemen, by whom, to his infinite satisfaction, it was pronounced excellent. Everything being at length in readiness, the tents were struck and carried around to Portage, and my husband, the judge, and I followed at our leisure. The woods were brilliant with wildflowers, although it was so late in the season that the glory of the summer was well nigh past. But the lupin, the moss pink, and the yellow wallflower, with all the varieties of the helianthus, the aster, and the solidago, spread their gay charms around. The gentlemen gathered clusters of the bittersweet, Celastris scandens, from the overhanging boughs to make a wreath for my hat, as we trod the tangled pathway which, like that of Christabel, was, quote, "now in glimmer and now in gloom," end quote, through the alternations of open glade and shady thicket. Soon, like the same lovely heroine, quote, We reached the place, right glad we were, end quote. And without further delay, we were again on board our little boat and skimming over the now placid waters. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Wau-Bun, The Early Day in the Northwest, by Juliette Kinzie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Winnebago Lake, Miss Fourlegs. Our encampment this night was the most charming that can be imagined. Owing to the heavy service the men had gone through in the earlier part of the day, we took but a short stage for the afternoon, and having pulled some 7 or 8 miles to a spot a short distance below the Little Butte, we drew in at a beautiful opening among the trees. The soldiers now made a regular business of encamping by cutting down a large tree for their fire and applying themselves to the preparing of a sufficient quantity of food for their next day's journey, a long stretch, namely, of 21 miles across Winnebago Lake. Our Frenchmen did the same. The fire caught in the light dry grass by which we were surrounded, and soon all was blaze and crackle. Fortunately, the wind was sufficient to take the flames all in one direction, and besides, there was not enough fuel to have made them a subject of any alarm. We hopped upon the fallen logs and dignified the little circumscribed affair with the name of a prairie on fire. The most serious inconvenience was its having consumed all the dry grass, some armfuls of which, spread under the bearskin in my tent, I had found the night before, a great improvement to my place of repose. Our supper was truly delightful, at the pleasant sunset hour, under the tall trees beside the waters that ran murmuring by, and when the bright, broad moon arose and shed her flood of light over the scene, so wild yet so beautiful in its vast solitude, I felt that I might well be an object of envy to the friends I had left behind. But all things have an end, and so must at last my enthusiasm for the beauties around me, and albeit unwillingly, I closed my tent and took my place within, so near the fall of canvas that I could raise it occasionally and peep forth upon the night. In time all was quiet. The men had become silent and appeared to have retired to rest, and we were just sinking to our slumbers when a heavy tread and presently a bluff voice were heard outside. "Mr. Kinzie, Mr. Kinzie." "Who is there? What is it?" "I'm Chrisman. Didn't you mean, sir, that the men should have any liquor tonight?" "Of course I did. Has not Kilgore given out your rations?" "No, he says you did not say anything particular about it, and he was not coming to ask you if you forgot it. But I thought I wouldn't be bashful. I'd just come and ask." "That is right. Tell Kilgore I should like to have him serve out a ration apiece." "Thank you, sir," in a most cheerful tone. "I'll tell him." Chrisman was getting to be quite a character with us. A row of a few miles on the following morning brought us to Fourlegs village, note, the site of the town of Neenah, end note. At the entrance to Winnebago Lake, a picturesque cluster of Indian huts spread around on a pretty green glade and shaded by fine, lofty trees. We were now fairly in the Winnebago country, and I soon learned that the odd-sounding name of the place was derived from the principal chief of the nation, whose residence it was. The inhabitants were absent, having, in all probability, departed to their wintering grounds. We here took leave of our friend Wishtayun, at the borders of whose country we had now arrived. "Bonjour, John." "Bonjour, maman." A hearty shake of the hand completed his adieu as we pushed off into the lake and left him smoking his kinnikinnick, note, the bark of the red willow, scraped fine, which is preferred by the Indians to tobacco, end note, and waiting until the spirit should move him to take up his long Indian trot towards his home in the Menominee country. With him our sunshine seemed to have departed. The skies, hitherto so bright and serene, became overcast, and, instead of the charming voyage we had anticipated over the silver waters of the lake, we were obliged to keep ourselves housed under our canvas shelter, only peeping out now and then to catch a glimpse of the surrounding prospect through the pouring rain. It was what might have been expected on an autumnal day, but we were unreasonable enough to find it tedious. So, to beguile the time and lessen my disappointment, my husband related to me some incidents of his early history, apropos to the subject of forelegs. While he was living at Prairie du Chien, in the employ of the American Fur Company, the chiefs and other Indians from the upper Mississippi used frequently to come to the place to sell their furs and peltries, and to purchase merchandise, ammunition, trinkets, etc. As is usual with all who are not yet acclimated, he was seized with chills and fever. One day, while suffering with an unusually severe access of the latter, a chief of the Forelegs family, a brother to the one before mentioned, came into the company's warehouse to trade. There is no ceremony or restraint among the Indians, so hearing that Shawnee was sick, Forelegs instantly made his way to him to offer his sympathy and prescribe the proper remedies. Everyone who has suffered from ague in the intense fever that succeeds it knows how insupportable is the protracted conversation of an inconsiderate person, and will readily believe that the longer Forelegs continued his pratings, the higher mounted the fever of the patient, and the more intolerable became the pain of head, back, and limbs. At length the old man arrived at the climax of what he had to say. Quote, "It was not good for a young man, suffering with sickness and away from his family, to be without a home and a wife. He had a nice daughter at home, handsome and healthy, a capital nurse, the best hand in all the tribe at trapping beaver and muskrats. He was coming down again in the spring, and he would bring her with him, and Shawnee should see that he had told no falsehood about her. Should he go now and bring his daughter the next time he came?" End quote. Stunned with his importunate babble, and anxious only for rest and quiet, poor Shawnee eagerly assented, and the chief took his departure. So nearly had his disorder been aggravated to delirium that the young man forgot entirely, for a time, the interview and the proposal which had been made him. But it was recalled to his memory some months after, when Forelegs made his appearance, bringing with him a squaw of mature age and a very Hecate for ugliness. She carried on her shoulders an immense pack of furs, which, approaching with her awkward criss-cross gait, she threw at his feet, thus marking, by an Indian custom, her sense of the relation that existed between them. The conversation with her father now flashed across his mind, and he began to be sensible that he had got into a position that it would require some skill to extricate himself from. He bade one of the young clerks take up the pack and carry it into the magazine where the furs were stored. Then he coolly went on talking with the chief about indifferent matters. Miss Forelegs sat a while with a sulky, discontented air. At length she broke out, "Humph! He seems to take no more notice of me than if I was nobody." He again turned to the clerk. "Give her a calico shirt and half a dozen bread tickets." This did not dissipate the gloom on her countenance. Finding that he must commence the subject, the father says, "Well, I have brought you my daughter, according to our agreement. How do you like her?" "Ah, yes, she is a very nice young woman, and would make a first-rate wife, I have no doubt. But do you know a very strange thing has happened since you were here? Our father, Governor Cass," note, General Cass was then governor of Michigan and superintendent of the Northwestern Indians, end note, "has sent for me to come to Detroit, that he may send me among the Wyandots and other nations to learn their customs and manners. Now, if I go, as I shall be obliged to do, I shall be absent 2 or 3 years, perhaps 4. What then? Why, the people will say, 'Shawnee has married Forelegs' daughter, and then has hated her and run away from her, and so everybody will laugh at her, and she will be ashamed. It will be better to take some good, valuable presents, blankets, guns, etc., and to marry her to one of her own people, who will always stay by her and take care of her." End quote. The old man was shrewd enough to see that it was wisest to make the best bargain he could. I have no doubt it cost a round sum to settle the matter to the satisfaction of the injured damsel, though I have never been able to ascertain how much. This I know, that the young gentleman took care not to make his next bargain while in a fit of the ague. The lady up on the Mississippi is called, in derision, by his name to this day. About midway of the lake we passed Garlic Island, a lovely spot, deserving of a more attractive name. It belonged, together with a village on the opposite shore, to Wildcat, a fat, jolly, good-natured fellow, by no means the formidable animal his name would imply. He and his band were absent, like their neighbors of Four Legs Village, so there was nothing to vary the monotony of our sail. It was too wet to sing, and the men, although wrapped in their overcoats, looked like drowned chickens. They were obliged to ply their oars with unusual vigor to keep themselves warm and comfortable, and thus probably felt less than we the dullness and listlessness of the cold, rainy October day. Towards evening the sun shone forth. We had passed into the Fox River, and were just entering that beautiful little expanse known as Butte des Morts Lake, at the farther extremity of which we were to encamp for the night. The water along its shores was green with the fields of wild rice, the gathering of which, just at this season, is an important occupation of the Indian women. They push their canoes into the thick masses of the rice, bend it forward over the side with their paddles, and then beat the ripe husks off the stalks into a cloth spread in the canoe. After this, it is rubbed to separate the grain from the husk and fanned in the open air. It is then put in their cordage bags and packed away for winter use. The grain is longer and more slender than the Carolina rice. It is of a greenish olive color, and although it forms a pleasant article of food, it is far from being particularly nutritive. The Indians are fond of it in the form of soup, with the addition of birds or venison. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Wau-Bun, The Early Day in the Northwest, by Juliette Kinzie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Breakfast at Betty Moore's. The earth, the trees, and the shrubbery were all too much filled with a heavy rain which had fallen to allow us to think of encamping, so we made arrangements to bestow ourselves in our little saloon for the night. It was rather a difficult matter to light a fire, but among the underbrush, in a wild, undisturbed spot, there will always be found some fragments of dried branches and tufts of grass which the rain has not reached, and by the assistance of the spunk or light wood, with which travelers always go well provided, a comforting fire was at length blazing brightly. After our chilling, tedious day, it was pleasant to gather round it, to sit on the end of the blazing logs and watch the Frenchmen preparing our supper, the kettle nestling in a little nook of bright glowing coals, the slices of ham browning and crisping on the forked sticks or broches, which the voyageurs dexterously cut and set around the burning brands, the savory messes of pork and onions hissing in the frying pan, always a tempting regale to the hungry Frenchman. Truly, it needs a wet, chilly journey, taken nearly fasting, as ours had been, to enable one to enjoy to its full extent that social meal, a supper. The bright sun, setting amid brilliant masses of clouds, such as are seen only in our western skies, gave promise of a fine day on the morrow, with which comforting assurance we were glad to take our leave of him, and soon after of each other. We had hardly roused up the following morning, in obedience to the call of the bourgeois, when our eyes were greeted with the sight of an addition to our company, a tall, stalwart, fine-looking young mitif, or half-breed, accompanied by 2 or 3 Indians. Vociferous and joyous were the salutations of the latter to their father and their new mother. They were the first Winnebagos I had seen, and they were decidedly not the finest specimens of their tribe. The mitif, a scion of the wide-spreading tree of the Grignons, was the bearer of an invitation to us from Judge Law, who, with 1 or 2 Green Bay friends, was encamped a few miles above, to come and breakfast with him in his tent. We had not dreamed of finding white neighbors here, but our vicinity could be no secret to them as long as there was an Indian in the neighborhood. So, delaying only for the soldiers to finish their breakfast, we pushed on for the Butte des Morts, or, as Mrs. A. always persisted in calling it, Betty Moore's. The white tent of the judge gleamed in the morning sun as we approached the little rising ground on which it stood. The river was filled with canoes, paddled principally by squaws. Many Indians were to be seen on the banks, all with their guns and hunting accoutrements, for the air was filled in every direction with flocks of teal, which at this season are most abundant and delicious. The immense fields of wild rice abounding here and in the little lake below make this vicinity their favorite place of resort in the autumn months. The effect of this nourishing food is to make the flesh of the birds so fat, so white, and so tender that a caution is always given to a young sportsman to fire only at such as fly very low, for if shot high in the air, they are bruised to pieces and rendered unfit for eating by their fall to the ground. We were hemmed in by a little fleet of canoes which surrounded us, the women chattering, laughing, and eagerly putting forward their little wooden bowls of fresh cranberries as an offering of welcome to me. I amused myself with tossing crackers to them, some of which would reach them, others would fall into the water, and then such a scrambling and shouting. Hands and paddles were in requisition, and loud was the triumph of her who was successful in reaching a floating one. Among the Indians with whom Shawnee Aukie was now engaged in shaking hands, and who all seemed old friends, were many fine, straight, well-formed figures, all of them exhibiting frames capable of enduring fatigue and the hardships of their mode of life. One was describing with much gesticulation the abundance of the game in the neighborhood, and he seemed greatly delighted at receiving a quantity of ammunition, with which he instantly departed to make good his boasts in the matter. After walking a short distance, we reached the tent, where I was introduced to Judge Law and a pleasant little gray-haired French gentleman of the name of Porlier. Several voyageurs and half-breeds were near, the former busily at work, the latter lounging for the most part and going through with what they had to do with a sort of listless indifference. The contrast between the all-alive air of the one class and the apathetic manner of the other was quite striking. After a short conversation among the members of the party, breakfast was announced, and we entered the tent and took our seats on the ground around the Indian mat which supplied the place of a table. The post of honor, namely the head of the table, was of course given to me, so that I could not only look around upon the circle of the company, but also enjoy a fine view out of the open door of the tent and take an observation of all that was going on at the side table outside. Judge Doty sat opposite me, with his back to the opening of the tent, and the other gentleman on either hand. We had for our waiter the tall Mitif, who had been the messenger of the morning. He was still in the same garb, calico shirt, bright-colored scarf around his waist, and on his head a straw hat encircled with a band of black ostrich feathers, the usual dress of his class. The tin cups which were to hold our coffee were duly set around, then breakfast plates of the same metal, with knives and forks, then followed the viands, among the most conspicuous of which was a large tin pan of boiled ducks. The judge, wishing to show, probably, that although we were in the vast wilderness, all fastidious nicety had not been left behind, took up the plate which had been set before him, and, seeing something adhering to it which did not exactly please him, handed it over his shoulder to Grignon, requesting him to wipe it carefully. Grignon complied by pulling a black silk Barcelona handkerchief out of his bosom, where it had been snugly tucked away to answer any occasion that might present itself, and giving the tin a furious polishing, handed it back again. The judge looked at it with a smile of approbation, and giving a glance around the table as much as to say, quote, "You see how I choose to have things done," end quote, applied himself to his breakfast. The trail for Fort Winnebago then led from the shore opposite Butte des Morts, through Maji-Gaw-Gaw Swamp, and past Green Lake, and it was well for the judge that his horses stood waiting for him to mount and away as early as possible after breakfast, or I am afraid the story I should have been tempted to tell would have made his ride an uncomfortable one throughout the day. We had hardly finished breakfast when our hunter, who had received the ammunition, returned, bringing with him about 50 fine ducks, which he had shot in little more than an hour. From that time until the close of our journey, our supply of these delicate birds was never wanting. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Wau-Bun, The Early Day in the Northwest by Juliette Kinzie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Butte des Morts, Lake Puckaway. The Butte des Morts, or Hillock of the Dead, was the scene long since, note, in the year 1714, end note, of a most sanguinary battle between the French and the Mesquakies, or Foxes. So great was the carnage in this engagement that the memory of it has been perpetuated by the gloomy appellation given to the mound where the dead were buried. The Foxes up to this time had inhabited the shores of the river to which they had given their name, but being completely overwhelmed and beaten in this conflict, they retired to the neighborhood of the Mississippi and sought an asylum among their allies, the Saukees, or as they are now called, the Saukes, with whom they became gradually incorporated until the combined tribes came to be known as at present by the name of Saukes and Foxes. Among the French inhabitants of the upper country, each tribe of Indians has a particular appellation, descriptive of some peculiarity of either their habits or their personal appearance. Thus, the Chippewas, from their agility, are denominated sauteurs or jumpers. The Ottawas, the Court Orioles, or short ears. The Menomonies, from the wild rice so abundant in their country, are called foals of wands. The Winnebagos, from their custom of wearing the fur of a polecat on their legs when equipped for war, are termed les poins. The Potawatomis, from their uncleanly habits, les poux. The Foxes are les renards, etc., etc. Hence you will never hear a French or half-breed resident of the country mention an Indian in any other style. Such a person is a Court Oriole. Is that woman a Winnebago? No, she is a foal of one. In this manner, a stranger is somewhat puzzled at first to classify the acquaintances he forms. All the native friends with whom we were here surrounded were les poins, or to use their own euphonious appellation, the Hoche Tung Raz. Having with great regret said adieu to our friend Judge Doty, whose society had contributed so much to the pleasure of our trip, and whose example, moreover, had given us a valuable lesson to take things as we find them, we bade good-bye at an early hour after breakfast to our kind hosts and set forward on our journey. From Butte des Morts to the Portage, the distance by land is about 70 miles. By water, it is not less than 130, so serpentine is the course of the river through the low, swampy prairies which stretch over a great portion of this part of the country. About 6 miles above the butte, a tolerably broad stream, called Wolf River, joins the Fox, and as it is much the more direct and promising of the two, strangers have sometimes mistaken it for the main stream, and journeyed up it a considerable distance before discovering, to their great chagrin, that they must retrace their steps. Beyond this place, the river begins to play its pranks with the compass. As I was always looking out for pretty scenery to sketch, I was at one spot much attracted by a picturesque group on a bank quite close to the stream. There were broad overhanging trees, and 2 or 3 wigwams nestled under their shade. Bright-looking little children, quite unencumbered with clothing, were sporting about, and their 2 mothers were sitting on the ground, engaged in the manufacture of a mat for their lodge. It was a pretty scene, and I commenced a sketch. As usual, the whole party on the bank set up a shout when they recognized Shawnee Ion Chiwira, Hini Kar Rekai Nu. Note, Father, how do you do? End note. It was an occasion on which they became demonstrative. After a little time we proceeded, and I went on to complete my drawing. The sun kept coming more and more into the wrong place. He had been just behind me. Presently he was on my left hand. Now he was straight ahead. I moved from time to time, At length the sun was decidedly on my right hand. What could be the matter? I looked up. Oh, here is a pretty scene. I must have this too. But how surprisingly like the one I have just finished, only in a different direction. Again we were greeted with shouts and laughter. It was the same spot which we had passed not an hour before, and having taken a circuit of nearly 4 miles, we had returned to find that we had made an actual progress of only the width of the bank on which the trees and wigwams stood. Decidedly not very encouraging to an impatient traveler. We reached Lake Puckaway late in the evening of our second day from Butte des Morts. Here lived a white man named Gleason, the same concerning whom, owing to his vast powers of exaggeration, poor Huey was fond of uttering his little pun. All is not gold that glistens. We did not seek shelter at his house, for, late as the season was, we found the shore so infested with mosquitoes that we were glad to choose a spot as far as possible from the bank and make ourselves comfortable in our boat. This lake has its name from the long flags or rushes which are found in its waters in great abundance, and of which the squaws manufacture the coarse matting used in covering their wigwams. Their mode of fabricating this is very primitive and simple. Seated on the ground, with the rushes laid side by side and fastened at each extremity, they pass their shuttle, a long flat needle made of bone, to which is attached a piece of cordage formed of the bark of a tree, through each rush, thus confining it very closely and making a fine substantial mat. These mats are seldom more than 5 or 6 feet in length, as a greater size would be inconvenient in adjusting and preparing the lodges. It is a species of labor usually assigned to the elder women of the family, when they become broken down and worn out with exposure and hardship, so that they cannot cut down trees, hoe corn, or carry heavy burdens. They are set to weaving mats, taking care of the children, and disciplining the dogs, with which every Indian lodge abounds. Lac de Boeuf, or Buffalo Lake, into which our course next brought us, is a lovely sheet of water. In some places its banks are exceedingly picturesque, with beautiful headlands jutting out into the clear depths, where they, and the magnificent groups of trees which crown them, lie reflected as in a mirror. Now and then we would catch a glimpse of deer darting across the glades, which at intervals opened through the woodlands, or a pair of sand-hill cranes would rise, slowly flapping their wings, and seek a place of more undisturbed repose. The flocks of teal now skimming the surface of the water, now rising higher towards the shelter of the forest, tempted our sportsman sorely, but as there was little prospect of finding his game when it was brought down, he did not give way to the wanton pleasure of shooting merely to destroy life. In quitting this charming lake, and again entering the narrow, tortuous course of the river, we bade adieu to everything like scenery until we should reach our journey's end. We had now 70 miles to pass through a country perfectly monotonous and uninteresting, the distastefulness of which was aggravated by the knowledge that we could, had we been provided with horses or a carriage of any kind, have crossed over to the Portage from Gleason's through a pleasant country in little more than 3 hours. Even our great resource, the cheering, animating songs of our voyagers, was out of the question, for the river, though deep, is so narrow that, in many places, there is no room for the regular play of the oars, and the voices of Frenchmen can never keep tune unless their oars can keep time. La Pierre, one of our men, did his best with a paddle, or as he called it, the little row, but it was to no purpose. It would not go. Besides this, the wild rice abounds to such an extent in many places that it almost completely obstructs the progress of even a moderate-sized boat, so that a passage through its tangled masses is with difficulty forced by the oars. Tedious and monotonous as was the whole course of the 2 following days, the climax of impatience and discouragement was not reached until we arrived in sight of the white walls of Fort Winnebago, looking down from a rising ground upon the vast expanse of low land through which the river winds. The Indians have a tradition that a vast serpent once lived in the waters of the Mississippi, and that, taking a freak to visit the Great Lakes, He left his trail through the prairies, which, collecting the waters from the meadows and the rains of heaven as they fell, at length became the Fox River. The little lakes along its course were probably the spots where he flourished about in his uneasy slumbers at night. He must have played all the antics of a kitten in the neighborhood of the Portage. When the fort was first pointed out to me, I exclaimed with delight, "Oh, we shall be there in half an hour." "Not quite so soon," said my husband, smiling. "Wait and see." We sat and watched. We seemed approaching the very spot where we were to disembark. We could distinguish the officers and the lady on the bank waiting to receive us. Now we were turning our backs on them and shooting out into the prairie again. Anon we approached another bank, on which was a range of comfortable-looking log houses. "That's the agency," said my husband. "The largest house belongs to Paquette, the interpreter, and the others are the dwellings of our Frenchmen. The little building, just at the foot of the hill, is the blacksmith's shop, kept there by the government, that the Indians may have their guns and traps mended free of expense. But are we going to stop there? No. Do you not see we are going back to the fort?" And to be sure, our course had now turned, and we were setting in our first direction. In this manner, after tacking to the right and left, and putting backwards and forwards until the greater part of 2 hours, we at length reached the little landing, on which the assembled party stood ready to greet us. End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Wau-Bun, The Early Day in the Northwest, by Juliette Kinzie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Fort Winnebago. Major and Mrs. Twiggs and a few of the younger officers, for nearly all of the older ones were absent, with our brother Robert, or as he is called throughout all the Indian tribes, Bob, gave us a cordial welcome. How cordial those alone can know who have come, like us, to a remote, isolated home in the wilderness. The major insisted on our taking possession at once of vacant quarters in the fort, instead of at the agency, as had been proposed. No, we must be under the same roof with them. Mrs. Twiggs had been without a companion of her own sex for more than 4 months, and would certainly not hear of a separation now. But we must be their guests until the arrival of the boats containing our furniture, which, under the care of our old acquaintance, Hamilton Arndt, was making its way slowly up from Green Bay. A dinner had been prepared for us. This is one of the advantages of the zigzag approach by the Fox River. Travelers never take their friends by surprise, and when the whole circle sat down to the hospitable board, we were indeed a merry company. After dinner, Mrs. Twiggs showed me the quarters assigned to us on the opposite side of the spacious hall. They consisted of 2 large rooms on each of the 3 floors or stories of the building. On the ground floor, the front room was vacant. The one in the rear was to be the sleeping apartment, as was evident from a huge, unwieldy bedstead of proportions amply sufficient to have accommodated Og, the king of Bashan, with Mrs. Og and the children into the bargain. We could not repress our laughter, but the bedstead was nothing to another structure which occupied a second corner of the apartment. This edifice had been built under the immediate superintendence of one of our young lieutenants, and it was plain to be seen that upon it both he and the soldiers who fabricated it had exhausted all their architectural skill. The timbers of which it was composed had been grooved and carved. The pillars that supported the front swelled in and out in a most fanciful manner. The doors were not only paneled, but radiated in a way to excite the admiration of all unsophisticated eyes. A similar piece of workmanship had been erected in each set of quarters to supply the deficiency of closets, an inconvenience which had never occurred until too late to the bachelors who planned them. The 3 apartments of which each structure was composed were unquestionably designed for clothes press, storeroom, and china closet. Such, at least, were the uses to which Mrs. Twiggs had appropriated the one assigned to her. There was this slight difficulty, that in the latter the shelves were too close to admit of setting in even a gravy boat, but they made up in number what was wanting in space. We christened the whole affair, in honor of its projector, a Davis, thus placing the first laurel on the brow of one who was afterwards to signalize himself in cabinet-making of quite a different character. The bold promontory on which Fort Winnebago was built looked down upon the extended prairie and the Fox River on one side, and on the other stretched away into the thickly wooded ridge that led off to Bellefontaine and Lake Puckaway. In front lay an extent of meadow, across which was the Portage road of about 2 miles in length, leading between the Fox and the Wisconsin rivers. Teams of oxen and a driver were kept at the agency by the government to transport the canoes of the Indians across this place, which at many seasons was wet, miry, and almost impassable. The woods were now brilliant with the many tints of autumn, and the scene around was further enlivened by groups of Indians in all directions, and their lodges, which were scattered here and there in the vicinity of the agency buildings. On the low grounds might be seen the white tents of the traders, already prepared to furnish winter supplies to the Indians in exchange for the annuity money they were about to receive. A great concourse had been for many days assembling in anticipation of the payment, which was expected to take place as soon as Shawnee Yawkey should arrive with his silver. Preparatory to this event, the great chief of the nation, Fourlegs, whose village we had passed at the entrance to Winnebago Lake, had thought proper to take a little carouse, as is too apt to be the custom when the savages come into the neighborhood of a sutler's establishment. In the present instance, the facilities for a season of intoxication had been augmented by the presence on the ground of some traders, too regardless of the very stringent laws prohibiting the sale of liquor to the Indians. Poor Fourlegs could not stand this full tide of prosperity. Unchecked by the presence of his father, the agent, he carried his indulgence to such excess that he fell a victim in the course of a few days. His funeral had been celebrated with unusual pomp the day before our arrival, and great was my disappointment at finding myself too late to witness all the ceremonies. His body, according to their custom, having been wrapped in a blanket and placed in a rude coffin, along with his guns, tomahawk, pipes, and a quantity of tobacco, had been carried to the most elevated point of the hill opposite the fort, followed by an immense procession of his people, whooping, beating their drums, howling, and making altogether what is emphatically termed a powwow. After the interment of the body, a stake was planted at its head, on which was painted in vermilion a series of hieroglyphics descriptive of the great deeds and events of his life. The whole was then surrounded with pickets of the trunks of the tamarack trees, and hither the friends would come for many successive days to renew the expression of their grief and to throw over the grave tobacco and other offerings to the Great Spirit. It was a consolation to find that, although delayed, we were yet in time to furnish a quantity of white cotton for a flag to wave over the grave, and also to pay a considerable bill at the sutler's for the different articles that had been found necessary for the funeral parade, it being a duty expected of their father to bury the dead suitably. The funeral observances in honor of the chief had not yet ceased. Throughout the day and all that night, the sound of instruments mingled with doleful lamentations and with the discordant whoops and yells of those in a partial state of intoxication filled the air and disturbed our repose. To these were added occasionally the plaintive sounds of the Indian flute, upon which the young savage plays when he is in love. Grief and whiskey had made their hearts tender, and the woods resounded to their melancholy strains. Early the following morning, before I left my room, I was startled by the sounds of lamentation and woe proceeding from the adjoining apartment. On entering it, I found several squaws seated on the floor, with downcast looks expressive of condolence and sympathy, while in their midst sat a little ugly woman in tattered garments, with blackened face and disheveled hair, sobbing and wailing bitterly. Not doubting they were the family of the deceased chief, I was quite troubled at my inability to express, otherwise than by gestures, my participation in their sorrows. Unacquainted as I was with their customs, I took it for granted from their wretched appearance that poverty and destitution formed one of the sources of their affliction. One of the party, at least, seemed in the very depths of misery. "Can it be possible," said I to myself, "that this poor creature has only these scanty rags to cover her?" Stepping back to my own room, I brought out a pretty calico wrapper, which I presented to the little dirty blackened object. She took it and commenced a fresh series of sobbing and sighing. I made signs to her to put it on, opening it and explaining to her how it was to be worn, and recommending to her by gestures to lose no time in making herself more comfortable. At this, the other women burst into a laugh. Very mal apropos, thought I, and somewhat unfeeling. At that moment my husband, entering, explained to me that the chief mourner was Madame Forelegs, the widow, that she had undoubtedly a comfortable wardrobe at home, but that it was part of the etiquette of mourning to go for a season with neglected persons and blackened faces. All this was told me in the intervals of shaking hands and offering and receiving condolences in the most uncouth guttural language I had ever heard. Their father at length dismissed them, with a promise of some presents to help dry up their tears. It must not be inferred that the grief of the poor little widow was not sincere. On the contrary, she was greatly attached to her husband, and had had great influence not only with him, but with the nation at large. She was a Fox woman, and spoke the Chippewa, which is the court language among all the tribes, so that she was often called upon to act as interpreter, and had, in fact, been in the habit of accompanying her husband and assisting him by her counsels upon all occasions. She was a person of great shrewdness and judgment, and, as I afterwards experienced, of strong and tenacious affections. After breakfast, I received a visit from the principal chiefs, who had put on their best of apparel and paint to receive their new mother. There was Naw-Caw, or Kare-Maw-Ni, the walking turtle, now the principal chief of the nation, a stalwart Indian, with a broad, pleasant countenance, the great peculiarity of which was an immense underlip hanging nearly to his chin. There was the old De-Caw-Ray, the most noble, dignified, and venerable of his own, or indeed of any tribe. His fine Roman countenance, rendered still more striking by his bald head, with one solitary tuft of long, silvery hair neatly tied and falling back on his shoulders. His perfectly neat, appropriate dress, almost without ornament, and his courteous demeanor, never laid aside under any circumstances, all combined to give him the highest place in the consideration of all who knew him. It will hereafter be seen that his traits of character were not less grand and striking than were his personal appearance and deportment. There was Black Wolf, whose lowering, surly face was well described by his name. The fierce expression of his countenance was greatly heightened by the masses of heavy black hair hanging round it, quite contrary to the usual fashion among the Winnebagos. They, for the most part, removed a portion of their hair, the remainder of which is drawn to the back of the head, clubbed and ornamented with beads, ribbons, cock's feathers, or, if they are so entitled, an eagle's feather for every scalp taken from an enemy. There was Talk English, a remarkably handsome, powerful young Indian, who received his name in the following manner. He was one of a party of 16 Winnebagos who had, by invitation, accompanied their agent and Major Forsyth, or the Chippewa, as he was called, on a visit to the President at Washington the year previous. On the journey, the question naturally addressed to them by people not familiar with Western Indians was, "Do you talk English?" The young fellow, being very observant, came to his father. "What do they mean by this? Everybody says to me, 'Talk English.'" The agent interpreted the words to him. "Ah, very well." The next place they arrived at was Lockport, in the state of New York. Jumping off the canal boat upon the lock, he ran up to the first man he met, and thrusting forward his face, cried out, "Talk English?" "Yes," said the man. "Do you talk English?" "Yes." From that time forward, he always bore the name of Talk English, and was registered on the payrolls by a title of which he was not a little proud. Huwanika, the little elk, was another of the distinguished men of the tribe. He had likewise been at Washington. Henry Clay, when he visited them, after looking carefully at the countenances and bearing of all the members of the deputation, had indicated him as the one possessing the greatest talent, and he was greatly pleased when informed that he was the principal orator of the nation and decidedly superior in abilities to any other individual of the tribe. Wildcat, our Indian Falstaff, and all save the cowardice and falsehood, I have already mentioned. Then there was Kaw-Ray-Kaw-Saw-Kaw, the White Crow, a Rock River Indian, who afterwards distinguished himself as the friend of the whites during the Sauk War. He was called by the French Le Borgne, from having lost an eye, and a black silk handkerchief which he wore drooping over the left side of his face to disguise the blemish, taken with his native costume, gave him a very singular appearance. There was a nephew of the defunct Chief Fourlegs, to whom with justice was given, by both whites and Indians, the appellation of the Dandy. When out of mourning, his dress was of the most studied and fanciful character. A shirt, when he condescended to wear any, of the brightest colors, ornamented with innumerable rows of silver brooches set thickly together, never less than 2 pairs of silver armbands, leggings and moccasins of the most elaborate embroidery and ribbons and porcupine quills, everything that he could devise in the shape of ornament hanging to his club of hair behind, a feather fan in one hand, and in the other a mirror in which he contemplated himself every 5 minutes. These, with the variety and brilliancy of the colors upon his face, the suitable choice and application of which occupied no small portion of the hours allotted to his toilet, made up the equipment of young Fourlegs. This devotion to dress and appearance seemed not altogether out of place in a youthful dandy, but we had likewise an old one of the same stamp. Pawnee Blanc, or the White Pawnee, surpassed his younger competitor, if possible, in attention to his personal attractions. Upon the present occasion he appeared in all his finery, and went through the customary salutations with an air of solemn dignity, then walked, as did the others, into the parlor, for I had received them in the hall, where they all seated themselves upon the floor. Fortunately, the room was now bare of furniture, but alas, thought I, for my pretty carpet, if this is to be the way they pay their respects to me. I watched the falling of the ashes from their long pipes, and the other inconveniences of the use of tobacco, or kinnikinnick, with absolute dismay. The visit of the chiefs was succeeded by one from the interpreter and his wife, with all the Canadian and half-breed women whose husbands found employment at the agency or at the American Fur Company's establishment. By this time my piano had been taken from its case and set up in our quarters. To our great joy, we found it entirely uninjured. Thanks to the skill of Nuns and Clark, not a note was out of tune. The women, to whom it was an entire novelty, were loud in their exclamations of wonder and delight. Eh, regardez donc, quelles inventions, quelles merveilles. Note, only look, what inventions, what wonders. End note. One, observing the play of my fingers reflected in the name-board, called in great exultation to her companions. She had discovered, as she thought, the hidden machinery by which the sounds were produced, and was not a little mortified when she was undeceived. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Wau-Bun, The Early Day in the Northwest, by Juliette Kinzie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Housekeeping. As the boats might be expected in a few days, it was thought best to begin at once what preparations were in my power towards housekeeping. These were simply the fitting and sewing of my carpets, in which I was kindly assisted by Mrs. Twiggs, and the wife of one of our Frenchmen having come over from the agency and made everything tidy and comfortable, the carpets were soon tacked down, and the rooms were ready for the reception of the rest of the furniture. I had made many fruitless attempts, both in Detroit and Green Bay, to procure a servant woman to accompany me to my new home. Sometimes one would present herself, but before we could come to a final agreement, The thoughts of the distance of the savages, the hardships of the journey, or perhaps the objections of friends, would interfere to break off the negotiation, so that I had at length been obliged to rest satisfied with a simple hope held out by my husband that one of his French employees, with his wife, would be contented to take up their abode with us. In this state of things, all difficulties seemed to be obviated by the proposal of Major Twiggs that we should take into our service a young colored girl whom he had brought from Buffalo in the spring to wait on Mrs. T until her own servants should arrive from the South. Louisa was accordingly sent for, an uncommonly handsome young negress with an intelligent but very demure countenance, who called herself 15 years of age, but who, from the progress in vice and iniquity I afterwards discovered her to have made, must have been at least several years older. Be that as it may, she now seemed to have no fault but carelessness and inexperience, both of which I had great hopes she would get the better of under careful training. My first week's visit with Mrs. Twiggs had just expired when word was given that the boats were in sight, the boats that contained our furniture, and the expected arrival of Louis Philippe to visit Queen Victoria could scarcely have created a more universal sensation than did this announcement in our little community. Although we knew that some hours must yet elapse before they could reach the spot for disembarkation, we were constantly on the watch, and at length all the young officers, followed by as many of the soldiers as were off duty, accompanied Mr. Kinzie down the bank to the landing, to witness and, if necessary, to assist in helping everything safe to land. Sad was the plight in which matters were found. The water poured out of the corners of the boxes as they were successively hoisted on shore. Too impatient to wait until they could be carried up to the fort, the gentlemen soon furnished themselves with hammers and hatchets and fell eagerly to work, opening the boxes to explore the extent of the damage. Alas for the mahogany, not a piece from which the edges and veneering were not starting. It had all the appearance of having lain under the grand chute for days. Poor Hamilton was loud in his protestations and excuses. It was the fault of the men, of the weather, of the way the things were packed. Confound it, he had taken the best care of the things he possibly could, better than he had ever taken before. It would get done. There was nothing but to be patient and make the best of it. And when the pretty sideboard and work table had been thoroughly rubbed and set up, and all the little knickknacks arranged on the mantelpiece, when the white curtains were hung at the windows, and the chairs and dining table, each in its proper place in relation to the piano, our parlor was pronounced magnificent. At least so seemed to think Hamilton, who came to give one admiring look and to hear the music of the piano, which was a perfect novelty to him. His description of it to the young officers after his return to the bay was expressive of his admiration and wonder. There it stood on its 4 legs. Anybody might go up and touch it. In due time, the dinner and tea sets were carefully bestowed in the Davis, together with sundry jars of sweetmeats that I had prepared in Detroit. The iron and tin utensils were placed in a neat cupboard in the kitchen, of which my piano box supplied the frame. The barrel of eggs and tubs of butter, brought all the way from Ohio, were ranged in the storeroom. A suitable quantity of salt pork and flour was purchased from the commissary, and there being no lack of game of every description, the offering of our red children, we were ready to commence housekeeping. The first dinner in our own home is an era in the life of a young housekeeper. I shall certainly never forget mine. While I was in the lower regions superintending my very inexpert little cook, my husband made his appearance to say that, as the payment, then the all-absorbing topic of interest, would not commence until afternoon, he had invited Monsieur Roulette, Mr. Hampstead, and 4 other gentlemen to dine with us. So unexpected, so unprepared for. Never mind. Give them anything you have. They have been living for some days in tents, and anything will taste well to them. My dinner had been intended to consist chiefly of a venison pasty, and fortunately the only dish among my store was of very large proportions, so that there was already smoking in the oven a pie of a size nearly equal to the famous Norwich pudding. Thus, with some trifling additions to the bill of fare, we made out very well, and the master of the house had the satisfaction of hearing the impromptu dinner very much commended by his 6 guests. End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Wau-Bun, The Early Day in the Northwest, by Juliette Kinzie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Indian Payment, Mrs. Washington. There were 2 divisions of the Winnebago Indians, one of which was paid by the agent at the Portage, the other at Prairie du Chien by General Street. The first, between 4,000 and 5,000 in number, received, according to treaty stipulations, $15,000 annually, besides a considerable amount of presents and a certain number of rations of bread and pork to be issued in times of emergency throughout the year. The principal villages of this division of the tribe were at Lake Winnebago, Green and Fox Lakes, the Baraboo, Mud Lake, the 4 Lakes, Koshkonong, and Turtle Creek. Messengers were dispatched at or before the arrival of the annuity money to all the different villages to notify the heads of families or lodges to assemble at the Portage. When arrived, the masters of families, under their different chiefs, give in their names and the number in their lodges to be registered. As in paying a certain sum of money is apportioned to each individual, it is, of course, an object to the head of a lodge to make the number registered as great as possible. Each one brings his little bundle of sticks and presents it to the agent to register. Sometimes a dialogue like the following occurs. "How many have you in your lodge?" The Indian carefully and with great ceremony counts his bundle of sticks. 15. "How many men?" 2. The agent lays aside 2 sticks. "How many women?" 3. 3 more sticks are separated. "How many children?" 8. 8 sticks are added to the heap. "What is the meaning of these 2 sticks that remain?" The culprit, whose arithmetic has not served him to carry out his deception, disappears amid the shouts and jeers of his companions, who are always well pleased at the detection of any roguery in which they have had no share. The young officers generally assisted in counting out and delivering the money at these payments, and it was no unusual thing, as the last band came up, for the chiefs to take a quantity of silver out of the box and request their father to pay his friends for their trouble, seeming really disturbed at his refusal. In this, as in most every instance, we see the native courtesy and politeness which are never lost sight of among them. If a party comes to their father to beg for provisions, and food is offered them, however hungry they may be, each waits patiently until one of the company makes an equal distribution of the whole, and then, taking his share, eats it quietly, with the greatest moderation. I never saw this rule violated, save in one instance. Our friend, Pawnee Blanc, the old dandy, once came with a party of Indians requesting permission to dance for us in the open space before the door. It was a warm, dusty afternoon, and as our friends grew heated and fatigued with a violent and long-continued exercise, a pitcher of raspberry negus was prepared and sent out to them. Pawnee received the pitcher and tumbler, and, pouring the latter about half full, gave it to the first of the circle, then filled the same for the next, and so on, until it suddenly occurred to him to look into the pitcher. What he saw there determined his course of action, so, setting the tumbler upon the ground, he raised the pitcher with both hands to his lips and gave a hearty pull, after which he went on, giving less and less, until he was called to have the pitcher replenished. All present agreed it was the only instance they had ever witnessed of an Indian's appearing afraid of getting less of a thing than his share. During the payment, a good many kegs of whiskey find their way into the lodges of the Indians, notwithstanding the watchfulness of both officers and agent. Where there is a demand, there will always be a supply, let the legal prohibitions be what they may. The last day of the payment is invariably one of general carousing. When the men begin their frolic, the women carefully gather all the guns, knives, tomahawks, and weapons of every description, and secrete them, that as little mischief as possible may be done in the absence of all restraint and reason. I am sorry to record that our little friend, Pawnee Blanc, was greatly addicted to the pleasures of the bottle. Among the presents for the chiefs, which Shawnee Yawkey had brought from the east, was a trunk of blue cloth coats trimmed with broad gold lace and a box of round black hats ornamented in a similar manner. All who are familiar with Indians of whatever tribe will have observed that their first step towards civilization, whether in man or woman, is mounting a man's hat decorated with tinsel, ribbons, or feathers. Pawnee was among the happy number remembered in the distribution, so donning at once his new costume and tying a few additional bunches of gay-colored ribbons to a long spear that was always his baton of ceremony, he came at once, followed by an admiring train, chiefly of women, to pay me a visit of state. The solemn gravity of his countenance as he motioned away those who would approach too near and finger his newly received finery, the dignity with which he strutted along, edging this way and that to avoid any possible contact from homely, everyday wardrobes, augured well for a continuance of propriety and self-respect, and a due consideration of the good opinion of all around. But alas for Pawnee! Late in the day we saw him assisted towards his lodge by two stout young Indians who had pulled him out of a ditch, his fine coat covered with mud, his hat battered and bruised, his spear shorn of its gay streamers, and poor Pawnee himself weeping and uttering all the doleful lamentations of a tipsy Indian. Among the women with whom I early made acquaintance was the wife of Wau-Bun, the Yellow Thunder. She had accompanied her husband, who was one of the deputation to visit the president, and from that time forth she had been known as the Washington woman. She had a pleasant old acquaintance sort of air in greeting me, as much as to say, "You and I have seen something of the world." No expression of surprise or admiration escaped her lips, as her companions, with childlike, laughing simplicity, exclaimed and clapped their hands at the different wonderful objects I showed them. Her deportment said plainly, "Yes, yes, my children, I have seen all these things before." It was not until I put to her ear a tropical shell, of which I had a little cabinet, and she heard its murmuring sound, that she laid aside her apathy of manner. She poked her finger into the opening to get at the animal within, shook it violently, then raised it to her ear again, and finally burst into a hearty laugh, and laid it down, acknowledging by her looks that this was beyond her comprehension. I had one shell of peculiar beauty, my favorite in the whole collection, a small conch covered with rich, dark veins. Each of the visitors successively took up this shell, and by words and gestures expressed her admiration, evidently showing that she had an eye for beauty. This was on the occasion of the parting visit of my red daughters. Shortly after the payment had been completed and the Indians had left, I discovered that my valued shell was missing from the collection. Could it be that one of the squaws had stolen it? It was possible. They would occasionally, though rarely, do such things under the influence of strong temptation. I tried to recollect which, among the party, looked most likely to have been the culprit. It could not have been the Washington woman. She was partly civilized and knew better. A few weeks afterward, Mrs. Yellow Thunder again made her appearance, and carefully unfolding a gay-colored chintz shawl, which she carried rolled up in her hand, she produced the shell, and laid it on the table before me. I did not know whether to show, by my countenance, displeasure at the trick she had played me, or joy at receiving my treasure back again, but at length decided that it was the best policy to manifest no emotion whatever. She prolonged her visit until my husband's return, and he then questioned her about the matter. She had taken the shell to her village to show to some of her people who did not come to the payment. Why had she not asked her mother's leave before carrying it away? Because she saw that her mother liked the shell, and she was afraid she would say no. This was not the first instance in which Madam Washington had displayed the shrewdness which was a predominant trait in her character. During the visit of the Indians to the eastern cities, they were taken to various exhibitions, museums, menageries, theaters, etc. It did not escape their observation that some silver was always paid before entrance, and they inquired the reason. It was explained to them. The woman brightened up as if struck with an idea. "How much do you pay for each one?" Her father told her. "How do you say that in English?" 2 shillings. 2 shin humph. Good. The next day, when as usual, visitors began to flock to the rooms where the Indians were sojourning, the woman and a young Indian, her confederate, took their station by the door, which they kept closed. When anyone knocked, the door was cautiously opened, and the woman, extending her hand, exclaimed, 2 shinen. This was readily paid in each instance, and the game went on until she had accumulated a considerable sum. But this did not satisfy her. At the first attempt of a visitor to leave the room, the door was held closed as before. The hand was extended, and 2 shinen again met his ear. He tried to explain that, having paid for his entrance, he must go out free. With an innocent shake of the head, 2 shinen was all the English she could understand. The agent, who had entered a short time before, and who, overhearing the dialogue, sat laughing behind his newspaper, waiting to see how it would all end, now came forward and interfered, and the guests were permitted to go forth without a further contribution. The good woman was moreover admonished that it was far from the custom of white people to tax their friends and visitors in this manner, and that the practice must be laid aside in future. Another instance of the disposition of the Indians to avail themselves of all the goods that fortune throws in their way was the following. Upon the same trip, while passing through Ohio, one of the party inquired of the agent, "Do you pay for all those provisions that are set before us at the hotels?" "Yes. Why do you ask?" "Nothing. I thought you perhaps paid for just what we ate of them." At the next stopping place, a fine breakfast was set upon the table, of which, as usual, they partook plentifully. Just as they had finished, the horn sounded for all to take their places in the stage coaches. Each sprang to his feet. One seized the plates of biscuits and poured them into the corner of his blanket. Another the remains of a pair of chickens. A third emptied the sugar bowls. Each laid hold of what was nearest him, and in a trice nothing was left upon the table but the empty plates and dishes. The landlord and waiters, meanwhile, stood laughing and enjoying the trick as much as any of the spectators. Upon another occasion, their father had endeavored to impress upon them the unseemliness of throwing their refuse pieces, bones, and fragments of food about on the tablecloth, pointing out to them the orderly manner of the whites at table, and the propriety of keeping everything neat and nice around them. At their next meal, they were served first with a chicken pie, of which they ate very heartily, and the accumulation of bones on their plates was very abundant. Presently another and more favorite dish appeared, a fine large roasted turkey. A gentleman sat near and was evidently preparing to carve it. No time was to be lost. What was to be done with the bones? They looked around in some perplexity. A large apple pie was standing near. The most eager drew it towards him, and quick as thought all the bones were deposited upon it, while, with a triumphant laugh at the happy idea, he coolly transferred the bird to his own dish and proceeded to distribute it among his companions. The amazed stranger soon joined in the laugh at the unceremonious manner in which his share of the dinner had vanished. End of Chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Wau-Bun, The Early Day in the Northwest, by Juliette Kinzie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Louisa, de Corre on Education. The payment was now over, and the Indians had dispersed and gone to their wintering grounds. The traders, too, had departed, laden with a good share of the silver, in exchange for which each family had provided itself, as far as possible, with clothing, guns, traps, ammunition, and the other necessaries for their winter use. The Indians are good at a bargain. They are not easily overreached. On the contrary, they understand at once when a charge is exorbitant, and a trader who tries his shrewdness upon them is sure to receive an expressive sobriquet, which ever after clings to him. For instance, Monsieur Rolette was called by them "Aquezopita," 5 more, because, as they said, let them offer what number of skins they might, and bartering for an article, his terms were invariably 5 more. Upon one occasion, a lady remarked to him, "Oh, Monsieur Rolette, I would not be engaged in the Indian trade. It seems to me a system of cheating the poor Indians." "Let me tell you, madam," replied he, with great naivete, "it is not so easy a thing to cheat the Indians as you imagine. I have tried it these 20 years, and have never succeeded." We were now settled down to a quiet domestic life, the military system under which everything was conducted, the bugle call, followed by the music of a very good band. At reveille, the light, animated strains for sick call, and soon after, for breakfast, the longer ceremony of guard mounting, the old English roast beef to announce the dinner hour, the sweet plaintive strains of Lochaber no more, followed most incongruously by the little cock sparrow at retreat, and finally the long rolling tattoo late in the evening, made pleasant divisions of our time, which, by the aid of books, music, and drawing, in addition to household occupations, seemed to fly more swiftly than ever before. It was on Sunday that I most missed my Eastern home. I had planned beforehand what we should do on the first recurrence of this sacred day under our own roof. "We shall have at least," said I to myself, "the Sabbath's quiet and repose, and I can, among other things, benefit poor Louisa by giving her some additional lessons of a serious character." So, while she was removing the breakfast things, I said to her, "Now, Louisa, get your work all finished and everything put neatly aside, and then come here to me again." "Yes, ma'am." We sat down to our books and read and waited. We waited and read another hour. No Louisa. There was music and the sound of voices on the parade in front of our windows, but that did not disturb us. It was what we were daily accustomed to. I must go at length and see what could be keeping my damsel so. I descended to the kitchen. The breakfast things stood upon the table, the kettles and spider upon the hearth. The fire was out, the kitchen empty. Passing back into the hall, which extended the whole length of the house and opened in front upon the parade, I perceived a group collected in the area of all shades and colors, and in the midst one round, woolly head, which I could not mistake, bobbing up and down, now on this side, now on that, while peals of laughter were issuing from the whole group. "Louisa," I called, "come here. What are you doing there?" "Looking at inspection." "But why are not your breakfast things washed and your kitchen swept? Did I not tell you I wished to come up and learn your lessons?" "Yes, ma'am, but I had to see inspection first. Everybody looks at inspection on Sunday." I found it was in vain to expect to do more for Louisa than give her an afternoon's lesson, and with that I was obliged to content myself. I felt that it would be very pleasant and perhaps profitable for all the inmates of the garrison to assemble on this day. One of our number might be found who would read a portion of the church service with a sermon from one of our different selections. I approached the subject cautiously, with an inquiry to this effect: "Are there none among the officers who are religiously disposed?" "Oh, yes," replied the one whom I addressed. "There is S. When he is half tipsy, he takes his Bible and Newton's works and goes to bed and cries over them. He thinks in this way he is excessively pious." S. was among the officers who had never called upon us. It was fair to infer that if his religious principles did not correct his own evil habits, they would not aid much in improving others. Therefore, it seemed useless to call in his cooperation in any scheme for a better observance of the Lord's Day. We had to content ourselves with writing to our friends at the East to interest themselves in getting a missionary sent to us who should officiate as chaplain in the garrison, a plan that seemed to find favor with the officers. The hope of any united religious services was, for the present, laid aside. The post surgeon having obtained a furlough, his place was supplied by Dr. Newhall of Galena, and thus, by the addition of his gentle, quiet wife, our circle of ladies was now enlarged to 3. Here we were, in a wilderness, but yet how contented and happy. A gloom was soon to replace this envied tranquillity in our home. A Frenchman named Letender one day suddenly presented himself. He He had come from Chicago with the distressing intelligence of the extreme, indeed hopeless, illness of our dear relative, Dr. Wolcott. My husband immediately commenced his preparations for instant departure. I begged to be permitted to accompany him, but the rapidity with which he proposed a journey obliged him to refuse my entreaties. In a few hours his provisions, horses, and all other things necessary for the journey were in readiness, and he set off with Peteo Grignon, his usual attendant on such expeditions, leaving Latender to follow as soon as recruited from his fatigue. Sad and dreary were the hours of his absence, notwithstanding the kind efforts of our friends to cheer me. In a few days I received the news of the fatal termination of Dr. W.'s illness, brought by another messenger. That noble heart, so full of warm and kindly affections, had ceased to beat, and sad and desolate indeed were those who had so loved and honored him. As soon as he could possibly leave his family, my husband returned, and it was fortunate that he had delayed no longer, for the winter now began to set in, and with severity. Our quarters were spacious, but having been constructed of the green trees of the forest, cut down and sawed into boards by the hands of the soldiers, they were considerably given to shrinking and warping, thus leaving many a yawning crevice. Stuffing the cracks with cotton batting and pasting strips of paper over them formed the employment of many a leisure hour. Then the chimneys, spite of all the currents of air, which might have been expected to create a drought, had a sad habit of smoking. To remedy this, a couple of gun barrels were, by order of the commanding officer, sawed off and inserted in the hearth, one on each side of the fireplace, in the hope that the air from the room below might help to carry the smoke into its proper place, the chimney. The next morning after this had been done, Louisa was washing the hearth. "Pray, ma'am," said she, "what are these things put in here for?" I explained their use. "Oh, I am so glad it is only that. Uncle Ephraim, Major Twiggs' servant, said they were to be filled with powder and fired off Christmas Day, and he was terribly afraid they would blow the house up, and we in it." Ephraim, who was a most faithful and valuable servant, often amused himself with playing upon the credulity of the younger portions of the colored fraternity. "Is it true," asked Louisa one day, "that Pelon and Plant were once prairie wolves?" "Prairie wolves? What an idea! Why do you ask such a foolish question?" "Because Uncle Ephraim says they and all the Frenchmen about here were once prairie wolves, and that living so near the white people, they grow, after a time, to be like them, and learn to talk and dress like them, and then, when they get to be old, they turn back into prairie wolves again, and that all the wolves that the officers bait with their dogs used to be Frenchmen once." After a time, however, I ceased to straighten out these stories of Uncle Ephraim, for I was gradually arriving at the conviction that my little colored damsel was by no means so simple and unsophisticated as she would have me believe, and that I was, after all, the one who was imposed upon. The snow this winter was prodigious, and the cold intense. The water would freeze in our parlors at a very short distance from the fire, for although the fatigue parties kept the halls filled with wood almost up to the ceiling, that did not counterbalance the inconvenience of having the wide doors thrown open to the outer air for a great portion of the day, to allow of their bringing it in. We Northerners should have had wood houses specially for the purpose, and not only have kept our great hall doors closed, but have likewise protected them with a hurricane house. But the Florida frontier was not a climate in which our Southern bachelors could have acquired the knowledge available when the thermometer was 25 degrees below zero, a point at which brandy congealed in the sideboard. The arrival of Christmas and New Year's brought us our Indian friends again. They had learned something of the observance of these holidays from their French neighbors, and I had been forewarned that I should see the squaws kissing every white man they met. Although not crediting this to its full extent, I could readily believe that they would each expect a present as a compliment of the season, so I duly prepared myself with a supply of beads, ribbons, combs, and other trinkets. Knowing them to be fond of dainties, I had also a quantity of crullers and doughnuts made ready the day before, as a treat to them. To my great surprise and annoyance, only a moderate share of the cakes, the frying of which had been entrusted to Louisa, were brought up to be placed in the Davis. "Where are the rest of the cakes, Louisa?" That great fellow Hancock came in with a fatigue party to fill the water barrels, and while I had just stepped into the storeroom to get some more flour, he carried off all I had got cooked. And Louisa made a face and whined, as if she had not herself treated every soldier who had set his foot in the premises. At an early hour the next morning, I had quite a levee of the Ho-Chung-Ra matrons. They seated themselves in a circle on the floor, and I was sorry to observe that the application of a little soap and water to their blankets had formed no part of their holiday preparations. There being no one to interpret, I thought I would begin the conversation in a way intelligible to themselves, so I brought out of the sideboard a china dish filled with the nice brown coolers, over which I had grated, according to custom, a goodly quantity of white sugar. I handed it to the first of the circle. She took the dish from my hand, and deliberately pouring all the cakes into the corner of her blanket, returned it to me empty. She must be a most voracious person, thought I, but I will manage better the next time. I refilled the dish and approached the next one, taking care to keep a fast hold of it as I offered the contents, of which I supposed she would modestly take one. Not so, however. She scooped out the whole with her 2 hands, and like the former, bestowed them in her blanket. My sense of politeness revolted at handing them out one by one, as we do to children, so I sat down to deliberate what was to be done, for evidently the supply would not long answer such an ample demand, and there would be more visitors anon. While I was thus perplexed, those who had received the cakes commenced a distribution, and the whole number was equitably divided among the company. But I observed they did not eat them. They passed their fingers over the grated sugar, looked in each other's faces, and muttered in low tones. There was evidently something they did not understand. Presently, one more adventurous than the rest wet her fingers, and taking up a few grains of the sugar, put it cautiously to her mouth. "Tanizura," sugar, was their delighted exclamation, and they all broke out into a hearty laugh. It is needless to say that the cakes disappeared with all the celerity they deemed compatible with good breeding. Never having seen any sugar but the brown or yellow maple, they had supposed the white substance to be salt, and for that reason had hesitated to taste it. Their visit was prolonged until Shawnee made his appearance, and then, having been made happy by their various gifts, they all took their departure. About this time, Mr. Kinzie received a letter from Colonel Richard M. Johnson of Kentucky. This gentleman had interested himself greatly in a school established in that state for the education of Indian youths and children. The purport of his letter was to request the agent to use every endeavor to induce the Winnebagos not only to send their children to this institution for their education, but also, what was still more important, to set apart a portion of their annuity money to assist in sustaining it. There happened to be, at this holiday season, a number of the chiefs in the neighborhood of the Portage, and a messenger was sent to convene them all at the house of Paquette, the interpreter, that their father might hold a talk with them. On the day appointed, they all assembled. The subject matter of the letter was laid before them, and all the advantages of civilization and education duly set forth, the benefits which would arise to their nation if even a small portion of the younger members could be well taught by the whites, and then returned to their tribe to instruct them in the learning, the arts, manufactures, and habits of civilized life. To each paragraph, as it was uttered to them, they responded with a unanimous "Humph, good." When their father's address was ended, De Cowray, the oldest and most venerable among the chiefs, rose and spoke as follows. "Father, the Great Spirit made the white man and the Indian. He did not make them alike. He gave the white man a heart to love peace and the arts of a quiet life. He taught him to live in towns, to build houses, to make books, to learn all things that would make him happy and prosperous in the way of life appointed him. To the red man, the Great Spirit gave a different character. He gave him a love of the woods, of a free life, of hunting and fishing, of making war with his enemies and taking scalps. The white man does not live like the Indian. It is not his nature. Neither does the Indian love to live like the white man. The Great Spirit did not make him so. Father, we do not wish to do anything contrary to the will of the Great Spirit. If he had made us with white skins and characters like the white men, then we would send our children to this school to be taught like the white children. Father, we think that if the Great Spirit had wished us to be like the whites, he would have made us so. As he has not seen fit to do so, we believed he would be displeased with us to try and make ourselves different from what he thought good. Father, I have nothing more to say. This is what we think. If we change our minds, we will let you know." End quote. It will be seen from these remarks of De Cauray that the Indians entertain a conviction that the Great Spirit himself teaches the white man the arts and sciences, and since he has given the red man no instruction in these branches, it would be unbecoming in him to attempt to acquire them in an irregular manner. With little incidents of this kind, and with an occasional dinner or tea party to the young officers, sometimes given at the major's quarters, sometimes at our own, our course of life passed pleasantly on. At times I would amuse myself by making something very nice, in the form of a fruit cake or pie, to send to the quarters of the young officers as a present, it being supposed that possibly, without a lady to preside over their mess, it might be sometimes deficient in these delicacies. Mrs. Twiggs was so fortunate as to have well-trained servants to do for her that which, thanks to my little dark handmaid, always fell to my share. One day I had made some mince pies, which the Major and my husband greatly approved, and I thought I would send one to each of the young officers. It happened that my husband, that day, in returning from superintending his men on the other side of the river, had occasion to call on some errand at Captain Harney's quarters. Dinner had just been placed upon the table, and the captain insisted on his visitors sitting down and partaking with him and another gentleman who was present. The pork and beans were pronounced excellent, and being removed, there followed a mince pie. The captain cut it and helped his guests. Then, taking a piece himself, he commenced tasting it. Pushing back his plate with an exclamation and a sudden jerk, he called to his servant, a little thick-set mulatto who waited, "David, you yellow rascal, how dare you put such a pie on my table?" And turning to the company apologetically, he said, "If there is anything on earth David does understand, it is how to make a mince pie, and here he has filled this with brandy, so we cannot eat a morsel of it." "Please, sir," said David modestly, "I did not make the pie. It is one Mrs. Kinzie sent as a present." The poor captain was now in a predicament. He raved at himself, at the same time conjuring my husband most earnestly not to tell me what a mistake he had made, an injunction that was lost sight of as soon as the latter returned to his home. As for the unlucky captain, he did not venture to call on me again until he felt sure I had forgotten the circumstance. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Wau-Bun, The Early Day in the Northwest, by Juliette Kinzie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Preparations for a journey. Early in January, the snow fell in great abundance. We had an unusual quantity at the Portage, but in the diggings, as the lead mining country was called, it was of an unheard-of depth, 5 or 6 feet upon a level. An express had been dispatched to Chicago by the officers to take our letters and bring back the mail from that place. A tough, hardy soldier named Sulky acted as messenger, and he had hitherto made light of his burden or the length of the way, notwithstanding that his task was performed on foot with his pack upon his shoulders. But now Sulky had been absent some weeks, and we had given him up entirely, persuaded that he must have perished with cold and starvation. At length he appeared, nearly blind from traveling in the snow. He had lain by 3 weeks in an Indian lodge, the snow being too deep to permit him to journey. The account he gave put an end to the hopes I had begun to entertain of being able to visit our friends at Chicago in the course of this winter. We had, before the last heavy fall of snow, been forming plans to that effect. Captain Harney had kindly commenced preparing some trains or boxes placed on sledges, which it was thought would, when lined with buffalo skins, furnish a very comfortable kind of vehicle for the journey, and I was still inclined to think a good deep bed of snow over the whole country no great obstacle to a sleigh ride. The whole matter was, however, cut short by the commanding officer, who from the first had violently opposed the scheme, declaring that he would order the sentinels to fire on us if we attempted to leave the fort. So finding the majority against us, we were obliged to yield. The arrival of sweet, lovely little Lizzie Twiggs before January was quite past was an event that shed light and joy in at least 2 dwellings. It seemed as if she belonged to all of us, and as she increased in size and beauty, it was hard to say who among us all was most proud of her. If we had ever felt any languid hours before, we could have none now. She was the pet, the darling, the joint property of both households. Whatever regret I might have had previous to this event at the idea of leaving my friend for the 3 weeks to which we proposed to limit our visit to Chicago, I felt now that she would scarcely miss me, and that we might hold ourselves in readiness to take advantage of the first improvement in the weather to put this favorite project in execution. During the latter part of February, the cold became less severe. The snows melted away, and by the beginning of March, the weather was so warm and genial that we were quite confident of being able to make the journey on horseback without any serious difficulty. Our plans once settled upon, the first thing to be provided was warm and comfortable apparel. A riding habit of stout broadcloth was pronounced indispensable to my equipment, but of such an article I was destitute. Nothing among my wedding traveling gear seemed in any way to offer a substitute. What was to be done? The requisite material was to be found in abundance at the settler's store, the shanty, as it was technically termed, but how to get it manufactured into a suitable garment was the question. The regimental tailor was summoned. He was cook to one of the companies, and there were at first some doubts whether he could be permitted to forsake the spit for the needle during the time I should require his services. All his tailoring work had heretofore been done at odd times on a bench in the company kitchen, and thither he now proposed to carry the riding habit. I suggested that, in order to superintend the work, I should thus be driven to take up my abode for the time being in the barracks, which would be a decided inconvenience. To remedy the difficulty, he was finally so happy as to find a soldier in Company D who consented to officiate in his place as cook until his term of service to me should expire. Behold, then, a little solemn-looking man in his stocking feet, seated cross-legged on an Indian mat by my parlor window. He had made all his arrangements himself, and I deemed it wisest not to interfere with him. The cutting out was the most difficult part, and as he had never made a lady's riding habit, that task fell to my share. I was as great a novice as himself, and I must admit that this, my first effort, was open to criticism. But the little tailor was of a different opinion. He was in an ecstasy with our joint performance. "Upon my word, madam," he would exclaim, surveying it with admiring eyes, "we shall have a very respectable garment." I do not know how many times he repeated this during the 3 days that the work was in progress. I believe he had not perfect confidence in the culinary powers of his comrade of Company D, for regularly, a half-hour before beat of drum, his work was folded and laid aside, his snips gathered up, and all things being restored to order, he would slip out, resume his shoes, which, Turk-like, he had left outside the door, and speed over to the barrack kitchen to see how matters were going on. In the meantime, great preparations were making below, under the supervision of our tidy, active little French servant, Mrs. Pilon, the wife of one of the engagés by whom the irregular and unmanageable Louisa had been replaced. Biscuits were baked, a ham, some tongues, and sundry pieces of salt pork were boiled, coffee roasted and ground, sugar cracked, isinglass cut in pieces of the size requisite for a pot of coffee. For the reception of all these different articles, cotton bags of different sizes had been previously prepared. large sacks of skin, called by the Canadians porches, were also provided to hold the more bulky provisions, for our journey was to be a long one. The distance from Fort Winnebago to Chicago was not very formidable, it is true, if the direct route were taken, but that we knew to be impossible at this season of the year. The route by Koshkonong was out of the question, all the Indians being absent from their villages in the winter, and the ice being now gone. We could have no means of crossing the Rock River at that place. There remained, therefore, no alternative but to proceed south to Dixon, or as it was then called, Ogie's Ferry, the only certain means of crossing this broad and rapid stream. This route being so much out of our direct course that we could not hope to accomplish it in less than 6 days, it was necessary to prepare accordingly. While the wardrobe and provisions were thus in preparation, arrangements were also being made as to our retinue and mode of conveyance. Mr. Kinzie decided to take with him but 2 men, Plant and Pierre Roy, the former to act as guide, on the assurance that he knew every mile of the way, from the Portage to Ogie's Ferry, and from Ogie's Ferry to Chicago. The claims of the different saddle horses were discussed, and the most eligible one was selected for my use. We hesitated for a time between Legris and Souris, 2 much vaunted animals belonging to Paquette, the interpreter. At length, being determined, like most of my sex, by a regard for exterior, I chose Legris, and Souris was assigned to young Roy. My own little stumpy pony, Brunette, being pronounced just the thing for a pack saddle. My husband rode his own bay horse, Tom, while Plant, the gayest and proudest of the party, bestrode a fine large animal called Jerry, which had lately been purchased for my use, and thus was our cortege complete. End of Chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Wau-Bun, The Early Day in the Northwest, by Juliette Kinzie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Departure from Fort Winnebago. Having taken a tender leave of our friends, the morning of the 8th of March saw us mounted and equipped for our journey. The weather was fine. The streams, already fringed with green, were sparkling in the sun. Everything gave promise of an early and genial season. In vain, when we reached the ferry at the foot of the hill on which the fort stood, did Major Twiggs repeat his endeavors to dissuade us from commencing a journey which he assured me would be perilous beyond what I could anticipate. I was resolute. Our party was augmented by an escort of all the young officers, who politely insisted on accompanying us as far as Duck Creek, 4 miles distant. Indeed, there were some who would gladly have prosecuted the whole journey with us and escaped the monotony of their solitary, uneventful life. In our rear, following an ox cart, on which was perched a canoe, destined to transport us over the creek, and also an extensive marsh beyond it, which was invariably, at this season, overflowed with water to a considerable depth. We had much amusement in watching the progress of this vehicle as it bumped and thumped over the road, unconscious hitherto of the dignity of a wheeled carriage. Our little shock-headed, sunburnt, thick-lipped Canadian, who happened most miraculously to be the husband of my pretty servant, Mrs. Pilon, shouted vociferously as the animals lagged in their pace or jolted against a stump, "Marchez donc! Regardez! Prenez garde!" to our infinite diversion. I was in high spirits, foreseeing no hardships or dangers, but rather imagining myself embarked on a pleasure excursion across the prairies. It had not even suggested itself to me that a straw bonnet and kid gloves were no suitable equipment for such an expedition. Never having traveled at so inclement a season, I was heedlessly ignorant of the mode of preparing against it, and had resisted or laughed at my husband's suggestions to provide myself with blanket socks and a woolen capuchon for my head and shoulders. And now, although the wind occasionally lifted my headgear with a rude puff, and my hands ere long became swollen and stiffened with the cold, I persuaded myself that these were trifling evils to which I should soon get accustomed. I was too well pleased with the novelty of my outfit, with my hunting knife in a gay scabbard hanging from my neck and my tin cup at my saddle bow, to regard minor inconveniences. On reaching Duck Creek, we took leave of our young friends, who remained on the bank long enough to witness our passage across, ourselves in the canoe, and the poor horses swimming the stream, now filled with cakes of floating ice. Beyond the rising ground, which formed the opposite bank of the stream, extended a marsh of perhaps 300 yards across. To this the men carried the canoe which was to bear us over. The water was not deep, so our attendants merely took off the pack from Brunette and my side saddle from Legris for fear of accidents, and then mounted their own steeds, leading the 2 extra ones. My husband placed the furniture of the pack horse and my saddle in the center of the canoe, which he was to paddle across. "Now, wifey," said he, "jump in and seat yourself flat in the bottom of the canoe." "Oh, no," said I will sit on the little trunk in the center. I shall be so much more comfortable, and I can balance the canoe exactly." "As you please, but I think you will find it is not the best way." A vigorous push sent us a few feet from the bank. At that instant, 2 favorite greyhounds whom we had brought with us, and who had stood whining upon the bank, reluctant to take to the water as they were ordered, gave a sudden bound, and alighted full upon me. The canoe balanced a moment, then yielded, and quick as thought, dogs, furniture, and lady were in the deepest of the water. My husband, who was just preparing to spring into the canoe when the dogs thus unceremoniously took precedence of him, was at my side in a moment, and seizing me by the collar of my cloak, begged me not to be frightened. I was not in the least, and only laughed as he raised and placed me again upon the bank. The unfortunate saddle and little trunk were then rescued, but not until they had received a pretty thorough wetting. Our merriment was still further increased by the sight of the maladroit Pilon, who was attempting to ride my spirited Jerry across the marsh. He was clinging to the neck of the animal, with a countenance distorted with terror, as he shouted forth all manner of French objurgations. Jerry pranced and curvetted, and finally shot forward his rider, or rather his burden, head foremost, a distance of several feet into the water. A general outcry of mirth saluted the unfortunate Frenchman, which was redoubled as he raised himself puffing and snorting from his watery bed, and waddled back to his starting place, the horse, meanwhile, very sensibly making his way to join his companions, who had already reached the farther bank. "Well, wifey," said Mr. Kinzie, "I cannot trust you in the canoe again. There is no way but to carry you across the marsh like a papoose. Will you take a ride on my shoulders?" "With all my heart, if you will promise to take me safely," and I was soon mounted. I must confess that the gentleman staggered now and then under his burden, which was no slight one, and I was sadly afraid, more than once, that I should meet a similar fate to old Pilon, but happily we reached the other side in safety. There my husband insisted on my putting on dry shoes and stockings, and, must I confess it, drinking a little brandy to obviate the effects of my icy bath. He would fain have made a halt to kindle a fire and dry my apparel and wardrobe properly, but this I would not listen to. I endeavored to prove to him that the delay would expose me to more cold than riding in my wet habit and cloak, and so indeed it might have been, but along with my convictions upon the subject there was mingled a spice of reluctance that our friends at the fort should have an opportunity, as they certainly would have done, of laughing at our inauspicious commencement. Soon our horses were put in order, and our march recommenced. The day was fine for the season. I felt no inconvenience from my wet garments, the exercise of riding taking away all feeling of chilliness. It was to me a new mode of traveling, and I enjoyed it the more from having been secluded for more than 5 months within the walls of the fort, scarcely varying the tenor of our lives by an occasional walk of half a mile into the surrounding woods. We had still another detention upon the road from meeting Lapierre, the blacksmith from Sugar Creek, who with one of his associates was going to the Portage for supplies, so that we had not traveled more than 23 miles when we came to our proposed encamping ground. It was upon a beautiful stream, a tributary of one of the four lakes. Note: between two of these lakes is now situated the town of Madison, the capital of the state of Wisconsin. End note. That chain whose banks are unrivaled for romantic loveliness. I could not but admire the sagacity of the horses, who seemed, with human intelligence, to divine our approach to the spot where their toils were to cease. While still remote from the point of woods which foretold a halt, they pricked up their ears, accelerated their pace, and finally arrived at the spot on a full gallop. We alighted at an open space just within the verge of the wood, or, as it is called by Western travelers, the timber. My husband recommended to me to walk about until a fire should be made, which was soon accomplished by our active and experienced woodsman, to whom the felling of a large tree was the work of a very few minutes. The dry grass around furnished an excellent tinder, which, ignited by the sparks from the flint — there were no locofocos in those days — and aided by the broken branches and bits of lightwood, soon produced a cheering flame. The bourgeois, in the meantime, busied himself in setting up the tent, taking care to place it opposite the fire, but in such a direction that the wind would carry the smoke and flame away from the opening or door. Within, upon the ground, were spread first a bearskin, then 2 or 3 blankets, of which each equestrian had carried 2, one under the saddle and one above it, after which, the remainder of the luggage being brought in, I was able to divest myself of all my wet clothing and replace it with dry. Some idea of the state of the thermometer may be formed from the fact that my riding habit, being placed over the end of the huge log against which our fire was made, was, in a very few minutes, frozen so stiff as to stand upright, giving the appearance of a dress out of which a lady had vanished in some unaccountable manner. It would be but a repetition of our experience upon the Fox River to describe the ham broiled upon the broches, the toasted bread, the steaming coffee, the primitive table furniture. There is, however, this difference, that of the latter we carry with us in our journeys on horseback only a coffee pot, a tea kettle, and each rider his tin cup and hunting knife. The deportment at table is marked by an absence of ceremony. The knife is drawn from the scabbard. Those who remember to do so vouchsafe it a wipe upon the napkin. Its first office is to stir the cup of coffee, next to divide the piece of ham which is placed on the half of a traveling biscuit, held in the left hand, to fulfill the office of a plate. It is an art only to be acquired by long practice, to cut the meat so skillfully as not at the same time to destroy the dish. We take our places around the mat to enjoy what, after our fatiguing ride, we find delicious food. The Frenchmen are seated at a little distance, receiving their supplies of coffee, meat, and bread, and occasionally passing jokes with the bourgeois, who is their demigod, and for whom their respect and devotion are never lessened by his affability or condescension. The meal being finished, the table furniture is rinsed in the hot water and set aside until morning. A wisp of dry prairie grass is supposed in most cases to render the knife fit to be restored to the scabbard, and there being, at this season of the year, no amusement but that of watching the awkward movements of the spancelled horses in their progress from spot to spot in search of pasturage, we are usually soon disposed to arrange our blankets and retire to rest. At break of day we are aroused by the shout of the bourgeois. How, how, how! All start from their slumbers. The fire, which has been occasionally replenished through the night, is soon kindled into a flame. The horses are caught and saddled, while a breakfast, similar in kind to the meal of the preceding evening, is preparing. The tent is struck, the pack-horse loaded, tout démanché, as the Canadian says. The breakfast finished, we rinse our kettles and cups, tie them to our saddle-bows, and then mount and away, leaving our fire, or rather our smoke, to tell of our visit. March 9th. Our journey this day led us past the first of the 4 lakes. Scattered along its banks was an encampment of Winnebagos. They greeted their father with vociferous joy. Bonjour, bonjour, Shoniaki, hini kare ke nu. How do you do? To this succeeded the usual announcement, Wis capra chunch kunino. I have no bread. This is their form of begging, but we could not afford to be generous, for the uncertainty of obtaining a supply, should our own be exhausted, obliged us to observe the strictest economy. How beautiful the encampment looked in the morning sun! The matted lodges, with the blue smoke curling from their tops, the trees and bushes powdered with the light snow which had fallen through the night, the lake shining and sparkling almost at our feet, even the Indians in their peculiar costume added to the picturesque. I was sorry to leave it, as we were compelled to do in all haste, Souris the pack-horse having taken it into his head to decamp while we were in conversation with our red friends. As he had very sensibly concluded to pursue his journey in the right direction, we had the good fortune to overtake him after a short race, and having received much scolding and some blows from young Roy, whose charge he specially was, he was placed in the middle of the cavalcade as a mark of disgrace for his breach of duty. Our road, after leaving the lake, lay over a rolling prairie, now bare and desolate enough. The hollows were filled with snow, which, being partly thawed, furnished an uncertain footing for the horses, and I could not but join in the ringing laughter of our Frenchmen, as occasionally Brunette and Souris, the two ponies, would flounder, almost embedded through the yielding mass. Even the vainglorious Plant, who piqued himself on his equestrian skill, was once or twice nearly unhorsed from having chosen his road badly. Sometimes the elevations were covered with a thicket or copse, in which our dogs would generally rouse up one or more deer. Their first bound or lope was the signal for a chase. The horses seemed to enter into the spirit of it, as halloo answered halloo, but we were never so fortunate as to get a shot at one, for although the dogs once or twice caught, they were not strong enough to hold them. It was about the middle of the afternoon when we reached the Blue Mound. I rejoiced much to have got so far, for I was sadly fatigued, and every mile now seemed like 2 to me. In fact, the miles are unconscionably long in this country. When I was told that we had still 7 miles to go to Morrison's, where we proposed stopping for the night, I was almost in despair. It was my first journey on horseback, and I had not yet become inured to the exercise. When we reached Morrison's, I was so much exhausted that, as my husband attempted to lift me from the saddle, I fell into his arms. "This will never do," said he. "Tomorrow we must turn our faces towards Fort Winnebago again." The door opened hospitably to receive us. We were welcomed by a lady with a most sweet, benignant countenance, and by her companion, some years younger. The first was Mrs. Morrison, the other Miss Elizabeth Dodge, daughter of General Dodge. My husband laid me upon a small bed in the room where the ladies had been sitting at work. They took off my bonnet and riding dress, chafed my hands, and prepared me some warm wine and water, by which I was soon revived. A half-hour's repose so refreshed me that I was able to converse with the ladies, and to relieve my husband's mind of all anxiety on my account. Tea was announced soon after, and we repaired to an adjoining building, for Morrison's, like the establishment of all settlers of that period, consisted of a group of detached log houses or cabins, each containing 1 or at most 2 apartments. The table groaned with good cheer, and brought to mind some that I had seen among the old-fashioned Dutch residents on the banks of the Hudson. I had recovered my spirits, and we were quite a cheerful party. Mrs. Morrison told us that during the first 18 months she passed in this country, she did not speak with a white woman, the only society she had being that of her husband and 2 black servant women. A Tennessee woman had called in with her little son just before tea, and we amused Mr. Kinzie with a description of the pair. The mother's visit was simply one of courtesy. She was a little dumpy woman, with a complexion burned perfectly red by the sun, and hair of an exact tow color, braided up from her forehead in front and from her neck behind. These tails, meeting on the top of her head, were fastened with a small tin comb. Her dress was of checkered homespun, a very tight fit, and as she wore no ruff or handkerchief around her neck, she looked as if just prepared for execution. She was evidently awestruck at the sight of visitors, and seemed inclined to take her departure at once. But the boy, not so easily intimidated, would not understand her signs and pinches until he had sidled up to Mrs. Morrison and, drawing his old hat still farther over his eyes, begged for a whang, meaning a narrow strip of deerskin. The lady very obligingly cut one from a large smoked skin, which she produced from its receptacle, and mother and son took their leave, with a smiling but rather a scared look. After tea we returned to Mrs. Morrison's parlor, where she kindly insisted on my again reposing myself on the little bed to recruit me, as she said, for the ensuing day's journey. My husband, in the meantime, went to look after the accommodation of his men and horses. During the conversation that ensued, I learned that Mrs. Morrison had passed much time in the neighborhood of my recent home in Oneida County, that many of the friends I had loved and valued were likewise her friends, and that she had even proposed to visit me at Fort Winnebago on hearing of my arrival there, in order to commence an acquaintance which had thus been brought about by other and unexpected means. Long and pleasant was the discourse we held together until a late hour, and mutual was the satisfaction with which we passed old friends and bygone events in review, much to the edification of Miss Dodge and of the gentlemen when they once more joined us. End of Chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Wau-Bun, The Early Day in the Northwest, by Juliette Kinzie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. William S. Hamilton, Kellogg's Grove. The next morning, after a cheerful breakfast, at which we were joined by the Reverend Mr. Kent of Galena, we prepared for our journey. I had reconciled my husband to continuing our route toward Chicago by assuring him that I felt as fresh and bright as when I first set out from home. There seemed some apprehension, however, that we might have difficulty in striking the trail to Hamilton's diggings, our next point of destination. The directions we received were certainly obscure. We were to pursue a given trail for a certain number of miles, when we should come to a crossing into which we were to turn, taking an easterly direction. After a time, this would bring us to a deep trail leading straight to Hamilton's. In this open country, there are no landmarks. One elevation is so exactly like another that if you lose your trail, there is almost as little hope of regaining it as of finding a pathway in the midst of the ocean. Note: I speak, it will be understood, of things as they existed a quarter of a century ago. End note. The trail, it must be remembered, is not a broad highway, but a narrow path, deeply indented by the hoofs of the horses on which the Indians travel in single file. So deeply is it sunk in the sod which covers the prairies that it is difficult sometimes to distinguish it at a distance of a few rods. It was new ground to Mr. Kinzie, whose journeys from the Portage to Chicago had hitherto been made in the direct route by Coshconong. He therefore obliged Mr. Morrison to repeat the directions again and again, though Plant, our guide, swaggered and talked big, averring that, quote, he knew every hill and stream and point of woods from that spot to Chicago, end quote. We had not proceeded many miles on our journey, however, before we discovered that Monsieur Plant was profoundly ignorant of the country, so that Mr. Kinzie was obliged to take the lead himself and make his way as he was best able, according to the directions he had received. Nothing, however, like the cross trails we had been promised met our view, and the path on which we had set out diverged so much from what we knew to be the right direction that we were at length compelled to abandon it altogether. We traveled the livelong day, barely making a halt at noon to bait our horses and refresh ourselves with a luncheon. The ride was as gloomy and desolate as could well be imagined. A rolling prairie, unvaried by forest or stream, hillock rising after hillock, at every ascent of which we vainly hoped to see a distant fringe of timber. But the same cheerless, unbounded prospect everywhere met the eye, diversified only here and there by the oblong openings, like gigantic graves, which marked an unsuccessful search for indications of a lead mine. So great was our anxiety to recover our trail, for the weather was growing more cold, and the wind more sharp and piercing, that we were not tempted to turn from our course even by the appearance more than once of a gaunt prairie wolf peering over the nearest rising ground and seeming to dare us to an encounter. The Frenchmen, it is true, would instinctively give a shout and spur on their horses, while the hounds, Kelda and Cora, would rush to the chase, but the bourgeois soon called them back, with a warning that we must attend strictly to the prosecution of our journey. Just before sunset we crossed, with some difficulty, a muddy stream, which was bordered by a scanty belt of trees, making a tolerable encamping ground, and of this we gladly availed ourselves, although we knew not whether it was near or remote from the place we were in search of. We had ridden at least 50 miles since leaving Morrison's, yet I was sensible of very little fatigue. There was, however, a vague feeling of discomfort at the idea of being lost in this wild, cold region, altogether different from anything I had ever before experienced. The encouraging tones of my husband's voice, however, "Cheer up, wifey, we will find the trail tomorrow," served to dissipate all uneasiness. The exertions of the men soon made our camp comfortable, notwithstanding the difficulty of driving the tent pins into the frozen ground, and the want of trees sufficiently large to make a rousing fire. The place was a stony side hill, as it would be called in New England, where such things abound, but we were not disposed to be fastidious, so we ate our salt ham and toasted our bread, and lent a pleased ear to the chatter of our Frenchmen, who could not sufficiently admire the heroism of Madame John amid the vicissitudes that befell her. The wind, which at bedtime was sufficiently high to be uncomfortable, increased during the night. It snowed heavily, and we were every moment in dread that the tent would be carried away, but the matter was settled differently by the snapping of the poles and the falling of the whole with its superincumbent weight of snow in a mass upon us. Mr. Kinzie roused up his men, and at their head he sallied into the neighboring wood to cut a new set of poles, leaving me to bear the burden of the whole upon my shoulders, my only safety from the storm being to keep snugly housed beneath the canvas. With some difficulty a sort of support was at length adjusted for the tent covering, which answered our purpose tolerably well until the break of day, when our damp and miserable condition made us very glad to rise and hang round the fire until breakfast was dispatched and the horses once more saddled for our journey. The prospect was not an encouraging one. Around us was an unbroken sheet of snow. We had no compass, and the air was so obscured by the driving sleet that it was often impossible to tell in which direction the sun was. I tied my husband's silk pocket handkerchief over my veil to protect my face from the wind and icy particles with which the air was filled and which cut like a razor, but although shielded in every way that circumstances rendered possible, I suffered intensely from the cold. We pursued our way, mile after mile, entering every point of woods in hopes of meeting with, at least, some Indian wigwam at which we could gain intelligence. Every spot was solitary and deserted, not even the trace of a recent fire to cheer us with the hope of human beings within miles of us. Suddenly, a shout from the foremost of the party made each heart bound with joy. "Une clôture! Une clôture!" A fence, a fence. It was almost like life to the dead. We spurred on, and indeed perceived a few straggling rails crowning a rising ground at no great distance. Never did music sound so sweet as the crowing of a cock which at this moment saluted our ears. Following the course of the enclosure down the opposite slope, we came upon a group of log cabins, low, shabby, and unpromising in their appearance, but a most welcome shelter from the pelting storm. "Whose cabins are these?" asked Mr. Kinzie of a man who was cutting wood at the door of one. "Hamilton's," was his reply, and he stepped forward at once to assist us to alight, hospitality being a matter of course in these wild regions. We were shown into the most comfortable-looking of the buildings. A large fire was burning in the clay chimney, and the room was of a genial warmth, notwithstanding the apertures, many inches in width, beside the doors and windows. A woman in a tidy calico dress and shabby black silk cap trimmed with still shabbier lace rose from her seat beside a sort of bread trough which fulfilled the office of cradle to a fine fat baby. She made room for us at the fire, but was either too timid or too ignorant to relieve me of wrappings and defenses now heavy with the snow. I soon contrived, with my husband's aid, to disembarrass myself of them, and having seen me comfortably disposed of, and in a fair way to be thawed after my freezing ride, he left me to see after his men and horses. He was a long time absent, and I expected he would return accompanied by our host, but when he reappeared it was to tell me, laughing, that Mr. Hamilton hesitated to present himself before me, being unwilling that one who had been acquainted with his family at the East should see him in his present mode of life. However, this feeling apparently wore off, for before dinner he came in and was introduced to me and was as agreeable and polite as the son of Alexander Hamilton would naturally be. The housekeeper, who was the wife of one of the miners, prepared us a plain, comfortable dinner, and a table as long as the dimensions of the cabin would admit was set out, the end nearest the fire being covered with somewhat nicer furniture and more delicate fare than the remaining portion. The blowing of a horn was the signal for the entrance of 10 or 12 miners, who took their places below us at the table. They were the roughest-looking set of men I ever beheld, and their language was as uncouth as their persons. They wore hunting shirts, trousers, and moccasins of deerskin, the former being ornamented at the seams with a fringe of the same, while a colored belt around the waist, in which was stuck a large hunting knife, gave each the appearance of a brigand. Mr. Hamilton, although so much their superior, was addressed by them uniformly as Uncle Billy, and I could not but fancy there was something desperate about them, that it was necessary to propitiate by this familiarity. This feeling was further confirmed by the remarks of one of the company who lingered behind after the rest of the gang had taken their departure. He had learned that we came from Fort Winnebago, and having informed us that, quote, he was a discharged soldier and would like to make some inquiries about his old station and comrades, end quote, he unceremoniously seated himself and commenced questioning us. The bitterness with which he spoke of his former officers made me quite sure he was a deserter, and I rather suspected he had made his escape from the service in consequence of some punishment. His countenance was fairly distorted as he spoke of Captain H., to whose company he had belonged. "There is a man in the mines," said he, "who has been in his hands, and if he ever gets a chance to come within shot of him, I guess the captain will remember it. He knows well enough he daren't set his foot in the diggings. And there's T is not much better. Everybody thought it a great pity that fellow's gun snapped when he so nearly had him at Green Bay." Having delivered himself of these sentiments, he marched out, to my great relief. Mr. Hamilton passed most of the afternoon with us, for the storm raged so without that to proceed on our journey was out of the question. He gave us many pleasant anecdotes and reminiscences of his early life in New York and of his adventures since he had come to the western wilderness. When obliged to leave us for a while, he furnished us with some books to entertain us, the most interesting of which was the biography of his father. Could this illustrious man have foreseen in what is seen the dwelling of his son? This book was to be one day perused. What would have been his sensations? The most amusing part of our experience was yet to come. I had been speculating, as evening approached, on our prospects for the night's accommodation, as our pale, melancholy-looking landlady and her fat baby were evidently the only specimens of the feminine gender about the establishment. It was hardly reasonable to suppose that any of the other cabins contained wherewithal to furnish us a comfortable lodging, and the one in which we were offered nothing of the sort to view but 2 beds, uncurtained, extended against the farther wall. My doubts were after a time resolved by observing the hostess stretch a cord between the two, on which she hung some petticoats and extra garments by way of a partition, after which she invited us to occupy one of them. My only preparation was to wrap my cloak around me and lie down with my face to the wall, but the good people were less ceremonious, for at the distance of scarcely 2 feet, we could not be mistaken in the sound of their garments being not laid aside, but whipped over the partition wall between us. Our waking thoughts, however, were only those of thankfulness for so comfortable a lodging after the trials and fatigues we had undergone, and even these were of short duration, for our eyes were soon closed in slumber. The next day's sun rose clear and bright. Refreshed and invigorated, we looked forward with pleasure to a recommencement of our journey, confident of meeting no more mishaps by the way. Mr. Hamilton kindly offered to accompany us to his next neighbors, the trifling distance of 25 miles. From Kellogg's to Ogie's Ferry on the Rock River, the road being much traveled, we should be in no danger, Mr. H. said, of again losing our way. The miner who owned the wife and baby, and who consequently was somewhat more humanized than his comrades, and taking leave of us, quote, wished us well out of the country, and that we might never have occasion to return to it. End quote. I pity a body, said he, when I see them making such an awful mistake as to come out this way, for comfort never touched this western country. We found Mr. Hamilton as agreeable a companion as on the preceding day, but a most desperate rider. He galloped on at such a rate that, had I not exchanged my pony for the fine, noble Jerry, I should have been in danger of being left behind. Well mounted as we all were, he sometimes nearly distanced us. We were now among the branches of the Pickatonic, and the country had lost its prairie character and become rough and broken. We went dashing on, sometimes down ravines, sometimes through narrow passes where, as I followed, I left fragments of my veil upon the projecting and interwoven branches. Once my hat became entangled, and had not my husband sprung to my rescue, I must have shared the fate of Absalom, Jerry's ambition to keep his place in the race, making it probable he would do as did the mule who was under the unfortunate prince. There was no halting upon the route, and as we kept the same pace until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, it was beyond a question that when we reached Kellogg's, we had traveled at least 30 miles. One of my greatest annoyances during the ride had been the behavior of the little beast, Brunette. He had been hitherto used as a saddle horse and had been accustomed to a station in the file near the guide or leader. He did not relish being put in the background as a pack horse, and accordingly, whenever we approached a stream where the file broke up to permit each horseman to choose his own place of fording, it was invariably the case that just as I was reining Jerry into the water, Brunette would come rushing past and throw himself into our very footsteps, plunging, snorting, and splashing me with water, and sometimes even starting Jerry into a leap aside. He more than once brought me into imminent danger of being tossed into the stream. It was in vain that, after one or two such adventures, I learned to hold back and give the vexatious little animal the precedence. His passion seemed to be to go into the water precisely at the moment Jerry did, and I was obliged at last to make a bargain with young Roy to dismount and hold him at every stream until I had got safely across. Kellogg's was a comfortable mansion. Note: it was at this spot that the unfortunate St. Vrain lost his life during the Sauk War in 1832. End note. Just within the verge of a pleasant grove of timber, as a small forest is called by Western travelers, we found Mrs. Kellogg a very respectable-looking matron, who soon informed us she was from the city of New York. She appeared proud and delighted to entertain Mr. Hamilton, for whose family, she took occasion to tell us, she had, in former days, been in the habit of doing needlework. The worthy woman provided us an excellent dinner, and afterwards installed me in a rocking chair beside a large fire, with the Life of Mrs. Fletcher to entertain me, while the gentlemen explored the premises, visited Mr. Kellogg's stock, and took a careful look at their own. We had intended to go to Dixon's the same afternoon, but the snow, beginning again to fall, obliged us to content ourselves where we were. In the meantime, finding we were journeying to Chicago, Mr. Kellogg came to the determination to accompany us, having, as he said, some business to accomplish at that place. So Mrs. Kellogg busied herself in preparing him to set off with us the following morning. I pleaded hard to remain yet another day, as the following was Sunday, on which I objected to travel, but in view of the necessities of the case, the uncertainty of the weather, and the importance of getting as quickly as possible through this wild country, my objections were overruled, and I could only obtain a delay in starting until so late in the afternoon as would give us just time to ride the 16 miles to Dixon's before sunset. No great time was required for Mr. Kellogg's preparations. He would take, he said, only 2 days' provisions, for at his brother-in-law Dixon's we should get our supper and breakfast, and the route from there to Chicago could, he well knew, be accomplished in a day and a half. Although, according to this calculation, we had sufficient remaining of our stores to carry us to the end of our journey, yet my husband took the precaution of begging Mrs. Kellogg to bake us another bag of biscuits in case of accidents, and he likewise suggested to Mr. Kellogg the prudence of furnishing himself with something more than his limited allowance. But the good man objected that he was unwilling to burden his horse more than was absolutely necessary, seeing that, at this season of the year, we were obliged to carry fodder for the animals in addition to the rest of their load. It will be seen that we had reason to rejoice in our own foresight. My experience of the previous night had rendered me somewhat less fastidious than when I commenced my journey, so that when introduced to our sleeping apartment, which I found we were to share with 6 men, travelers like ourselves, my only feeling was one of thankfulness that each bed was furnished with a full suit of blue-checked curtains, which formed a very tolerable substitute for a dressing room. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Wau-Bun, The Early Day in the Northwest, by Juliette Kinzie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Rock River, Hours of Trouble. It was late on the following day, March 13th, when we took leave of our kind hostess. She loaded us with cakes, good wishes, and messages to her sister Dixon and the children. We journeyed pleasantly along through a country beautiful in spite of its wintry appearance. There was a house at Buffalo Grove at which we stopped for half an hour, and where a nice-looking young girl presented us with some maple sugar of her own making. She entertained us with a history of a contest between 2 rival claimants for the patronage of the stage wagon, the proprietors of which had not decided whether to send it by Buffalo Grove or by another route, which she pointed out to us at no great distance. The driver, she took care to inform us, was in favor of the former, and the blush with which she replied in the affirmative to our inquiry, "Is he a young man?" explained the whole matter satisfactorily. At length, just at sunset, we reached the dark, rapid waters of the Rock River. The ferry which we had traveled so far out of our way to take advantage of proved to be merely a small boat or skiff, the larger one having been swept off into the stream and carried down in the breaking up of the ice the week previous. My husband's first care was to get me across. He placed me with the saddles, packs, etc. in the boat, and as, at that late hour, no time was to be lost, he ventured, at the same time, to hold the bridles of the 2 most docile horses to guide them in swimming the river. When we had proceeded a few rods from the shore, we were startled by a loud puffing and blowing near us, and looking around, to our great surprise, discovered little Brunette just about our weather bow. Determined not to be outdone by his model, Jerry, he had taken to the water on his own responsibility, and arrived at the opposite shore as soon as any of the party. All being safely landed, a short walk brought us to the house of Mr. Dixon. Although so recently come into the country, he had contrived to make everything comfortable around him, and when he ushered us into Mrs. Dixon's sitting room and seated us by a glowing wood fire, while Mrs. Dixon busied herself in preparing us a nice supper, I felt that the comfort overbalanced the inconvenience of such a journey. Mrs. Dixon was surrounded by several children. One leaning against the chimney-piece was dressed in the full Indian costume, calico shirt, blanket, and leggings. His dark complexion and full, melancholy eyes, which he kept fixed upon the ashes in which he was making marks with a stick, rarely raising them to gaze on us, as children are wont to do, interested me exceedingly, and I inquired of an intelligent little girl, evidently a daughter of our host, "Who is that boy?" "Oh, that is John Ogie," answered she. "What is the matter with him? He looks very sad." "Oh, he is fretting after his mother." "Is she dead, then?" "Some say she is dead, and some say she has gone away. I guess she is dead, and buried up in one of those graves yonder," pointing to 2 or 3 little picketed enclosures upon a rising ground opposite the window. I felt a strong sympathy with the child, which was increased when the little spokeswoman, in answer to my inquiry, "Has he no father?" replied, "Oh, yes, but he goes away and drinks, and don't care for his children." "And what becomes of John then?" "He stays here with us, and we teach him to read, and he learns dreadful fast." When the boy at length turned his large dark eyes upon me, it went to my heart. It was such a motherless look, and it was explained when, long afterwards, I learned his further history. His mother was still living, and he knew it, although, with the reserve peculiar to his people, he never spoke of her to his young companions. Unable to endure the continued ill treatment of her husband, a surly, intemperate Canadian, she had left him and returned to her own family among the Potawatomis. Years after, this boy and a brother who had also been left behind with their father found their way to the upper Missouri to join their mother, who, with the others of her tribe, had been removed by the government from the shores of Lake Michigan. A most savory supper of ducks and venison, with their accompaniments, soon smoked upon the board, and we did ample justice to it. Traveling is a great sharpener of the appetite, and so is cheerfulness, and the latter was increased by the encouraging account Mr. Dixon gave us of the remainder of the route yet before us. "There is no difficulty," said he, "if you keep a little to the north and strike the great Sauk Trail. If you get too far to the south, you will come upon the Winnebago Swamp, and once in that, there is no telling when you will ever get out again. As for the distance, it is nothing at all to speak of. 2 young men came out here from Chicago on foot last fall. They got here the evening of the 2nd day, and even with a lady in your party, you could go on horseback in less time than that. The only thing is to be sure and get on the right track that the Sauks have made in going every year from the Mississippi to Canada to receive their presents from the British Indian agent." The following morning, which was a bright and lovely one for that season of the year, we took leave of Mr. and Mrs. Dixon in high spirits. We traveled for the first few miles along the beautiful undulating banks of the Rock River, always in an easterly direction, keeping the beaten path, or rather road, which led to Fort Clark, or Peoria. The Sauk Trail, we had been told, would cross this road at the distance of about 6 miles. After having traveled, as we judged, fully that distance, we came upon a trail bearing northeast, and a consultation was held as to the probability of its being the one we were in search of. Mr. Kinzie was of opinion that it tended too much to the north, and was, moreover, too faint and obscure for a trail so much used, and by so large a body of Indians in their annual journeys. Plant was positive as to its being the very spot where he and Peach, in their journey to Fort Winnebago the year before, struck into the great road. On that very rising ground at the point of woods, he remembered perfectly well stopping to shoot ducks, which they ate for their supper. Mr. Kellogg was non-committal, but sided alternately with each speaker. As Plant was the guide, and withal so confident of being right, it was decided to follow him, not without some demurring, however, on the part of the bourgeois, who every now and then called to halt to discuss the state of affairs. "Now, Plant," he would say, "I am sure you are leading us too far north. Why, man, if we keep on in this direction, following the course of the river, we shall bring up at Koshkonong instead of Chicago." "Ah, mon bourgeois," would the light-hearted Canadian reply, "would I tell you this is the road if I were not quite certain? Only 1 year ago I traveled it, and can I forget so soon? Oh no, I remember every foot of it." But Monsieur Plant was convinced of his mistake when the trail brought us to the great bend of the river with its bold, rocky bluffs. "Are you satisfied now, Plant?" asked Mr. Kinzie. "By your leave, I will now play pilot myself," and he struck off from the trail in a direction as nearly east as possible. The weather had changed and become intensely cold, and we felt that the detention we had met with, even should we now be in the right road, was no trifling matter. We had not added to our stock of provisions at Dixon's, wishing to carry as much forage as we were able for our horses, for whom the scanty picking around our encamping grounds afforded an insufficient meal. But we were buoyed up by the hope that we were in the right path at last, and we journeyed on until night, when we reached a comfortable encampment in the edge of a grove near a small stream. Oh, how bitterly cold that night was! The salted provisions to which I was accustomed occasioned me an intolerable thirst, and my husband was in the habit of placing the little tin coffee pot filled with water at my bed's head when we went to rest, but this night it was frozen solid long before midnight. We were so well wrapped up in blankets that we did not suffer from cold while within the tent, but the open air was severe in the extreme. March 15th. We were roused by the bourgeois at peep of day to make preparations for starting. We must find the Sauk Trail this day at all hazards. What would become of us should we fail to do so? It was a question no one liked to ask, and certainly one that none could have answered. On leaving our encampment, we found ourselves entering a marshy tract of country. Myriads of wild geese, brant, and ducks rose up screaming at our approach. The more distant lakes and ponds were black with them, but the shallow water through which we attempted to make our way was frozen by the severity of the night to a thickness not quite sufficient to bear the horses, but just such as to cut their feet and ankles at every step as they broke through it. Sometimes the difficulty of going forward was so great that we were obliged to retrace our steps and make our way round the head of the marsh, thus adding to the discomforts of our situation by the conviction that, while journeying diligently, we were, in fact, making very little progress. This swampy region at length passed, we came upon more solid ground, chiefly the open prairie. But now a new trouble assailed us. The weather had moderated, and a blinding snowstorm came on. Without a trail that we could rely upon, and destitute of a compass, our only dependence had been the sun to point out our direction, but the atmosphere was now so obscure that it was impossible to tell in what quarter of the heavens he was. We pursued our way, however, and a devious one it must have been. After traveling in this way many miles, we came upon an Indian trail, deeply indented, running at right angles with the course we were pursuing. The snow had ceased, and the clouds becoming thinner, we were able to observe the direction of the sun, and to perceive that the trail ran north and south. What should we do? Was it safest to pursue our easterly course, or was it probable that by following this new path we should fall into the direct one we had been so long seeking? If we decided to take the trail, should we go north or south? Mr. Kinzie was for the latter. He was of opinion we were still too far north, somewhere about the Grand Marais or Kishwaukee. Mr. Kellogg and Plant were for taking the northerly direction. The latter was positive his bourgeois had already gone too far south, in fact, that we must now be in the neighborhood of the Illinois River. Finding himself in the minority, my husband yielded, and we turned our horses' heads north, much against his will. After proceeding a few miles, however, he took a sudden determination. "You may go north, if you please," said he, "but I am convinced that the other course is right, and I shall face about, follow who will." So we wheeled around and rode south again, and many a long and weary mile did we travel, the monotony of our ride broken only by the querulous remarks of poor Mr. Kellogg. "I am really afraid we are wrong, Mr. Kinzie. I feel pretty sure that the young man is right. It looks most natural to me that we should take a northerly course and not be stretching away so far to the south." To all this, Mr. Kinzie turned a deaf ear. The Frenchmen rode in silence. They would as soon have thought of cutting off their right hand as showing opposition to the bourgeois when he had once expressed his decision. They would never have dreamed of offering an opinion or remark unless called upon to do so. The road, which had continued many miles through the prairie at length and winding round a point of woods, brought us suddenly upon an Indian village. A shout of joy broke from the whole party, but no answering shout was returned, not even a bark of friendly welcome, as we galloped up to the wigwams. All was silent as the grave. We rode round and round, then dismounted and looked into several of the spacious huts. They had evidently been long deserted. Nothing remained but the bare walls of bark, from which everything in the shape of furniture had been stripped by the owners and carried with them to their wintering grounds, to be brought back in the spring when they returned to make their cornfields and occupy their summer cabins. Our disappointment may be better imagined than described. With heavy hearts we mounted and once more pursued our way, the snow again falling and adding to the discomforts of our position. At length we halted for the night. We had long been aware that our stock of provisions was insufficient for another day, and here we were, nobody knew where, in the midst of woods and prairies, certainly far from any human habitation, with barely enough food for a slender evening's meal. The poor dogs came whining round us to beg their usual portion, but they were obliged to content themselves with a bare bone, and we retired to rest with a feeling that if not actually hungry then, we should certainly be so tomorrow. The morrow came. Plant and Roy had a bright fire and a nice pot of coffee for us. It was our only breakfast, for, on shaking the bag and turning it inside out, we could make no more of our stock of bread than 3 crackers, which the rest of the party insisted I should put in my pocket for my dinner. I was much touched by the kindness of Mr. Kellogg, who drew from his wallet a piece of tongue and a slice of fruit cake, which he said he had been saving for the ladies since the day before, for he saw how matters were a-going. Poor man, it would have been well if he had listened to Mr. Kinzie and provided himself at the outset with a larger store of provisions. As it was, those he brought with him were exhausted early in the second day, and he had been boarding with us for the last 2 meals. We still had the trail to guide us, and we continued to follow it until about 9 o'clock, when, in emerging from a wood, we came upon a broad and rapid river. A collection of Indian wigwams stood upon the opposite bank, and as the trail led directly to the water, it was fair to infer that the stream was fordable. We had no opportunity of testing it, however, for the banks were so lined with ice, which was piled up tier upon tier by the breaking up of the previous week, that we tried in vain to find a path by which we could descend the bank to the water. The men shouted again and again, and hoped some straggling inhabitant of the village might be at hand with his canoe. No answer was returned, save by the echoes. What was to be done? I looked at my husband and saw that care was on his brow, although he still continued to speak cheerfully. "We will follow this cross trail down the bank of the river," said he. "There must be Indians wintering near, in some of these points of wood." I must confess that I felt somewhat dismayed at our prospects, but I kept up a show of courage and did not allow my despondency to be seen. All the party were dull and gloomy enough. We kept along the bank, which was considerably elevated above the water and bordered at a little distance with a thick wood. All at once my horse, who was mortally afraid of Indians, began to jump and prance, snorting and pricking up his ears as if an enemy were at hand. I screamed with delight to my husband, who was at the head of the file. "Oh, John, John, there are Indians near. Look at Jerry." At this instant, a little Indian dog ran out from under the bushes by the roadside and began barking at us. Never were sounds more welcome. We rode directly into the thicket, and descending into a little hollow, found 2 squaws crouching behind the bushes, trying to conceal themselves from our sight. They appeared greatly relieved when Mr. Kinzie addressed them in the Potawatomi language. "What are you doing here?" "Digging Indian potatoes, a species of artichoke." "Where is your lodge?" "On the other side of the river." "Good. Then you have a canoe here. Can you take us across?" "Yes, the canoe is very small." They conducted us down the bank to the water's edge where the canoe was. It was indeed very small. My husband explained to them that they must take me across first, and then return for the others of the party. "Will you trust yourself alone over the river?" inquired he. "You see that but one can cross at a time." "Oh, yes," and I was soon placed in the bottom of the canoe, lying flat and looking up at the sky, while the older squaw took the paddle in her hand and placed herself on her knees at my head, and the younger, A girl of 14 or 15 stationed herself at my feet. There was just room enough for me to lie in this position, each of the others kneeling in the opposite ends of the canoe. While these preparations were making, Mr. Kinzie questioned the women as to our whereabout. They knew no name for the river but Salmonong. This was not definite, it being the generic term for any large stream, but he gathered that the village we had passed higher up, on the opposite side of the stream, was Wau-Bun, and then he knew that we were on the Fox River, and probably about 50 miles from Chicago. The squaw, in answer to his inquiries, assured him that Chicago was close by. "That means," said he, "that it is not so far off as Canada. We must not be too sanguine." The men set about unpacking the horses, and I, in the meantime, was paddled across the river. The old woman immediately returned, leaving the younger one with me for company. I seated myself on the fallen trunk of a tree in the midst of the snow and looked across the dark waters. I am not ashamed to confess my weakness. For the first time on my journey, I shed tears. It was neither hunger, nor fear, nor cold which extorted them from me. It was the utter desolation of spirit, the sickness of heart which hope deferred ever occasions, and which of all evils is the hardest to bear. The poor little squaw looked into my face with a wondering and sympathizing expression. Probably she was speculating in her own mind what a person who rode so fine a horse and wore so comfortable a broadcloth dress could have to cry about. I pointed to a seat beside me on the log, but she preferred standing and gazing at me with the same pitying expression. Presently she was joined by a young companion, and after a short chattering, of which I was evidently the subject, they both trotted off into the woods and left me to my own solitary reflections. What would my friends at the East think, said I to myself, if they could see me now? What would poor old Mrs. Welsh say, she who warned me that if I came away so far to the west, I should break my heart? Would she not rejoice to find how likely her prediction was to be fulfilled? These thoughts roused me. I dried up my tears, and by the time my husband with his party and all his horses and luggage were across, I had recovered my cheerfulness and was ready for fresh adventures. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Wau-Bun, The Early Day in the Northwest, by Juliette Kinzie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Relief. We followed the old squaw to her lodge, which was at no great distance in the woods. I had never before been in an Indian lodge, although I had occasionally peeped into one of the many always clustered round the house of the interpreter at the Portage. This one was very nicely arranged. 4 sticks of wood placed to form a square in the center answered the purpose of a hearth, within which the fire was built, the smoke escaping through an opening in the top. The mats of which the lodge was constructed were very neat and new, and against the sides, depending from the poles or framework, hung various bags of Indian manufacture, containing their dried food and other household treasures. Sundry ladles, small kettles, and wooden bowls also hung from the cross poles, and dangling from the center by an iron chain was a large kettle in which some dark, suspicious-looking substance was seething over the scanty fire. On the floor of the lodge, between the fire and the outer wall, were spread mats, upon which my husband invited me to be seated and make myself comfortable. The first demand of an Indian on meeting a white man is for bread, of which they are exceedingly fond, and I knew enough of the Potawatomi language to comprehend the timid "Pequashigan chokego," I have no bread, with which the squaw commenced our conversation after my husband had left the lodge. I shook my head and endeavored to convey to her that, so far from being able to give, I had had no breakfast myself. She understood me and instantly produced a bowl into which she ladled a quantity of Indian potatoes from the kettle over the fire and set them before me. I was too hungry to be fastidious, and owing partly, no doubt, to the sharpness of my appetite, I really found them delicious. 2 little girls, inmates of the lodge, sat gazing at me with evident admiration and astonishment, which were increased when I took my little prayer book from my pocket and began to read. They had undoubtedly never seen a book before, and I was amused at the care with which they looked away from me while they questioned their mother about my strange employment and listened to her replies. While thus occupied, I was startled by a sudden sound of "ho," and the mat which hung over the entrance of the lodge was raised, and an Indian entered with that graceful bound which is peculiar to themselves. It was the master of the lodge, who had been out to shoot ducks and was just returned. He was a tall, finely formed man, with a cheerful, open countenance, and he listened to what his wife in a quiet tone related to him, while he divested himself of his accoutrements in the most unembarrassed, well-bred manner imaginable. Soon my husband joined us. He had been engaged in attending to the comfort of his horses and assisting his men in making their fire and pitching their tent, which the rising storm made a matter of some difficulty. From the Indian he learned that we were in what was called the Big Woods, probably at what is now Oswego. The name of a portion of the wood is since corrupted into Species Grove, or Piches Grove, from a Frenchman of that name living not far from the spot, that the river we had crossed was the Fox River, that he could guide us to Piches, from which the road was perfectly plain, or even into Chicago if we preferred, but that we had better remain encamped for that day, as there was a storm coming on, and in the meantime he would go and shoot some ducks for our dinner and supper. He was accordingly furnished with powder and shot, and set off again for game without delay. I had put into my pocket, on leaving home, a roll of scarlet ribbon, in case a stout string should be wanted, and I now drew it forth, and with a knife which hung around my neck, I cut off a couple of yards for each of the little girls. They received it with great delight, and their mother, dividing each portion into two, tied a piece to each of the little clubs into which their hair was knotted on the temples. They laughed and exclaimed, "Psalm," as they gazed at each other, and their mother joined in their mirth, although, as I thought, a little unwilling to display her maternal exultation before a stranger. The tent being all in order, my husband came for me, and we took leave of our friends in the wigwam with grateful hearts. The storm was raging without. The trees were bending and cracking around us, and the air was completely filled with the wild fowl screaming and quacking as they made their way southward before the blast. Our tent was among the trees not far from the river. My husband took me to the bank to look for a moment at what we had escaped. The wind was sweeping down from the north in a perfect hurricane. The water was filled with masses of snow and ice, dancing along upon the torrent, over which were hurrying thousands of wildfowl, making the woods resound to their deafening clamor. Had we been 1 hour later, we could not possibly have crossed the stream, and there would have been nothing for us but to have remained and starved in the wilderness. Could we be sufficiently grateful to that kind Providence that had brought us safely through such dangers? The men had cut down an immense tree and built a fire against it, but the wind shifted so continually that every 5 minutes the tent would become completely filled with smoke, so that I was driven into the open air for breath. Then I would seat myself on one end of the huge log, as near the fire as possible, for it was dismally cold, but the wind seemed actuated by a kind of caprice, for in whatever direction I took my seat, just that way came the smoke and hot ashes, puffing in my face until I was nearly blinded. Neither veil nor silk handkerchief afforded an effectual protection, and I was glad when the arrival of our huntsman, with a quantity of ducks, gave me an opportunity of diverting my thoughts from my own sufferings by aiding the men to pick them and get them ready for our meal. We borrowed a kettle from our Indian friends. It was not remarkably clean, but we heated a little water in it and prairie-hayed it out before consigning our birds to it, and with a bowl of Indian potatoes, a present from our kind neighbors, we soon had an excellent soup. What with the cold, the smoke, and the driving ashes and cinders, this was the most uncomfortable afternoon I had yet passed, and I was glad when night came, and I could creep into the tent and cover myself up in the blankets, out of the way of all three of these evils. The storm raged with tenfold violence during the night. We were continually startled by the crashing of the falling trees around us, and who could tell but that the next would be upon us? Spite of our fatigue, we passed an almost sleepless night. When we arose in the morning, we were made fully alive to the perils by which we had been surrounded. At least 50 trees, the giants of the forest, lay prostrate within view of the tent. When we had taken our scanty breakfast and were mounted and ready for departure, it was with difficulty we could thread our way, so completely was it obstructed by the fallen trunks. Our Indian guide had joined us at an early hour, and after conducting us carefully out of the wood and pointing out to us numerous bee trees, note, the honeybee is not known in the perfectly wild countries of North America. It is ever the pioneer of civilization, and the Indians call it the white man's bird. End note. For which he said that grove was famous, he set off at a long trot, and about 9 o'clock brought us to Piche's, a log cabin on a rising ground, looking off over the broad prairie to the east. We had hoped to get some refreshment here, Pichet being an old acquaintance of some of the party, but alas, the master was from home. We found his cabin occupied by Indians and travelers, the latter few, the former numerous. There was no temptation to a halt, except that of warming ourselves at a bright fire that was burning in the clay chimney. A man in Quaker costume stepped forward to answer our inquiries and offered to become our escort to Chicago, to which place he was bound. So we dismissed our Indian friend with a satisfactory remuneration for all the trouble he had so kindly taken for us. A long reach of prairie extended from Pichet's to the Dupage, between the two forks of which Mr. Doherty, our new acquaintance, told us we should find the dwelling of a Mr. Hawley, who would give us a comfortable dinner. The weather was intensely cold. The wind, sweeping over the wide prairie with nothing to break its force, chilled our very hearts. I beat my feet against the saddle to restore the circulation when they became benumbed with the cold, until they were so bruised I could beat them no longer. Not a house or wigwam, not even a clump of trees as a shelter, offered itself for many a weary mile. At length we reached the west fork of the Dupage. It was frozen, but not sufficiently so to bear the horses. Our only resource was to cut a way for them through the ice. It was a work of time, for the ice had frozen to several inches in thickness during the last bitter night. Plant went first with an axe, and cut as far as he could reach, then mounted one of the hardy little ponies, and with some difficulty broke the ice before him until he had opened a passage to the opposite shore. How the poor animals shivered as they were reined in among the floating ice, and we, who sat waiting in the piercing wind, were not much better off. Probably Brunette was of the same opinion, for with his usual perversity, he plunged in immediately after Plant, and stood shaking and quaking behind him, every now and then looking around him as much as to say, "I've got ahead of you this time." We were all across at last, and spurred on our horses until we reached Hawley's. Note. It was near this spot that the brother of Mr. Hawley, a Methodist preacher, was killed by the Sacs in 1832, after having been tortured by them with the most wanton barbarity. End note. A large, commodious dwelling near the east fork of the river. The good woman welcomed us kindly and soon made us warm and comfortable. We felt as if we were in a civilized land once more. She proceeded immediately to prepare dinner for us, and we watched her with eager eyes as she took down a huge ham from the rafters, out of which she cut innumerable slices, then broke a dozen or more of fine, fresh eggs into a pan in readiness for frying, then mixed a johnny cake and placed it against a board in front of the fire to bake. It seemed to me that even with the aid of this fine, bright fire, the dinner took an unconscionable time to cook, but cooked it was at last, and truly might the good woman stare at the travelers' appetites we had brought with us. She did not know what short commons we had been on for the last 2 days. We found upon inquiry that we could, by pushing on, reach Lawton's on the Old Plain. That night, we should then be within 12 miles of Chicago. Of course, we made no unnecessary delay, but set off as soon after dinner as possible. The crossing of the east fork of the Dupage was more perilous than the former one had been. The ice had become broken, either by the force of the current or by some equestrians who having preceded us and cut through it, so that when we reached the bank, the ice was floating down in large cakes. The horses had to make a rapid dart through the water, which was so high and rushing in such a torrent that if I had not been mounted on Jerry, the tallest horse in the cavalcade, I must have got a terrible splashing. As it was, I was well frightened and grasped both bridle and mane with the utmost tenacity. After this, we traveled on as rapidly as possible in order to reach our place of destination before dark. Mr. Doherty, a tall, bolt upright man, half Quaker, half Methodist, did his best to entertain me by giving me a thorough schedule of his religious opinions, with the reasons from Scripture upon which they were based. He was a good deal of a perfectionist, and evidently looked upon himself with no small satisfaction as a living illustration of his favorite doctrine. St. John says, this was the style of his discourse, St. John says, "He that is born of God doth not commit sin. Now, if I am born of God, I do not commit sin." I was too cold and too weary to argue the point, so I let him have it all his own way. I believe he must have thought me rather a dull companion, but at least he gave me the credit of being a good listener. It was almost dark when we reached Lawton's. The Au Plain was frozen. Note: Rivière au Plain was the original French designation, now changed to Des Plaines, pronounced as in English. End note. And the house was on the other side. By loud shouting, we brought out a man from the building, and he succeeded in cutting the ice and bringing a canoe over to us, but not until it had become difficult to distinguish objects in the darkness. A very comfortable house was Lawton's after we did reach it, carpeted and with a warm stove, in fact, quite in civilized style. Mr. Weeks, the man who brought us across, was the major domo during the temporary absence of Mr. Lawton. Mrs. Lawton was a young woman and not ill-looking. She complained bitterly of the loneliness of her condition, and having been, quote, brought out there into the woods, which was a thing she had not expected when she came from the East, end quote. We did not ask her with what expectations she had come to a wild, unsettled country, but we tried to comfort her with the assurance that things would grow better in a few years. She said, quote, she did not mean to wait for that. She should go back to her family in the East if Mr. Lawton did not invite some of her young friends to come and stay with her and make it agreeable, end quote. We could hardly realize, on rising the following morning, that only 12 miles of prairie intervened between us and Chicago.These, as I could not but name it. We could look across the extended plain, and at its farthest verge were visible 2 tall trees, which my husband pointed out to me as the planting of his own hand when a boy. Already they had become so lofty as to serve as landmarks, and they were constantly in view as we traveled the beaten road. I was continually repeating to myself, there live the friends I am so longing to see. There will terminate all our trials and hardships. A Mr. Wentworth joined us on the road, and of him we inquired after the welfare of the family, from whom we had, for a long time, received no intelligence. When we reached Chicago, he took us to a little tavern at the forks of the river. This portion of the place was then called Wolf Point, from its having been the residence of an Indian named Moway, or the Wolf. "Dear me," said the old landlady at the little tavern, "what dreadful cold weather you must have had to travel in. Why, 2 days ago the river was all open here, and now it's frozen hard enough for folks to cross a horseback." Notwithstanding this assurance, my husband did not like to venture, so he determined to leave his horses and proceed on foot to the residence of his mother and sister, a distance of about half a mile. We set out on our walk, which was first across the ice, then down the northern bank of the river. As we approached the house, we were espied by Genevieve, a half-breed servant of the family. She did not wait to salute us, but flew into the house crying, "Oh, Madame Kinzie, who do you think has come? Monsieur Jean and Madame John, all the way from Fort Winnebago, on foot." Soon we were in the arms of our dear, kind friends. A messenger was dispatched to the garrison for the remaining members of the family, and for that day at least, I was the wonder and admiration of the whole circle, quote, for the dangers I had seen, end quote. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Wau-Bun, The Early Day in the Northwest, by Juliette Kinzie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Chicago in 1831. Fort Dearborn at that day consisted of the same buildings as at present, note 1855, end note. They were, of course, in a better state of preservation, though still considerably dilapidated. They had been erected in 1816 under the supervision of Captain Hezekiah Bradley, and there was a story current that, such was his patriotic regard for the interests of the government, he obliged the soldiers to fashion wooden pins instead of spikes and nails to fasten the timbers of the buildings, and that he even called on junior officers to aid in their construction along with the soldiers whose business it was. If this were true, the captain must have labored under the delusion, excusable in one who had lived long on the frontier, that government would thank its servants for any excessive economical zeal. The fort was enclosed by high pickets with bastions at the alternate angles. Large gates opened to the north and south, and there were small posterns here and there for the accommodation of the inmates. The bank of the river, which stretches to the west, now covered by the lighthouse buildings and enclosed by docks, was then occupied by the root houses of the garrison. Beyond the parade ground, which extended south of the pickets, were the company gardens, well filled with currant bushes and young fruit trees. The fort stood at what might naturally be supposed to be the mouth of the river. It was not so, however, for in those days the latter took a turn, sweeping round the promontory on which the fort was built, towards the south, and joining the lake about half a mile below. These buildings stood on the right bank of the river, the left being a long spit of land extending from the northern shore, of which it formed a part. After the cutting through of this portion of the left bank in 1833 by the United States engineers employed to construct a harbor at this point, and the throwing out of the piers, the water overflowed this long tongue of land, and, continually encroaching on the southern bank, robbed it of many valuable acres, while, by the same action of the vast body of the lake, an accretion was constantly taking place on the north of the harbor. The residence of Jean-Baptiste Bobin stood at this period between the gardens and the river bank, and still farther south was a rickety tenement built many years before by Mr. John Dean, the settler of the post. A short time after the commencement of the growth of Chicago, the foundations of this building were undermined by the gradual encroachment of the lake, and it tumbled backward down the bank, where it long lay, a melancholy spectacle. On the northern bank of the river, directly facing the fort, was the family mansion of my husband. It was a long, low building, with a piazza extending along its front, a range of 4 or 5 rooms. A broad green space was enclosed between it and the river, and shaded by a row of Lombardy poplars. 2 immense cottonwood trees stood in the rear of the building, one of which still remains as an ancient landmark. A fine, well-cultivated garden extended to the north of the dwelling, and surrounding it were various buildings appertaining to the establishment, dairy, bakehouse, lodging-house for the Frenchmen, and stables. A vast range of sand hills covered with stunted cedars, pines, and dwarf willow trees intervened between the house and the lake, which was at this time not more than 30 rods distant. Proceeding from this point along the northern bank of the river, we came first to the agency house, Cobweb Castle, as it had been denominated while long the residence of a bachelor, and the sobriquet adhered to it ever after. It stood at what is now the southwest corner of Walcott and North Water Streets. Many will still remember it, a substantial, compact little building of logs hewed and squared, with a center, 2 wings, and, strictly speaking, 2 tails, since, when there was found no more room for additions at the sides, they were placed in the rear, whereon a vacant spot could be found. These appendages did not mar the symmetry of the whole as viewed from the front, but when, in the process of the town's improvement, a street was maliciously opened directly in the rear of the building, the whole establishment, with its comical little adjunct, was a constant source of amusement to the passers-by. No matter. There were pleasant, happy hours passed under its odd-shaped roof, as many of Chicago's early settlers can testify. Around the agency house were grouped a collection of log buildings, the residences of the different persons in the employ of government appertaining to that establishment, blacksmith, striker, and laborers. These were, for the most part, Canadians or half-breeds, with occasionally a stray Yankee to set all things going by his activity and enterprise. There was still another house on the north side of the river, built by a former resident by the name of Miller, but he had removed to Rivière du Chemin, or Trail Creek, which about this time began to be called Michigan City. Note: I can recall a petition that was circulated at the garrison about this period for, quote, building a brig over Michigan City, end quote. By altering the orthography, it was found to mean not the stupendous undertaking it would seem to imply, but simply building a bridge over at Michigan City, an accommodation much needed by travelers at that day. End note. This house, which stood near the forks of the river, was at this time vacant. There was no house on the southern bank of the river between the fort and the point, as the forks of the river were then called. The land was a low, wet prairie, scarcely affording good walking in the driest summer weather, while at other seasons it was absolutely impassable. A muddy streamlet, or as it is called in this country, a slough, note. The proper orthography of this word is undoubtedly slow, as it invariably indicates something like that which Christian fell into in flying from the city of destruction. I spell it, however, as it is pronounced. End note. After winding around from about the present site of the Tremont House, fell into the river at the foot of State Street. Note: a gentleman who visited Chicago at that day thus speaks of it, quote, I passed over the ground from the fort to the point on horseback. I was up to my stirrups in water the whole distance. I would not have given 6 pence an acre for the whole of it. End quote. At the point, on the south side, stood a house just completed by Mark Wau-Bun. It was a pretentious white two-story building with bright blue wooden shutters, the admiration of all the little circle at Wolf Point. Here a canoe ferry was kept to transport people across the south branch of the river. Facing down the river from the west was, first, a small tavern kept by Mr. Wentworth, familiarly known as Old Geese, not from any want of shrewdness on his part, but in compliment to one of his own cant expressions. Near him were 2 or 3 log cabins occupied by Robinson, the Potawatomi chief, and some of his wife's connections. Billy Caldwell, the Sauganash, too, resided here occasionally with his wife, who was a daughter of Newlywed, one of the most famous chiefs of the nation. A little remote from these residences was a small, square log building, originally designed for a schoolhouse, but occasionally used as a place of worship whenever any itinerant minister presented himself. The family of Clyburn had, previous to this time, established themselves near their present residence on the North Branch. They called their place New Virginia. 4 miles up the South Branch was an old building, which was at one time an object of great interest as having been the theater of some stirring events during the troubles of 1812. Note: see Narrative of the Massacre, page 159. End note. It was denominated Lee's Place, or Hardscrabble. Here lived, at this time, a settler named Heacock. Owing to the badness of the roads a greater part of the year, the usual mode of communication between the fort and the point was by a boat rowed up the river, or by a canoe paddled by some skillful hand. By the latter means, too, an intercourse was kept up between the residents of the fort and the agency house. There were at this time 2 companies of soldiers in the garrison, but of the officers, one, Lieutenant Furman, had died the autumn previous, and several of the others were away on furlough. In the absence of Major Fowle and Captain Scott, the command devolved on Lieutenant Hunter. Besides him, there were Lieutenants Engel and Foster, the latter unmarried. Dr. Finley, the post surgeon, was also absent, and his place was supplied by Dr. Harmon, a gentleman from Vermont. My husband's mother, 2 sisters, and brother resided at the agency house, the family residence near the lake being occupied by J.N. Bailey, the postmaster. In the Dean house lived a Mr. and Mrs. Forbes, who kept a school. Golson Kercheval had a small trading establishment in one of the log buildings at Wolf Point, and John S.C. Hogan superintended the settler's store in the garrison. There was also a Mr. C., lately coming to the country, living at the Point, who sometimes held forth in the little schoolhouse on a Sunday, less to the edification of his hearers than to the unmerciful slaughter of the King's English. I think this enumeration comprises all the white inhabitants of Chicago at a period less than half a century ago. To many who may read these pages, the foregoing particulars will, doubtless, appear uninteresting, but to those who visit Chicago, and still more to those who come to make it their home, it may be not without interest to look back to its first beginnings, to contemplate the almost magical change which a few years have wrought, and from the past to augur the marvelous prosperity of the future. The origin of the name Chicago is a subject of discussion, some of the Indians deriving it from the fitch or polecat, others from the wild onion with which the woods formerly abounded, but all agree that the place received its name from an old chief who was drowned in the stream in former times. That this event, although so carefully preserved by tradition, must have occurred in a very remote period, is evident from an old French manuscript brought by General Cass from France. In this paper, which purports to be a letter from Monsieur de Ligny at Green Bay to Monsieur de Siet among the Illinois, dated as early as 1726, the place is designated as Chicago. This orthography is also found in old family letters of the beginning of the present century. In giving the early history of Chicago, the Indians say with great simplicity, quote, "The first white man who settled here was a Negro." End quote. This was Jean-Baptiste Point au Sable, a native of Santo Domingo, who, about the year 1796, found his way to this remote region and commenced a life among the Indians. There is usually a strong affection between these two races, and Jean-Baptiste imposed upon his new friends by making them believe that he had been a great chief among the whites. Perhaps he was disgusted at not being elected to a similar dignity by the Potawatomis, for he quitted this vicinity and finally terminated his days at Peoria under the roof of his friend Glamorgan, another Santo Domingo Negro, who had obtained large Spanish grants in St. Louis and its environs, and who at one time was in the enjoyment of an extensive landed estate. Point au Sable had made some improvements at Chicago, which were taken possession of by a Frenchman named LeMay, who commenced trading with the Indians. After a few years, LeMay's establishment was purchased by John Kinzie, Esquire, who at that time resided at Bertrand, or Parc aux Vaches, as it was then called, near Niles in Michigan. As this gentleman was for nearly 20 years, with the exception of the military, the only white inhabitant of northern Illinois, some particulars of his early life may not be uninteresting. He was born in Quebec in 1763. His mother had been previously married to a gentleman of the name of Halliburton. The only daughter of this marriage was the mother of General Fleming, Nicholas Lowe, Esquire, and Mrs. Charles King of New York. She is described as a lady of remarkable beauty and accomplishments. Mr. Kinzie was the only child of the second marriage. His father died in his infancy, and his mother married a third time, a Mr. Forsyth, after which they removed to the city of New York. At the age of 10 or 11 years, he was placed at school with 2 of his half-brothers at Williamsburg, L.I. A Negro servant was sent from the city every Saturday to bring the children home, to remain until the following Monday morning. Upon one occasion, when the messenger arrived at the school, he found all things in commotion. Johnny Kinzie was missing. Search was made in all directions. Every place was ransacked. It was all in vain. No Johnny Kinzie could be found. The heavy tidings were carried home to his mother. By some it was supposed the lad was drowned, by others that he had strayed away and would return. Weeks passed by, and months, and he was at length given up and mourned as lost. In the meantime, the boy was fulfilling a determination he had long formed to visit his native city of Quebec and make his way in life for himself. He had by some means succeeded in crossing from Williamsburg to the city of New York, and finding at one of the docks on the North River a sloop bound for Albany, he took passage on board of her. While on his way up the river, he was noticed by a gentleman who, taking an interest in the little lonely passenger, questioned him about his business. Quote, he was going to Quebec, where he had some friends. Had he the means to carry him there? Not much, but he thought he could get along. End quote. It happened, fortunately, that the gentleman himself was going to Quebec. He took the boy under his care, paid his expenses the whole distance, and finally parted with him in the streets of the city, where he was, in truth, a stranger. He wandered about for a time, looking into various stores and workshops. At length, on entering the shop of a silversmith, he was satisfied with the expression he read in the countenance of the master, and he inquired if he wanted an apprentice. What, you, my little fellow? What can you do? Anything you can teach me. Well, we will make a trial and see. The trial was satisfactory. He remained in the family of his kind friend for more than 3 years, when his parents, who in removing to Detroit had necessarily returned to Canada, discovered his place of abode, and he was restored to them. There were 5 younger half-brothers of the name of Forsyth. In the old family Bible, we find the following touching record of an event that occurred after the family had removed to Detroit. Quote, George Forsyth was lost in the woods 6th August, 1775, when Henry Hayes and Mark Sterling ran away and left him. The remains of George Forsyth were found by an Indian the 2nd of October, 1776, close by the Prairie Ronde. End quote. It seems a singular fatality that the unhappy mother should have been twice called to suffer a similar affliction, the loss of a child in a manner worse than death, inasmuch as it left room for all the horrors that imagination can suggest. The particulars of the loss of this little brother were these. As he came from school one evening, he met the colored servant boy on horseback going to the common for the cows. The schoolhouse stood quite near the old fort, and all beyond that, towards the west, was a wild, uncultivated tract called the Common. The child begged of the servant to take him up and give him a ride, but the other refused, bidding him return home at once. He was accompanied by 2 other boys, somewhat older, and together they followed the Negro for some distance, hoping to prevail upon him to give them a ride. As it grew dark, the 2 older boys turned back, but the other kept on. When the Negro returned, he had not again seen the child, nor were any tidings ever received of him, notwithstanding the diligent search made by the whole little community, until, as related in the record, his remains were found the following year by an Indian. There was nothing to identify them except the auburn curls of his hair and the little boots he had worn. He must have perished very shortly after having lost his way, for the Prairie Ronde was too near the settlement to have prevented his hearing the calls and sounding horns of those in search of him, had he been living. Mr. Kinzie's enterprising and adventurous disposition led him, as he grew older, to live much on the frontier. He early entered into the Indian trade and had establishments at Sandusky and Maumee. About the year 1800, he pushed further west to St. Joseph's, Michigan. In this year, he married Mrs. McKillop, the widow of a British officer, and in 1804 came to make his home at Chicago. It was in this year that the first fort was built by Major John Whistler. By degrees, more remote trading posts were established by him, all contributing to the parent one at Chicago, at Milwaukee with the Menomonies, at Rock River with the Winnebagos and the Potawatomis, on the Illinois River and Kankakee with the Potawatomis of the prairies, and with the Kickapoos in what was called Le Large, being the widely extended district afterwards erected into Sangamon County. Each trading post had its superintendent and its complement of engagés, its train of pack horses, and its equipment of boats and canoes. From most of the stations, the furs and peltries were brought to Chicago on pack horses, and the goods necessary for the trade were transported and returned by the same method. The vessels which came in the spring and fall, seldom more than 2 or 3 annually, to bring the supplies and goods for the trade, took the furs that were already collected to Mackinac, the depot of the Southwest and American Fur Companies. At other seasons, they were sent to that place in boats coasting around the lake. Of the Canadian voyageurs or engagés, a race that is now so nearly passed away, some notice may very properly here be given. They were unlike any other class of men. Like the poet, they seemed born to their vocation. Sturdy, enduring, ingenious, and light-hearted, they possessed a spirit capable of adapting itself to any emergency. No difficulties baffled, no hardships discouraged them, while their affectionate nature led them to form attachments of the warmest character to their bourgeois or master, as well as to the native inhabitants among whom their engagements carried them. Montreal, or according to their own pronunciation, Montreal, was their depot. It was at that place that the agents commissioned to make up the quota for the different companies and traders found the material for their selections. The terms of engagement were usually from 400 to 600 livres, ancient Quebec currency, per annum as wages, with rations of 1 quart of lied corn and 2 ounces of tallow per diem, or, quote, its equivalent in whatever sort of food is to be found in the Indian country, end quote. Instances have been known of their submitting cheerfully to fare upon fresh fish and maple sugar for a whole winter, when cut off from other supplies. It was a common saying, quote, keep an engagé to his corn and tallow, he will serve you well. Give him pork and bread, and he soon gets beyond your management, end quote. They regard the terms of their engagement as binding to the letter. An old trader, Monsieur Berthellet, engaged a crew at Montreal. The terms of agreement were that they should eat when their bourgeois did and what he did. It was a piece of fun on the part of the old gentleman, but the simple Canadians believed it to be a signal instance of good luck that had provided them such luxurious prospects. The bourgeois stuffed his pockets with crackers, and when sure of being quite unobserved, would slyly eat one. Pipe after pipe passed. The men grew hungry, but observing that there were no preparations of a meal for the bourgeois, they bore their fast without complaining. At length the matter became too serious. They could stand it no longer. In their distress they begged off from the bargain, and gladly compounded to take the customary rations, instead of the dainty fare they had been promising themselves with their master. On arriving at Mackinac, which was the entrepot of the fur trade, a small proportion of the voyageur's wages was advanced him to furnish his winter's outfit, his pipes and tobacco, his needles and thread, some pieces of bright-colored ribbons, and red and yellow gartering, quality binding, with which to purchase their little necessaries from the Indians. To these, if his destination were Lake Superior or a post far to the north where such articles could not be readily obtained, were added 1 or 2 smoked deerskins for moccasins. Thus equipped, he entered upon his 3 years' service, to toil by day and laugh, joke, sing, and tell stories when the evening hour brought rest and liberty. There was not wanting, here and there, an instance of obstinate adherence to the exact letter of the agreement in regard to the nature of employment, although, as a general thing, the engagé held himself ready to fulfill the behests of his bourgeois as faithfully as ever did vassal those of his chief. A story is told of Monsieur St. Jean, a trader on the upper Mississippi, who upon a certain occasion ordered one of his Frenchmen to accompany a party to the forest to chop wood. The man refused. He was not hired, he said, to chop wood. Ah, for what then were you hired? To steer a boat. Very well, steer a boat then, since you prefer it. It was midwinter. The recusant was marched to the riverside and placed in the stern of the boat, which lay fastened in the ice. After serving a couple of hours at his legitimate employment, with the thermometer below zero, he was quite content to take his place with the chopping party, and never again thought it good policy to choose work for himself. There is an aristocracy in the voyageur service which is quite amusing. The engagement is usually made for 3 years. The engagé of the first year, who is called a mangeur de lard, or pork-eater, is looked down upon with the most sovereign contempt by an hivernant, or one who has already passed a winter in the country. He will not only not associate with him, but if invited by him to join in a friendly glass, he will make some excuse for declining. The most inveterate drunkard, while tortured by a longing to partake his favorite indulgence, will yet never suffer himself to be enticed into an infringement of this custom. After the first winter, the Monsieur de Lard rises from his freshman class and takes his place where he can in turn lord it over all newcomers. Another peculiarity of the voyageurs is their fancy for transforming the names of their bourgeois into something funny, which resembles it in sound. Thus, Kinzie would be called by one 15 nez, 15 noses, by another singe, monkeyfied. Mr. Kercheval was denominated Monsieur Courcheval, short horse, the judge of probate, le juge trop bête, too foolish, etc. The following is an instance in point. Mr. Shaw, one of the agents of the Northwest Fur Company, had passed many years on the frontier, and was by the voyageurs called Monsieur le Chat. Note, Mr. Cat, end note. On quitting the Indian country, he married a Canadian lady and became the father of several children. Some years after his return to Canada, his old foreman, named Louis La Liberté, went to Montreal to spend the winter. He had heard of his old bourgeois' marriage and was anxious to see him. Mr. Shaw was walking in the Chapt de Mars with a couple of officers when La Liberté espied him. He immediately ran up and, seizing him by both hands, accosted him. Ah, mon cher Monsieur le Chat, comment vous portez-vous? My dear Mr. Cat, how do you do? Très bien, Louison. Et comment se porte Madame la Chat? How is the mother cat? Bien, bien, Louison. Elle est très bien. She is very well. Et tous les petits chatons? And all the kittens? This was too much for Mr. Shaw. He answered shortly that the kittens were all well, and turned away with his military friends, leaving poor Louison quite astonished at the abruptness of his departure. Cut off, in the manner described, from the world at large, with no society but the military, thus lived the family of Mr. Kinzie, in great contentment and in the enjoyment of all the comforts, together with most of the luxuries of life. The Indians reciprocated the friendship that was shown them, and formed for them an attachment of no ordinary strength, as was manifested during the scenes of the year 1812, 8 years after Mr. Kinzie first came to live among them. Some of the most prominent events of that year are recorded in the following narrative. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Wau-Bun, The Early Day in the Northwest, by Juliette Kinzie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Massacre at Chicago. Note: this narrative, first published in pamphlet form in 1836, was transferred with little variation to Brown's History of Illinois and to a work called Western Annals. It was likewise made by Major Richardson the basis of his 2 tales, Hardscrabble and Wanangi. End note. It was the evening of the 7th of April, 1812. The children of Mr. Kinzie were dancing before the fire to the music of their father's violin. The tea-table was spread, and they were awaiting the return of their mother, who had gone to visit a sick neighbor about a quarter of a mile up the river. Suddenly their sports were interrupted. The door was thrown open, and Mrs. Kinzie rushed in, pale with terror, and scarcely able to articulate, "The Indians! The Indians!" The Indians? What? Where? Eagerly demanded they all. Up at Lee's place, killing and scalping. With difficulty, Mrs. Kinzie composed herself sufficiently to give the information that, while she was up at Burns, a man and a boy were seen running down with all speed on the opposite side of the river, that they had called across to give notice to Burns' family to save themselves, for the Indians were at Lee's place, from which they had just made their escape. Having given this terrifying news, they had made all speed for the fort, which was on the same side of the river that they then were. End quote. All was now consternation and dismay. The family were hurried into two old pirogues that lay moored near the house and paddled with all possible haste across the river to take refuge in the fort. All that the man and boy who had made their escape were able to tell was soon known, but in order to render their story more intelligible, it is necessary to describe the scene of action. Lee's place, since known by the name of Hardscrabble, was a farm intersected by the Chicago River, about 4 miles from its mouth. The farmhouse stood on the western bank of the south branch of this river. On the north side of the main stream, but quite near its junction with Lake Michigan, stood, as has already been described, the dwelling house and trading establishment of Mr. Kinzie. The fort was situated on the southern bank, directly opposite this mansion, the river and a few rods of sloping green turf on either side being all that intervened between them. The fort was differently constructed from the one erected on the same site in 1816. It had 2 blockhouses on the southern side, and on the northern a sally port or subterranean passage from the parade ground to the river. This was designed either to facilitate escape in case of an emergency or as a means of supplying the garrison with water during a siege. The officers in the fort at this period were Captain Heald, the commanding officer, Lieutenant Helm, the son-in-law of Mr. Kinzie, and Ensign Ronan. The 2 last were very young men, and the surgeon, Dr. Van Voorhees. The command numbered about 75 men, very few of whom were effective. A constant and friendly intercourse had been maintained between these troops and the Indians. It is true that the principal men of the Potawatomi Nation, like those of most other tribes, went yearly to Fort Malden in Canada to receive a large amount of presents with which the British government had, for many years, been in the habit of purchasing their alliance, and it was well known that many of the Potawatomis, as well as Winnebagos, had been engaged with the Ottawas and Shawnees at the Battle of Tippecanoe the preceding autumn. Yet, as the principal chiefs of all the bands in the neighborhood appeared to be on the most amicable terms with the Americans, no interruption of their harmony was at any time anticipated. After the 15th of August, however, many circumstances were recollected that might have opened the eyes of the whites had they not been lulled in a fatal security. One instance in particular may be mentioned. In the spring preceding the destruction of the fort, 2 Indians of the Calumet band came to the fort on a visit to the commanding officer. As they passed through the quarters, they saw Mrs. Heald and Mrs. Helm playing at battledore. Turning to the interpreter, one of them, Nonangi, remarked, "The white chiefs' wives are amusing themselves very much. It will not be long before they are hoeing in our cornfields." End quote. This was considered at the time an idle threat, or at most an ebullition of jealous feeling at the contrast between the situation of their own women and that of the white chiefs' wives. Some months after, how bitterly was it remembered. The farm at Lee's place was occupied by a Mr. White and 3 persons employed by him in the care of the farm. In the afternoon of the day on which our narrative commences, a party of 10 or 12 Indians, dressed and painted, arrived at the house, and according to the custom among savages, entered and seated themselves without ceremony. Something in their appearance and manner excited the suspicions of one of the family, a Frenchman, who remarked, quote, "I do not like the appearance of these Indians. They are none of our folks. I know by their dress and paint that they are not Potawatomis." End quote. Another of the family, a discharged soldier, then said to the boy who was present, quote, "If that is the case, we had better get away from them if we can. Say nothing, but do as you see me do." End quote. As the afternoon was far advanced, the soldier walked leisurely towards the canoes, of which there were two tied near the bank. Some of the Indians inquired where he was going. He pointed to the cattle, which were standing among the haystacks on the opposite bank, and made signs that they must go and fodder them, and then they should return and get their supper. He got into one canoe and the boy into the other. The stream was narrow, and they were soon across. When they had gained the opposite side, they pulled some hay for the cattle, made a show of collecting them, and when they had gradually made a circuit so that their movements were concealed by the haystacks, they took to the woods, which were close at hand, and made for the fort. They had run about a quarter of a mile when they heard the discharge of two guns successively, which they supposed to have been leveled at the companions they had left behind. They stopped not, nor stayed until they arrived opposite Burns. Note: Burns's house stood near the spot where the agency building, or Cobweb Castle, was afterwards erected at the foot of North State Street. End note. Where, as before related, they called across to advertise the family of their danger, and then hastened on to the fort. It now occurred to those who had secured their own safety that the family of Burns was at this moment exposed to the most imminent peril. The question was, who would hazard his own life to bring them to a place of safety? A gallant young officer, Ensign Ronan, volunteered with a party of 5 or 6 soldiers to go to their rescue. They ascended the river in a scow, and took the mother, with her infant of scarcely a day old, upon her bed to the boat, in which they carefully conveyed her and the other members of the family to the fort. A party of soldiers, consisting of a corporal and 6 men, had that afternoon obtained leave to go up the river to fish. They had not returned when the fugitives from Lee's place arrived at the fort, and fearing that they might encounter the Indians, the commanding officer ordered a cannon to be fired to warn them of danger. They were at the time about 2 miles above Lee's place. Hearing the signal, they took the hint, put out their torches, for it was now night, and dropped down the river towards the garrison as silently as possible. It will be remembered that the unsettled state of the country since the Battle of Tippecanoe, the preceding November, had rendered every man vigilant, and the slightest alarm was an admonition to beware of the Indians. When the fishing party reached Lee's place, it was proposed to stop and warn the inmates to be upon their guard, as the signal from the fort indicated danger of some kind. All was still as death around the house. They groped their way along, and as the corporal jumped over the small enclosure, he placed his hand upon the dead body of a man. By the sense of touch, he soon ascertained that the head was without a scalp and otherwise mutilated. The faithful dog of the murdered man stood guarding the lifeless remains of his master. The tale was now told. The men retreated to their canoes and reached the fort unmolested about 11 o'clock at night. The next morning, a party of the citizens and soldiers volunteered to go to Lee's place to learn further the fate of its occupants. The body of Mr. White was found pierced by 2 balls and with 11 stabs in the breast. The Frenchman, as already described, lay dead, with his dog still beside him. Their bodies were brought to the fort and buried in its immediate vicinity. It was subsequently ascertained from traders out in the Indian country that the perpetrators of this bloody deed were a party of Winnebagos who had come into this neighborhood to take some white scalps. Their plan had been to proceed down the river from Lee's place and kill every white man without the walls of the fort. Hearing, however, the report of the cannon, and not knowing what it portended, they thought it best to remain satisfied with this one exploit, and forthwith retreated to their homes on Rock River. The inhabitants outside the fort, consisting of a few discharged soldiers and some families of half-breeds, now entrenched themselves in the agency house. This stood west of the fort, between the pickets and the river, and distant about 20 rods from the former. It was an old-fashioned log building, with a hall running through the center, and one large room on each side. Piazzas extended the whole length of the building in front and rear. These were planked up for greater security, portholes were cut, and sentinels posted at night. As the enemy were believed to be lurking still in the neighborhood, or emboldened by former success, likely to return at any moment, an order was issued prohibiting any soldier or citizen from leaving the vicinity of the garrison without a guard. One night, a sergeant and private who were out on a patrol came suddenly upon a party of Indians in the pasture adjoining the esplanade. The sergeant fired his piece, and both retreated towards the fort. Before they could reach it, an Indian threw his tomahawk, which missed the sergeant and struck a wagon standing near. The sentinel from the blockhouse immediately fired, and with effect, while the men got safely in. The next morning it was ascertained, from traces of blood to a considerable distance into the prairie, and from the appearance of a body having been laid among the long grass, that some execution had been done. On another occasion, the enemy entered the esplanade to steal horses. Not finding them in the stable, as they had expected, they made themselves amends for their disappointment by stabbing all the sheep in the stable and then letting them loose. The poor animals flocked towards the fort. This gave the alarm. The garrison was aroused. Parties were sent out, but the marauders escaped unmolested. The inmates of the fort experienced no further alarm for many weeks. On the afternoon of the 7th of August, Winnebago, or Catfish, a Potawatomi chief, arrived at the post, bringing dispatches from General Hall. These announced the declaration of war between the United States and Great Britain, and that General Hall, at the head of the Northwestern Army, had arrived at Detroit. Also, that the island of Mackinac had fallen into the hands of the British. The orders to Captain Heald were, quote, to evacuate the fort if practicable, and in that event to distribute all the United States property contained in the fort and in the United States factory or agency among the Indians in the neighborhood, end quote. After having delivered his dispatches, Winnebago requested a private interview with Mr. Kinzie, who had taken up his residence in the fort. He stated to Mr. K that he was acquainted with the purport of the communications he had brought, and begged him to ascertain if it were the intention of Captain Heald to evacuate the post. He advised strongly against such a step, inasmuch as the garrison was well supplied with ammunition and with provisions for 6 months. It would, therefore, be far better, he thought, to remain until a reinforcement could be sent to their assistance. If, however, Captain Heald should decide upon leaving the post, it should by all means be done immediately. The Potawatomis, through whose country they must pass, being ignorant of the object of Winnebago's mission, a forced march might be made before those who were hostile in their feelings were prepared to interrupt them. Of this advice, so earnestly given, Captain Heald was immediately informed. He replied that it was his intention to evacuate the post, but that, inasmuch as he had received orders to distribute the United States property, he should not feel justified in leaving it until he had collected the Indians of the neighborhood and made an equitable division among them. Winnebago then suggested the expediency of marching out and leaving all things standing. Possibly, while the Indians were engaged in the partition of the spoils, the troops might effect their retreat unmolested. This advice was strongly seconded by Mr. Kinzie, but did not meet the approbation of the commanding officer. The order for evacuating the post was read next morning upon parade. It is difficult to understand why Captain Heald, in such an emergency, omitted the usual form of calling a council of war with his officers. It can only be accounted for by the fact of a want of harmonious feeling between himself and one of his junior officers, Ensign Ronan, a high-spirited and somewhat overbearing but brave and generous young man. In the course of the day, finding that no council was called, the officers waited on Captain Heald to be informed what course he intended to pursue. When they learned his intentions, they remonstrated with him on the following grounds. First, it was highly improbable that the command would be permitted to pass through the country in safety to Fort Wayne. For although it had been said that some of the chiefs had opposed an attack upon the fort planned the preceding autumn, yet it was well known that they had been actuated in that matter by motives of private regard to one family, that of Mr. Kinzie, and not to any general friendly feeling towards the Americans, and that, at any rate, it was hardly to be expected that these few individuals would be able to control the whole tribe who were thirsting for blood. In the next place, their march must necessarily be slow, as their movements must be accommodated to the helplessness of the women and children, of whom there were a number with the detachment. That of their small force, some of the soldiers were superannuated, others invalid. Therefore, since the course to be pursued was left discretional, their unanimous advice was to remain where they were and fortify themselves as strongly as possible. Succors from the other side of the peninsula might arrive before they could be attacked by the British from Mackinac, and even should they not, it were far better to fall into the hands of the latter than to become the victims of the savages. Captain Heald argued in reply, quote, that a special order had been issued by the War Department that no post should be surrendered without battle having been given, and his force was totally inadequate to an engagement with the Indians, that he should unquestionably be censured for remaining when there appeared a prospect of a safe march through, and that, upon the whole, he deemed it expedient to assemble the Indians, distribute the property among them, and then ask of them an escort to Fort Wayne, with a promise of a considerable reward upon their safer arrival, adding that he had full confidence in the friendly professions of the Indians, from whom, as well as from the soldiers, the capture of Mackinac had been kept a profound secret. From this time the officers held themselves aloof and spoke but little upon the subject, though they considered the project of Captain Heald little short of madness. The dissatisfaction among the soldiers hourly increased until it reached a high pitch of insubordination. Upon one occasion, as Captain Heald was conversing with Mr. Kinzie upon the parade, he remarked, quote, I could not remain, even if I thought it best, for I have but a small store of provisions. End quote. Why, Captain, said a soldier who stood near, forgetting all etiquette in the excitement of the moment, you have cattle enough to last the troops 6 months. But, replied Captain Heald, I have no salt to preserve it with. Then jerk it, said the man, as the Indians do their venison. Note: this is done by cutting the meat in thin slices, placing it upon a scaffold, and making a fire under it, which dries it and smokes it at the same time. End note. The Indians now became daily more unruly. Entering the fort in defiance of the sentinels, they made their way without ceremony into the officers' quarters. On one occasion, an Indian took up a rifle and fired it in the parlor of the commanding officer as an expression of defiance. Some were of opinion that this was intended among the young men as a signal for an attack. The old chiefs passed backwards and forwards among the assembled groups with the appearance of the most lively agitation, while the squaws rushed to and fro in great excitement and evidently prepared for some fearful scene. Any further manifestation of ill feeling was, however, suppressed for the present, and Captain Heald, strange as it may seem, continued to entertain a conviction of having created so amicable a disposition among the Indians as would ensure the safety of the command on their march to Fort Wayne. Thus passed the time until the 12th of August. The feelings of the inmates of the fort during this time may be better imagined than described. Each morning that dawned seemed to bring them nearer to that most appalling fate, butchery by a savage foe, and at night they scarcely dared yield to slumber, lest they should be aroused by the war-whoop and tomahawk. Gloom and mistrust prevailed, and the want of unanimity among the officers debarred them the consolation they might have found in mutual sympathy and encouragement. The Indians being assembled from the neighboring villages, a council was held with them on the afternoon of the 12th. Captain Heald alone attended on the part of the military. He requested his officers to accompany him, but they declined. They had been secretly informed that it was the intention of the young chiefs to fall upon the officers and massacre them while in council, but they could not persuade Captain Heald of the truth of their information. They waited, therefore, only until he had left the garrison, accompanied by Mr. Kinzie, when they took command of the blockhouses which overlooked the esplanade on which the council was held, opened the portholes, and pointed the cannon so as to command the whole assembly. By this means, probably, the lives of the whites who were present in council were preserved. In council, the commanding officer informed the Indians that it was his intention to distribute among them the next day not only the goods lodged in the United States factory, but also the ammunition and provisions with which the garrison was well supplied. He then requested of the Potawatomis an escort to Fort Wayne, promising them a liberal reward on arriving there, in addition to the presents they were now about to receive. With many professions of friendship and goodwill, the savages assented to all he proposed and promised all he required. After the council, Mr. Kinzie, who understood well not only the Indian character but the present tone of feeling among them, had a long interview with Captain Heald in hopes of opening his eyes to the present posture of affairs. He reminded him that since the troubles with the Indians upon the Wabash and its vicinity, there had appeared a settled plan of hostilities towards the whites, in consequence of which it had been the policy of the Americans to withhold from them whatever would enable them to carry on their warfare upon the defenseless inhabitants of the frontier. Mr. Kinzie also recalled to Captain Heald how that, having left home for Detroit the preceding autumn, on receiving, when he had proceeded as far as Deschamps, note, a trading establishment, now Ypsilanti, end note, the intelligence of the Battle of Tippecanoe, he had immediately returned to Chicago that he might dispatch orders to his traders to furnish no ammunition to the Indians, in consequence of which all they had on hand was secreted, and such of the traders as had not already started for their wintering grounds took neither powder nor shot with them. Captain Heald was struck with the impolicy of furnishing the enemy, for such they must now consider their old neighbors, with arms against himself, and determined to destroy all the ammunition except what should be necessary for the use of his own troops. On the 13th, the goods, consisting of blankets, broadcloths, calicoes, paints, etc., were distributed as stipulated. The same evening, the ammunition and liquor were carried, part into the sally port, and thrown into a well which had been dug there to supply the garrison with water in case of emergency. The remainder was transported as secretly as possible through the northern gate, the heads of the barrels knocked in, and the contents poured into the river. The same fate was shared by a large quantity of alcohol belonging to Mr. Kinzie, which had been deposited in a warehouse near his residence opposite the fort. The Indians suspected what was going on and crept, serpent-like, as near the scene of action as possible, but a vigilant watch was kept up, and no one was suffered to approach but those engaged in the affair. All the muskets not necessary for the command on the march were broken up and thrown into the well, together with the bags of shot, flints, gun screws, and in short, everything relating to weapons of offense. Some relief to the general feeling of despondency was afforded by the arrival on the 14th of August of Captain Wells. Note, Captain Wells, when a boy, was stolen by the Miami Indians from the family of Honorable Nathaniel Pope in Kentucky. Although recovered by them, he preferred to return and live among his new friends. He married a Miami woman and became a chief of the nation. He was the father of the late Mrs. Judge Wolcott of Maumee, Ohio. End note. With 15 friendly Miamis. Of this brave man, who forms so conspicuous a figure in our frontier annals, it is unnecessary here to say more than that he had been residing from his boyhood among the Indians, and consequently possessed a perfect knowledge of their character and habits. He had heard at Fort Wayne of the order for evacuating the fort at Chicago, and, knowing the hostile determination of the Potawatomis, he had made a rapid march across the country to prevent the exposure of his relative, Captain Heald, and his troops to certain destruction. But he came all too late. When he reached the post, he found that the ammunition had been destroyed and the provisions given to the Indians. There was, therefore, now no alternative, and every preparation was made for the march of the troops on the following morning. On the afternoon of the same day, a second council was held with the Indians. They expressed great indignation at the destruction of the ammunition and liquor. Notwithstanding the precautions that had been taken to preserve secrecy, the noise of knocking in the heads of the barrels had betrayed the operations of the preceding night. Indeed, so great was the quantity of liquor thrown into the river that the taste of the water the next morning was, as one expressed it, strong grog. Murmurs and threats were everywhere heard among the savages. It was evident that the first moment of exposure would subject the troops to some manifestation of their disappointment and resentment. Among the chiefs were several who, although they shared the general hostile feeling of their tribe towards the Americans, yet retained a personal regard for the troops at this post and for the few white citizens of the place. These chiefs exerted their utmost influence to allay the revengeful feelings of the young men and to avert their sanguinary designs, but without effect. On the evening succeeding the council, Black Partridge, note, Mukati Bene was his Indian name, end note, a conspicuous chief, entered the quarters of the commanding officer. "Father," said he, "I come to deliver up to you the medal I wear. It was given me by the Americans, and I have long worn it in token of our mutual friendship. But our young men are resolved to imbrue their hands in the blood of the whites. I cannot restrain them, and I will not wear a token of peace while I am compelled to act as an enemy." End quote. Had further evidence been wanting, this circumstance would have sufficiently proved to the devoted band the justice of their melancholy anticipations. Nevertheless, they went steadily on with the necessary preparations, and, amid the horrors of their situation, there were not wanting gallant hearts who strove to encourage in their desponding companions the hopes of escape they were far from indulging themselves. Of the ammunition, there had been reserved but 25 rounds, besides one box of cartridges contained in the baggage wagons. This must, under any circumstances of danger, have proved an inadequate supply, but the prospect of a fatiguing march in their present ineffective state forbade the troops embarrassing themselves with a larger quantity. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Wau-Bun, The Early Day in the Northwest, by Juliette Kinzie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Narrative of the Massacre, continued. The morning of the 15th arrived. All things were in readiness, and 9 o'clock was the hour named for starting. Mr. Kinzie, having volunteered to accompany the troops in their march, had entrusted his family to the care of some friendly Indians, who promised to convey them in a boat around the head of Lake Michigan to a point, note, the spot now called Bertrand, then known as Park aux Vaches, from its having been a favorite stamping ground of the buffalo, which then abounded in the country, end note. On the St. Joseph's River, there to be joined by the troops should the prosecution of their march be permitted them. Early in the morning, Mr. Kinzie received a message from Topinebe, a chief of the St. Joseph's band, informing him that mischief was intended by the Potawatomis who had engaged to escort the detachment, and urging him to relinquish his design of accompanying the troops by land, promising him that the boat containing himself and family should be permitted to pass in safety to St. Joseph's. Mr. Kinzie declined acceding to this proposal, as he believed that his presence might operate as a restraint upon the fury of the savages, so warmly were the greater part of them attached to himself and his family. The party in the boat consisted of Mrs. Kinzie and her 4 younger children, their nurse Josette, a clerk of Mr. Kinzie's, 2 servants, and the boatmen, besides the 2 Indians who acted as their protectors. The boat started, but had scarcely reached the mouth of the river, which, it will be recollected, was here half a mile below the fort, when another messenger from Topinebe arrived to detain them where they were. There was no mistaking the reason of this detention. In breathless anxiety sat the wife and mother. She was a woman of uncommon energy and strength of character, yet her heart died within her as she folded her arms around her helpless infants and gazed upon the march of her husband and eldest child to certain destruction. As the troops left the fort, the band struck up the Dead March. On they came, in military array, but with solemn mien. Captain Wells took the lead at the head of his little band of Miamis. He had blackened his face before leaving the garrison in token of his impending fate. They took their route along the lake shore. When they reached the point where commenced a range of sand hills intervening between the prairie and the beach, the escort of Potawatomis, in number about 500, kept the level of the prairie instead of continuing along the beach with the Americans in Miamis. They had marched perhaps a mile and a half when Captain Wells, who had kept somewhat in advance with his Miamis, came riding furiously back. "They are about to attack us," shouted he. "Form instantly and charge upon them." Scarcely were the words uttered when a volley was showered from among the sand hills. The troops were hastily brought into line and charged up the bank. One man, a veteran of 70 winters, fell as they ascended. The remainder of the scene is best described in the words of an eyewitness and participator in the tragedy, Mrs. Helm, the wife of Captain, then Lieutenant Helm, and stepdaughter of Mr. Kinzie. Note, Mrs. Helm is represented by the female figure in the bronze group erected by George M. Pullman at the foot of 18th Street to commemorate the massacre which took place at that spot. End note. Quote, "After we had left the bank, the firing became general. The Miamis fled at the outset. Their chief rode up to the Potawatomis and said, quote, 'You have deceived the Americans and us. You have done a bad action, and, brandishing his tomahawk, I will be the first to head a party of Americans to return and punish your treachery.' End quote. So saying, he galloped after his companions, who were now scouring across the prairies. The troops behaved most gallantly. They were but a handful, but they seemed resolved to sell their lives as dearly as possible. Our horses pranced and bounded, and could hardly be restrained as the balls whistled among them. I drew off a little, and gazed upon my husband and father, who were yet unharmed. I felt that my hour was come, and endeavored to forget those I loved, and prepared myself for my approaching fate. While I was thus engaged, the surgeon, Dr. Van Voorhees, came up. He was badly wounded. His horse had been shot under him, and he had received a ball in his leg. Every muscle of his face was quivering with the agony of terror. He said to me, "Do you think they will take our lives? I am badly wounded, but I think not mortally. Perhaps we might purchase our lives by promising them a large reward. Do you think there is any chance?" "Dr. Van Voorhees," said I, "do not let us waste the few moments that yet remain to us in such vain hopes. Our fate is inevitable. In a few moments we must appear before the bar of God. Let us make what preparation is yet in our power." "Oh, I cannot die," exclaimed he. "I am not fit to die. If I had but a short time to prepare, death is awful." I pointed to Ensign Ronan, who, though mortally wounded and nearly down, was still fighting with desperation on one knee. Note: the exact spot of this encounter was about where 21st Street crosses Indiana Avenue. "Look at that man," said I. "At least he dies like a soldier." "Yes," replied the unfortunate man with a convulsive gasp, "but he has no terrors of the future. He is an unbeliever." At this moment, a young Indian raised his tomahawk at me. By springing aside, I partially avoided the blow, which was intended for my skull, but which alighted on my shoulder. I seized him around the neck, and while exerting my utmost efforts to get possession of his scalping knife, which hung in a scabbard over his breast, I was dragged from his grasp by another and older Indian. The latter bore me struggling and resisting towards the lake. Notwithstanding the rapidity with which I was hurried along, I recognized, as I passed them, the lifeless remains of the unfortunate surgeon. Some murderous tomahawk had stretched him upon the very spot where I had last seen him. I was immediately plunged into the water and held there with a forcible hand, notwithstanding my resistance. I soon perceived, however, that the object of my captor was not to drown me, for he held me firmly in such a position as to place my head above water. This reassured me, and regarding him attentively, I soon recognized, in spite of the paint with which he was disguised, the black partridge. When the firing had nearly subsided, my preserver bore me from the water and conducted me up the sandbanks. It was a burning August morning, and walking through the sand in my drenched condition was inexpressibly painful and fatiguing. I stooped and took off my shoes to free them from the sand with which they were nearly filled, when a squaw seized and carried them off, and I was obliged to proceed without them. When we had gained the prairie, I was met by my father, who told me that my husband was safe and but slightly wounded. They led me gently back towards the Chicago River, along the southern bank of which was the Potawatomi encampment. At one time I was placed upon a horse without a saddle, but finding the motion insupportable, I sprang off. Supported partly by my kind conductor, Black Partridge, and partly by another Indian, Pisotum, who held dangling in his hand a scalp, which by the black ribbon around the queue I recognized as that of Captain Wells, I dragged my fainting steps to one of the wigwams. The wife of Wau-Bun, a chief from the Illinois River, was standing near, and seeing my exhausted condition, she seized a kettle, dipped up some water from a stream that flowed near, along the present State Street, threw into it some maple sugar, and stirring it up with her hand, gave it me to drink. This act of kindness, in the midst of so many horrors, touched me most sensibly, but my attention was soon diverted to other objects. The fort had become a scene of plunder to such as remained after the troops marched out. The cattle had been shot down as they ran at large, and lay dead or dying around. This work of butchery had commenced just as we were leaving the fort. I well remembered a remark of Ensign Ronan as the firing went on. Such, turning to me, is to be our fate, to be shot down like brutes. Well, sir, said the commanding officer, who overheard him, are you afraid? No, replied the high-spirited young man. I can march up to the enemy where you dare not show your face. And his subsequent gallant behavior showed this to be no idle boast. As the noise of the firing grew gradually less and the stragglers from the victorious party came dropping in, I received confirmation of what my father had hurriedly communicated in our rencontre on the lake shore, namely, that the whites had surrendered after the loss of about 2/3 of their number. They had stipulated, through the interpreter, Parish Leclerc, for the preservation of their lives and those of the remaining women and children, and for their delivery at some of the British posts, unless ransomed by traders in the Indian country. It appears that the wounded prisoners were not considered as included in the stipulation, and a horrid scene ensued upon their being brought into camp. An old squaw, infuriated by the loss of friends or excited by the sanguinary scenes around her, seemed possessed by a demoniac ferocity. She seized a stable fork and assaulted one miserable victim, who lay groaning and writhing in the agony of his wounds, aggravated by the scorching beams of the sun. With a delicacy of feeling scarcely to have been expected under such circumstances, Wau-Bun stretched a mat across 2 poles between me and this dreadful scene. I was thus spared in some degree a view of its horrors, although I could not entirely close my ears to the cries of the sufferer. The following night, 5 more of the wounded prisoners were tomahawked." End quote. The Americans, it appears, after their first attack by the Indians, charged upon those who had concealed themselves in a sort of ravine, intervening between the sandbanks and the prairie. The latter gathered themselves into a body, and after some hard fighting, in which the number of whites had become reduced to 28, this little band succeeded in breaking through the enemy and gaining a rising ground not far from the oak woods. Further contest now seeming hopeless, Lieutenant Helms sent Parish Leclerc, a half-breed boy in the service of Mr. Kinzie, who had accompanied the detachment and fought manfully on their side, to propose terms of capitulation. It was stipulated that the lives of all the survivors should be spared, and a ransom permitted as soon as practicable. But in the meantime, a horrible scene had been enacted. One young savage, climbing into the baggage wagon containing the children of the white families, 12 in number, tomahawked the entire group. This was during the engagement near the Sand Hills. When Captain Wells, who was fighting near, beheld it, he exclaimed, "Is that their game, butchering the women and children? Then I will kill too." So saying, he turned his horse's head and started for the Indian camp near the fort where had been left their squaws and children. Several Indians pursued him as he galloped along. He laid himself flat on the neck of his horse, loading and firing in that position, as he would occasionally turn on his pursuers. At length their balls took effect, killing his horse and severely wounding himself. At this moment he was met by Winnebago and Wau-Bun, who endeavored to save him from the savages who had now overtaken him. As they supported him along, after having disengaged him from his horse, he received his death blow from another Indian, Pisotum, who stabbed him in the back. The heroic resolution of one of the soldiers' wives deserves to be recorded. She was a Mrs. Corbin, and had from the first expressed the determination never to fall into the hands of the savages, believing that their prisoners were always subjected to tortures worse than death. When, therefore, a party came upon her to make her a prisoner, she fought with desperation, refusing to surrender, although assured by signs of safety and kind treatment, and literally suffered herself to be cut to pieces rather than become their captive. There was a Sergeant Holt who, early in the engagement, received a ball in the neck. Finding himself badly wounded, he gave his sword to his wife, who was on horseback near him, telling her to defend herself. He then made for the lake to keep out of the way of the balls. Mrs. Holt rode a very fine horse, which the Indians were desirous of possessing, and they therefore attacked her in hopes of dismounting her. They fought only with the butt ends of their guns, for their object was not to kill her. She hacked and hewed at their pieces as they were thrust against her, now on this side, now that. Finally, she broke loose from them and dashed out into the prairie. The Indians pursued her, shouting and laughing, and now and then calling out, "The brave woman, do not hurt her." At length they overtook her again, and while she was engaged with 2 or 3 in front, one succeeded in seizing her by the neck behind and dragging her, although a large and powerful woman, from her horse. Notwithstanding that their guns had been so hacked and injured, and even themselves cut severely, they seemed to regard her only with admiration. They took her to a trader on the Illinois River, by whom she was restored to her friends after having received every kindness during her captivity. Note: Mrs. Holt is believed to be still living in the state of Ohio. End note. Those of the family of Mr. Kinzie who had remained in the boat near the mouth of the river were carefully guarded by Kipota and another Indian. They had seen the smoke, then the blaze, and immediately after, the report of the first tremendous discharge sounded in their ears. Then all was confusion. They realized nothing until they saw an Indian come towards them from the battleground, leading a horse on which sat a lady, apparently wounded. "That is Mrs. Heald," cried Mrs. Kinzie. "That Indian will kill her. Run, Chandonnais," to one of Mr. Kinzie's clerks. "Take the mule that is tied there, and offer it to him to release her." Her captor, by this time, was in the act of disengaging her bonnet from her head in order to scalp her. Chandonnais ran up and offered the mule as a ransom, with a promise of 10 bottles of whiskey as soon as they should reach his village. The latter was a strong temptation. "But," said the Indian, "she is badly wounded. She will die. Will you give me the whiskey at all events?" Chandonnais promised that he would, and the bargain was concluded. The savage placed the lady's bonnet on his own head, and after an ineffectual effort on the part of some squaws to rob her of her shoes and stockings, she was brought on board the boat, where she lay moaning with pain from the many bullet wounds she had received in both arms. The horse Mrs. Heald had ridden was a fine, spirited animal, and being desirous of possessing themselves of it uninjured, the Indians had aimed their shots so as to disable the rider without injuring her steed. She had not lain long in the boat when a young Indian of savage aspect was seen approaching. A buffalo robe was hastily drawn over her, and she was admonished to suppress all sound of complaint as she valued her life. The heroic woman remained perfectly silent, while the savage drew near. He had a pistol in his hand, which he rested on the side of the boat, while, with a fearful scowl, he looked pryingly around. Black Jim, one of the servants who stood in the bow of the boat, seized an axe that lay near, and signed to him that if he shot, he would cleave his skull, telling him that the boat contained only the family of Shawnee. Upon this, the Indian retired. It afterwards appeared that the object of his search was Mr. Burnett, a trader from St. Joseph's, with whom he had some account to settle. When the boat was at length permitted to return to the mansion of Mr. Kinzie, and Mrs. Heald was removed to the house, it became necessary to dress her wounds. Mr. K. applied to an old chief who stood by and who, like most of his tribe, possessed some skill in surgery, to extract a ball from the arm of the sufferer. "No, father," replied he, "I cannot do it. It makes me sick here," placing his hand on his heart. Mr. Kinzie then performed the operation himself with his penknife. At their own mansion, the family of Mr. Kinzie were closely guarded by their Indian friends, whose intention it was to carry them to Detroit for security. The rest of the prisoners remained at the wigwams of their captors. The following morning, the work of plunder being completed, the Indians set fire to the fort. A very equitable distribution of the finery appeared to have been made, and shawls, ribbons, and feathers fluttered about in all directions. The ludicrous appearance of one young fellow, who had arrayed himself in a muslin gown and the bonnet of one of the ladies, would, under other circumstances, have afforded matter of amusement. Black Partridge, Wau-Bun, and Kipota, with 2 other Indians, having established themselves in the porch of the building as sentinels to protect the family from any evil that the young men might be excited to commit, all remained tranquil for a short space after the conflagration. Very soon, however, a party of Indians from the Wabash made their appearance. These were decidedly the most hostile and implacable of all the tribes of the Potawatomis. Being more remote, they had shared less than some of their brethren in the kindness of Mr. Kinzie and his family, and consequently their sentiments of regard for them were less powerful. Runners had been sent to the villages to apprise them of the intended evacuation of the post, as well as of the plan of the Indians assembled to attack the troops. Thirsting to participate in such a scene, they hurried on, and great was their mortification on arriving at the river Au Plain, to meet with a party of their friends, having with them their chief, Ni Scott ni Meg, badly wounded, and to learn that the battle was over, the spoils divided, and the scalps all taken. On arriving at Chicago, they blackened their faces and proceeded towards the dwelling of Mr. Kinzie. From his station on the piazza, Black Partridge had watched their approach, and his fears were particularly awakened for the safety of Mrs. Helm, Mr. Kinzie's stepdaughter, who had recently come to the post and was personally unknown to the more remote Indians. By his advice, she was made to assume the ordinary dress of a Frenchwoman of the country, namely a short gown and petticoat with a blue cotton handkerchief wrapped around her head. In this disguise, she was conducted by Black Partridge himself to the house of Ouimet, a Frenchman with a half-breed wife, who formed a part of the establishment of Mr. Kinzie and whose dwelling was close at hand. It so happened that the Indians came first to this house in their search for prisoners. As they approached, the inmates, fearful that the fair complexion and general appearance of Mrs. Helm might betray her for an American, raised a large feather bed and placed her under the edge of it upon the bedstead with her face to the wall. Mrs. Bisson, a half-breed, the sister of Ouimet's wife, then seated herself with her sewing upon the front of the bed. It was a hot day in August, and the feverish excitement of fear and agitation, together with her position, which was nearly suffocating, became so intolerable that Mrs. Helm at length entreated to be released and given up to the Indians. "I can but die," said she. "Let them put an end to my misery at once." Mrs. Bisson replied, "Your death would be the destruction of us all, for Black Partridge has resolved that if one drop of the blood of your family is spilled, he will take the lives of all concerned in it, even his dearest friends, and if once the work of murder commences, there will be no end of it. so long as there remains one white person or half-breed in the country." End quote. This expostulation nerved Mrs. Helm with fresh resolution. The Indians entered, and she could occasionally see them from her hiding place, gliding about and stealthily inspecting every part of the room, though without making any ostensible search, until, apparently satisfied that there was no one concealed, they left the house. All this time Mrs. Besson had kept her seat upon the side of the bed, calmly sorting and arranging the patchwork of the quilt on which she was engaged, and preserving an appearance of the utmost tranquillity, although she knew not but that the next moment she might receive a tomahawk in her brain. Her self-command unquestionably saved the lives of all present. From Oumette's house, the party of Indians proceeded to the dwelling of Mr. Kinzie. They entered the parlor in which the family were assembled with their faithful protectors, and seated themselves upon the floor in silence. Black Partridge perceived from their moody and revengeful looks what was passing in their minds, but he dared not remonstrate with them. He only observed in a low tone to Wau-Bun, quote, "We have endeavored to save our friends, but it is in vain. Nothing will save them now." End quote. At this moment a friendly whoop was heard from a party of newcomers on the opposite bank of the river. Black Partridge sprang to meet their leader, as the canoes in which they had hastily embarked touched the bank near their house. "Who are you?" demanded he. "A man." "Who are you?" "A man like yourself. But tell me who you are," meaning tell me your disposition, at which side you are for. "I am a Sarganash." "Then make all speed to the house. Your friend is in danger, and you alone can save him." Billy Caldwell, for it was he, note. Billy Caldwell was a half-breed and the chief of the nation. In his reply, "I am a Sauganash," or Englishman, he designed to convey, "I am a white man." Had he said, "I am a Potawatomi," it would have been interpreted to mean, "I belong to my nation and am prepared to go all lengths with them." End note. Entered the parlor with a calm step and without a trace of agitation in his manner. He deliberately took off his accoutrements and placed them with his rifle behind the door, then saluted the hostile savages. "How now, my friends? A good day to you. I was told there were enemies here, but I am glad to find only friends. Why have you blackened your faces? Is it that you are mourning for the friends you have lost in battle?" Purposely misunderstanding this token of evil designs. "Or is it that you are fasting? If so, ask our friend here, and he will give you to eat. He is the Indians' friend, and never yet refused them what they had need of." End quote. Thus taken by surprise, the savages were ashamed to acknowledge their bloody purpose. They therefore said modestly that they came to beg of their friends some white cotton in which to wrap their dead before interring them. This was given to them, with some other presents, and they took their departure peaceably from the premises. Along with Mr. Kinzie's party was a non-commissioned officer who had made his escape in a singular manner. As the troops were about leaving the fort, it was found that the baggage horses of the surgeon had strayed off. The quartermaster sergeant, Griffith, was sent to collect them and bring them on, it being absolutely necessary to recover them, since their packs contained part of the surgeon's apparatus and the medicines for the march. This man had been for a long time on the sick report, and for this reason was given the charge of the baggage instead of being placed with the troops. His efforts to recover the horses being unsuccessful, he was hastening to rejoin his party, alarmed at some appearances of disorder and hostile indications among the Indians, when he was met and made prisoner by Topinebe. Having taken from him his arms and accoutrements, the chief put him into a canoe and paddled him across the river, bidding him make for the woods and secrete himself. This he did, and the following day in the afternoon, seeing from his lurking place that all appeared quiet, he ventured to steal cautiously into the garden of Oumette, where he concealed himself for a time behind some currant bushes. At length he determined to enter the house, and accordingly climbed up through a small back window into the room where the family were. This was just as the Wabash Indians had left the house of Oumette for that of Mr. Kinzie. The danger of the sergeant was now imminent. The family stripped him of his uniform and arrayed him in a suit of deerskin with belt, moccasins, and pipe, like a French engagé. His dark complexion and large black whiskers favored the disguise. The family were all ordered to address him in French, and although utterly ignorant of the language, he continued to pass for a Weem-Tigash, note, Frenchman, end note, and as such to accompany Mr. Kinzie and his family undetected by his enemies until they reached a place of safety. On the third day after the battle, the family of Mr. Kinzie, with the clerks of the establishment, were put into a boat under the care of Francois, a half-breed interpreter, and conveyed to St. Joseph's, where they remained until the following November under the protection of Topinabé's band. They were then conducted to Detroit under the escort of Chandonnais and their trusty Indian friend, Chipote, and delivered up as prisoners of war to Colonel McKee, the British Indian agent. Mr. Kinzie was not allowed to leave St. Joseph's with his family, his Indian friends insisting on his remaining and endeavoring to secure some remnant of his scattered property. During his excursions with them for that purpose, he wore the costume and paint of the tribe in order to escape capture and perhaps death at the hands of those who were still thirsting for blood. In time, however, his anxiety for his family induced him to follow them to Detroit, where, in the month of January, he was received and paroled by General Proctor. Captain and Mrs. Heald were sent across the lake to St. Joseph the day after the battle. The former had received 2 wounds, the latter 7 in the engagement. Lieutenant Helm, who was likewise wounded, was carried by some friendly Indians to their village on the Au Sable, and thence to Peoria, where he was liberated by the intervention of Mr. Thomas Forsyth, the half-brother of Mr. Kinzie. Mrs. Helm accompanied her parents to St. Joseph, where they resided in the family of Alexander Robinson. Note: the Potawatomi chief, so well known to many of the citizens of Chicago, now, 1870, residing at the All Plain. End note. Receiving from them all possible kindness and hospitality for several months. After their arrival in Detroit, Mrs. Helm was joined by her husband, when they were both arrested by order of the British commander and sent on horseback in the dead of winter through Canada to Fort George on the Niagara frontier. When they arrived at that post, there had been no official appointed to receive them, and notwithstanding their long and fatiguing journey in weather the most cold and inclement, Mrs. Helm, a delicate woman of 17 years, was permitted to sit waiting in her saddle outside the gate for more than an hour before the refreshment of fire or food, or even the shelter of a roof, was offered them. When Colonel Sheaf, who had been absent at the time, was informed of this brutal inhospitality, he expressed the greatest indignation. He waited on Mrs. Helm immediately, apologized in the most courteous manner, and treated both her and Lieutenant Helm with the most considerate kindness, until, by an exchange of prisoners, they were liberated and found means to reach their friends in Steuben County, New York. Captain Heald had been taken prisoner by an Indian from the Kankakee, who had a strong personal regard for him, and who, when he saw the wounded and enfeebled state of Mrs. Heald, released her husband that he might accompany his wife to St. Joseph. To the latter place they were accordingly carried, as has been related by Chandonnais and his party. In the meantime, the Indian who had so nobly released his prisoner returned to his village on the Kankakee, where he had the mortification of finding that his conduct had excited great dissatisfaction among his band. So great was the displeasure manifested that he resolved to make a journey to St. Joseph and reclaim his prisoner. News of his intention being brought to Topinabee and Kipota, under whose care the prisoners were, they held a private council with Chandonnais, Mr. Kinzie, and the principal men of the village, the result of which was a determination to send Captain and Mrs. Heald to the island of Mackinac and deliver them up to the British. They were accordingly put in a bark canoe and paddled by Robinson and his wife a distance of 300 miles along the coast of Michigan and surrendered as prisoners of war to the commanding officer at Mackinac. As an instance of the procrastinating spirit of Captain Heald, It may be mentioned that, even after he had received certain intelligence that his Indian captor was on his way from the Kankakee to St. Joseph to retake him, he would still have delayed another day at that place to make preparation for a more comfortable journey to Mackinac. The soldiers, with their wives and surviving children, were dispersed among the different villages of the Potawatomis upon the Illinois, Wabash, Rock River, and at Milwaukee, until the following spring, when they were, for the most part, carried to Detroit and ransomed. Mrs. Burns, with her infant, became the prisoner of a chief, who carried her to his village and treated her with great kindness. His wife, from jealousy of the favor shown to the white woman and her child, always treated them with great hostility. On one occasion she struck the infant with a tomahawk and narrowly missed her aim of putting an end to it altogether. Note: 22 years after this, as I was on a journey to Chicago in the steamer Uncle Sam, a young woman, hearing my name, introduced herself to me, and raising the hair from her forehead, showed me the mark of the tomahawk which had so nearly been fatal to her. End note. They were not left long in the power of the old hag after this demonstration, but on the first opportunity were carried to a place of safety. The family of Mr. Lee had resided in a house on the lake shore, not far from the fort. Mr. Lee was the owner of Lee's Place, which he cultivated as a farm. It was his son who ran down with a discharged soldier to give the alarm of Indians at the fort on the afternoon of the 7th of April. The father, the son, and all the other members of the family had fallen victims on the 15th of August, except Mrs. Lee and her young infant. These were claimed by Black Partridge and carried to his village on the Au Sable. He had been particularly attached to a little girl of Mrs. Lee's, about 12 years of age. This child had been placed on horseback for the march, and as she was unaccustomed to the exercise, she was tied fast to the saddle, lest by any accident she should slip off or be thrown. She was within reach of the balls at the commencement of the engagement, and was severely wounded. The horse set off on a full gallop, which partly threw her, but she was held fast by the bands which confined her, and hung dangling as the animal ran violently about. In this state she was met by Black Partridge, who caught the horse and disengaged her from the saddle. Finding her so much wounded that she could not recover, and that she was suffering great agony, he put the finishing stroke to her at once with his tomahawk. He afterwards said that this was the hardest thing he ever tried to do, but he did it because he could not bear to see her suffer. He took the mother and her infant to his village, where he became warmly attached to the former, so much so that he wished to marry her, but as she very naturally objected, he treated her with the greatest respect and consideration. He was in no hurry to release her, for he was in hopes of prevailing on her to become his wife. In the course of the winter, her child fell ill. Finding that none of the remedies within their reach were effectual, Black Partridge proposed to take the little one to Chicago, where there was now a French trader living in the mansion of Mr. Kinzie, and procure some medical aid from him. Wrapping up his charge with the greatest care, he set out on his journey. When he arrived at the residence of Monsieur Dupin, he entered the room where he was, and carefully placed his burden on the floor. "What have you there?" asked Monsieur Dupin. "A young raccoon, which I have brought you as a present," was the reply, and opening the pack, he showed the little sick infant. When the trader had prescribed for its complaint, and Black Partridge was about to return to his home, he told his friend of the proposal he had made to Mrs. Lee to become his wife and the manner in which it had been received. Monsieur Dupin, entertaining some fears that the chief's honorable resolution to leave it to the lady herself whether to accept his addresses or not might not hold out, entered at once into a negotiation for her ransom, and so effectually wrought upon the good feelings of Black Partridge that he consented to bring his fair prisoner at once to Chicago, that she might be restored to her friends. Whether the kind trader had at the outset any other feeling in the matter than sympathy and brotherly kindness, we cannot say. We only know that in process of time Mrs. Lee became Madame Dupin, and that the worthy couple lived together in great happiness for many years after. The fate of Nonongi one of the chiefs of the Calumet village, and who is mentioned in the early part of the narrative, deserves to be recorded. During the Battle of the 15th of August, the chief object of his attack was one Sergeant Hayes, a man from whom he had received many acts of kindness. After Hayes had received a ball through the body, this Indian ran up to him to tomahawk him, when the sergeant, collecting his remaining strength, pierced him through the body with his bayonet. They fell together. Other Indians running up soon dispatched Hayes, and it was not until then that his bayonet was extracted from the body of his adversary. The wounded chief was carried after the battle to his village on the Calumet, where he survived for several days. Finding his end approaching, he called together his young men and enjoined them in the most solemn manner to regard the safety of their prisoners after his death, and to take the lives of none of them from respect to his memory, as he deserved his fate from the hands of those whose kindness he had so ill requited. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Wau-Bun, The Early Day in the Northwest, by Juliette Kinzie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Captivity of J. Kinzie, Sr., An Amusing Mistake. It had been a stipulation of General Hall at the surrender of Detroit, which took place the day after the massacre at Chicago, that the inhabitants should be permitted to remain undisturbed in their homes. Accordingly, the family of Mr. Kinzie took up their quarters with their friends in the old mansion, which many will still recollect as standing on the northwest corner of Jefferson Avenue and Wayne Street. The feelings of indignation and sympathy were constantly aroused in the hearts of the citizens during the winter that ensued. They were almost daily called upon to witness the cruelties practiced upon the American prisoners brought in by their Indian captors. Those who could scarcely drag their wounded, bleeding feet over the frozen ground were compelled to dance for the amusement of the savages, and these exhibitions sometimes took place before the government house, the residence of Colonel McKee. Some of the British officers looked on from their windows at these heart-rending performances. For the honor of humanity, we will hope such instances were rare. Everything that could be made available among the effects of the citizens was offered to ransom their countrymen from the hands of these inhuman beings. The prisoners brought in from the River Raisin, those unfortunate men who were permitted after their surrender to General Proctor to be tortured and murdered by inches by his savage allies, excited the sympathies and called for the action of the whole community. Private houses were turned into hospitals, and everyone was forward to get possession of as many as possible of the survivors. To effect this, even the articles of their apparel were bartered by the ladies of Detroit as they watched from their doors or windows the miserable victims carried about for sale. In the dwelling of Mr. Kinzie, one large room was devoted to the reception of the sufferers. Few of them survived. Among those spoken of as objects of the deepest interest were two young gentlemen of Kentucky, brothers, both severely wounded, and their wounds aggravated to a mortal degree by subsequent ill usage and hardships. Their solicitude for each other, and their exhibition in various ways of the most tender fraternal affection, created an impression never to be forgotten. The last bargain made was by Black Jim and one of the children, who had permission to redeem a Negro servant of the gallant Colonel Allen with an old white horse, the only available article that remained among their possessions. A brother of Colonel Allen afterwards came to Detroit, and the Negro preferred returning to servitude rather than remaining a stranger in a strange land. Mr. Kinzie, as has been related, joined his family at Detroit in the month of January. A short time after, suspicions arose in the mind of General Proctor that he was in correspondence with General Harrison, who is now at Fort Meigs, and who is believed to be meditating an advance upon Detroit. Lieutenant Watson, of the British Army, waited upon Mr. Kinzie one day with an invitation to the quarters of General Proctor on the opposite side of the river, saying he wished to speak with him on business. Quite unsuspicious, He complied with the invitation, when to his surprise he was ordered into confinement and strictly guarded in the house of his former partner, Mr. Patterson of Sandwich. Finding that he did not return to his home, Mrs. Kinzie informed some of the Indian chiefs, his particular friends, who immediately repaired to the headquarters of the commanding officer, demanded their friend's release, and brought him back to his home. After waiting a time until a favorable opportunity presented itself, the general sent a detachment of dragoons to arrest Mr. Kinzie. They had succeeded in carrying him away and crossing the river with him. Just at this moment, a party of friendly Indians made their appearance. "Where is the Shawnee?" was the first question. "There," replied his wife, pointing across the river, "in the hands of the redcoats, who are taking him away again." The Indians ran to the river, seized some canoes that they found there, and crossing over to Sandwich, compelled General Proctor a second time to forego his intentions. A third time this officer made the attempt and succeeded in arresting Mr. Kinzie and conveying him heavily ironed to Fort Malden in Canada at the mouth of the Detroit River. Here he was at first treated with great severity, but after a time the rigor of his confinement was somewhat relaxed, and he was permitted to walk on the bank of the river for air and exercise. On the 10th of September, as he was taking his promenade under the close supervision of a guard of soldiers, the whole party were startled by the sound of guns upon Lake Erie, at no great distance below. What could it mean? It must be Commodore Barclay firing into some of the Yankees. The firing continued. The time allotted the prisoner for his daily walk expired, but neither he nor his guard observed the lapse of time, so anxiously were they listening to what they now felt sure was an engagement between ships of war. At length Mr. Kinzie was reminded that the hour for his return to confinement had arrived. He petitioned for another half hour. "Let me stay," said he, "till we can learn how the battle has gone." Very soon a sloop appeared under press of sail, rounding the point, and presently 2 gunboats in chase of her. "She is running. She bears the British colors," cried he. "Yes, yes, they are lowering. She is striking her flag. Now," turning to the soldiers, "I will go back to prison contented. I know how the battle is gone." The sloop was the Little Belt, the last of the squadron captured by the gallant Perry on that memorable occasion which he announced in the immortal words, "We have met the enemy, and they are ours." Matters were growing critical, and it was necessary to transfer all prisoners to a place of greater security than the frontier was now likely to be. It was resolved, therefore, to send Mr. Kinzie to the mother country. Nothing has ever appeared which would explain the course of General Proctor in regard to this gentleman. He had been taken from the bosom of his family, where he was living quietly under the parole which he had received, and protected by the stipulations of the surrender. He was kept for months in confinement. Now he was placed on horseback under a strong guard, who announced that they had orders to shoot him through the head if he offered to speak to a person upon the road. He was tied upon the saddle to prevent his escape, and thus they set out for Quebec. A little incident occurred, which will help to illustrate the course invariably pursued towards our citizens at this period by the British Army on the northwestern frontier. The saddle on which Mr. Kinzie rode had not been properly fastened, and, owing to the rough motion of the animal on which it was, it turned so as to bring the rider into a most awkward and painful position. His limbs being fastened, he could not disengage himself, and in this manner he was compelled by those who had charge of him to ride until he was nearly exhausted before they had the humanity to release him. Arrived at Quebec, he was put on board a small vessel to be sent to England. The vessel, when a few days out at sea, was chased by an American frigate and driven into Halifax. A second time she set sail, when she sprung a leak and was compelled to put back. The attempt to send him across the ocean was now abandoned, and he was returned to Quebec. Another step, equally inexplicable with his arrest, was soon after taken. This was his release and that of Mr. Macomb of Detroit, who was also in confinement in Quebec, and the permission given them to return to their friends and families, although the war was not yet ended. It may possibly be imagined that in the treatment these gentlemen received, the British commander-in-chief sheltered himself under the plea of their being, quote, native-born British subjects, end quote, and perhaps when it was ascertained that Mr. Kinzie was indeed a citizen of the United States, it was thought safest to release him. In the meantime, General Harrison, at the head of his troops, had reached Detroit. He landed on the 29th of September. All the citizens went forth to meet him. Mrs. Kinzie, leading her children by the hand, was of the number. The general accompanied her to her home and took up his abode there. On his arrival, he was introduced to Kipota, who happened to be on a visit to the family at that time. The general had seen the chief the preceding year at the council at Vincennes, and the meeting was one of great cordiality and interest. In 1816, Mr. Kinzie and his family again returned to Chicago. The fort was rebuilt on a somewhat larger scale than the former one. It was not until the return of the troops that the bones of the unfortunate Americans who had been massacred 4 years before were collected and buried. An Indian agency, under the charge of Charles Jewett, Esquire of Kentucky, was established. He was succeeded in 1820 by Dr. Alexander Wolcott of Connecticut, who occupied that position until his death in 1830. The troops were removed from the garrison in 1823, but restored in 1828 after the Winnebago War. This was a disturbance between the Winnebagos and white settlers on and near the Mississippi. After some murders had been committed, the young chief, Redbird, was taken and imprisoned at Prairie du Chien to await his trial, where he committed suicide in consequence of chagrin and the irksomeness of confinement. It was feared that the Potawatomis would make common cause with the Winnebagos and commence a general system of havoc and bloodshed on the frontier. They were deterred from such a step, probably, by the exertions of Billy Caldwell, Robinson, and Chaubine, who made an expedition among the Rock River bands to argue and persuade them into remaining tranquil. The few citizens of Chicago in those days lived, for the most part, a very quiet, unvaried life. The great abundance of game and the immense fertility of the lands they cultivated furnished them with a superabundance of all the luxuries of garden, cornfield, and dairy. The question was once asked by a friend in the East Country, "How do you dispose of all the good things you raise? You have no market." "No." "And you cannot consume them all yourselves?" "No." "What then do you do with them?" "Why, we manage, when a vessel arrives, to persuade the captain to accept a few kegs of butter and stores of corn and vegetables as a present, and that helps us to get rid of some of our overplus." The mails arrived, as may be supposed, at very rare intervals. They were brought occasionally from Fort Clark, Peoria, but more frequently from Fort Wayne or across the peninsula of Michigan, which was still a wilderness peopled with savages. The hardy adventurer who acted as express was, not unfrequently, obliged to imitate the birds of heaven and lodge among the branches in order to ensure the safety of himself and his charge. Visitors were very rare, unless it was a friend who came to sojourn for several months and share a life in the wilderness. A traveler, however, occasionally found his way to the spot, and passing to or from parts unknown, and such a one was sure of a hospitable and hearty welcome. A gentleman journeying from the southern settlements once arrived late in the evening at Wolf Point, where was then the small trading establishment of George Hunt and a Mr. Wallace. He stopped and inquired if he could have accommodation for the night for himself and his horse. The answer was that they were ill provided to entertain a stranger. The house was small, and they were keeping bachelor's hall. "Is there no place," inquired the traveler, "where I can obtain a lodging?" "Oh, yes, you will find a very comfortable house, Mr. Kinzie's, about half a mile below, near the mouth of the river." The stranger turned his horse's head and took the road indicated. Arrived at the spot, his first inquiry was, "Is this the residence of Mr. Kinzie?" "Yes, sir." "I should be glad to get accommodation for myself and horse." "Certainly, sir. Walk in." The horse was taken to the stable, while the gentleman was ushered into a parlor where were two ladies. The usual preliminary questions and answers were gone through, for in a new country people soon become acquainted, and the gentleman ere long found himself seated at a comfortable hot supper. We will venture to say a fine supper, since the table in this domestic establishment has always been somewhat famous. Apparently the gentleman enjoyed it, for he made himself quite at home. He even called for a boot-jack after tea, and drew off his boots. The ladies were a little surprised, but they had lived a good while out of the world, and they did not know what changes in etiquette might have taken place during their retirement. Before taking his leave for the night, the traveler signified what it would please him to have for breakfast, which was duly prepared. The next day proved stormy. The gentleman was satisfied with his quarters, and having taken care to ascertain that there was no neglect or deficiency of accommodation so far as his horse was concerned, he got through the day very comfortably. Now and then, when he was tired of reading, he would converse with the family, and seemed, upon the whole, by no means disposed to hold himself aloof, but to indulge in a little becoming sociability, seeing they were all there away in the woods. The second day the weather brightened. The traveler signified his intention to depart. He ordered his horse to the door. Then he called for his bill. "My house is not a tavern, sir," was the astounding reply. "Not a tavern? Good heavens! Have I been making myself at home in this manner in a private family?" He was profuse in his apologies, which, however, were quite unnecessary, for the family had perceived from the first the mistake he had fallen into, and they had amused themselves during his whole visit in anticipating the consternation of their guest when he should be undeceived. It was in the year 1816, the year of the rebuilding of the fort after its destruction by the Indians, that the tract of land on which Chicago stands, together with the surrounding country, was ceded to the United States by the Potawatomis. They remained the peaceful occupants of it, however, for 20 years longer. It was not until 1836 that they were removed by government to lands appropriated for their use on the upper Missouri. In the year 1830, the town of Chicago was laid out into lots by commissioners appointed by the state. At this time, the prices of these lots ranged from $10 to $60. Mr. Kinzie, who, from the geographical position of this place and the vast fertility of the surrounding country, had always foretold its eventual prosperity and importance, was not permitted to witness the realization of his predictions. He closed his useful and energetic life on the 6th of January, 1828, having just completed his 65th year. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Wau-Bun, The Early Day in the Northwest, by Juliette Kinzie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. A Sermon. Chicago was not, at the period of my first visit, the cheerful, happy place it had once been. The death of Dr. Wolcott, of Lieutenant Furman, and of a promising young son of Mr. Wau-Bun, all within a few weeks of each other, had thrown a gloom over the different branches of the social circle. The weather, too, was inclement and stormy beyond anything that had been known before. Only twice during a period of 2 months did the sun shine out through the entire day. So late as the second week in April, when my husband had left to return to Fort Winnebago, the storms were so severe that he and his men were obliged to lie by 2 or 3 days in an Indian lodge. Robert Kinzie, Medard Wau-Bun, and Billy Caldwell had gone at the same time to the Calumet to hunt, and as they did not make their appearance for many days, we were persuaded they had perished with cold. They returned at length, however, to our infinite joy, having only escaped freezing by the forethought of Robert and Caldwell in carrying each 2 blankets instead of 1. Our only recreation was an occasional ride on horseback when the weather would permit, through the woods on the north side of the river, or across the prairie along the lake shore on the south. When we went in the former direction, a little bridle path took us along what is now Rush Street. The thick boughs of the trees arched over our heads, and we were often compelled, as we rode, to break away the projecting branches of the shrubs which impeded our path. The little prairie west of Wright's Woods was the usual termination of our ride in this direction. When we chose the path across the prairie towards the south, we generally passed a newcomer, Dr. Harmon, superintending the construction of a sod fence at a spot he had chosen near the shore of the lake. In this enclosure he occupied himself, as the season advanced, in planting fruit stones of all descriptions to make ready a garden and orchard for future enjoyment. We usually stopped to have a little chat. The two favorite themes of the doctor were horticulture and the certain future importance of Chicago. That it was destined to be a great city was his unalterable conviction, and indeed, by this time, all forest and prairie as it was, we half began to believe it ourselves. On the pleasant afternoons which we occasionally enjoyed as the season advanced, we found no small amusement in practicing pistol firing. The place appropriated to this sport was outside the pickets, the mark being placed on a panel in one of the bastions. The gentlemen must not be offended if I record that, in process of time, the ladies acquired a degree of skill that enabled them, as a general thing, to come off triumphant. One of the ladies, Mrs. Hunter, was a great shot, having brought down her grouse on the wing, to the no small delight of one of the officers, Captain Martin Scott, of Raccoon's celebrity. Now and then there was a little excitement within the fort, aroused by the discovery that a settler had been engaged in selling milk punch instead of milk to the soldiers, thereby interfering in no small degree with the regularity and perfect discipline of the service. The first step was to drum out the offender with all the honors of war, that is, with a party-colored dress and the rogue's march played behind him. The next, to place all the victims of this piece of deception in the guardhouse, where the commanding officer's lady supplied them bountifully with coffee and hot cakes, by way of opening their eyes to the enormity of their offense. It is not to be wondered at that the officers sometimes complained of its being more of a strife with the soldiers who should get into the guardhouse than who should keep out of it. The poor fellows knew when they were well off. Once upon a Sunday, we were rowed up to Wolf Point to attend a religious service conducted by Father C., as he was called. We saw a tall, slender man, dressed in a green frock coat, from the sleeves of which dangled a pair of hands giving abundant evidence, together with the rest of his dress, that he placed small faith in the axiom, "Cleanliness is a part of holiness." He stepped briskly upon a little platform behind a table and commenced his discourse. His subject was the fear of God. There was a kind of fear, he told us, that was very nearly alienated to love, so nearly that it was not worth while splitting hairs for the difference. He then went on to describe this kind of fear. He grew more and more involved as he proceeded with his description, until at length, quite bewildered, he paused and exclaimed, "Come, let's stop a little while and clear away the brush." He unraveled, as well as he was able, the tangled thread of his ideas and went on with his subject. But soon, again losing his way, he came to a second halt. "Now," said he, wiping the perspiration from his forehead with a red cotton handkerchief many degrees from clean, "now suppose we drive back a little piece." Thus he recapitulated what he wished to impress upon us of the necessity of cherishing a fear that maketh wise unto salvation, which fear, said he, may we all enjoy, that together we may soar away on the rolling clouds of ether to a boundless and happy eternity, which is the wish of your humble servant. And flourishing abroad his hands with the best of dancing school bows, he took a seat. It will be readily imagined that we felt our own religious exercises at home to be more edifying than such as this, and that we confined ourselves to them for the future. The return of our brother, Robert Kinzie, from Palestine, not the Holy Land, but the seat of the land office, with a certificate of the title of the family to that portion of Chicago since known as Kinzie's Addition, was looked upon as establishing a home for us at some future day, if the glorious dreams of good Dr. Harmon and a few others should come to be realized. One little incident will show how moderate were the anticipations of most persons at that period. The certificate, which was issued in Robert's name, he representing the family and making the application, described only a fractional quarter section of 102 acres instead of 160 acres, the river and Lake Michigan cutting off 58 acres on the southern and eastern lines of the quarter. The applicants had liberty to select their complement of 58 acres out of any unappropriated land that suited them. "Now, my son," said his mother to Robert, "lay your claim on the cornfield at Wolf Point. It is fine land and will always be valuable for cultivation. Besides, as it faces down the main river, the situation will always be a convenient one." The answer was a hearty laugh. "Here, mother," said Robert, "we have just got 102 acres, more than we shall ever want or know what to do with, and now she would have me go and claim 58 acres more." "Take my advice, my boy," repeated his mother, "or you may live one day to regret it." "Well, I cannot see how I can ever regret not getting more than we can possibly make use of." And so the matter ended. The 58 acres were never claimed, and there was, I think, a very general impression that asking for our just rights in the case would have a very grasping, covetous look. How much wiser 25 years have made us. During my sojourn of 2 months at Chicago, our mother often entertained me with stories of her early life and adventures. The following is her history of her captivity among the Senecas, which I have put in the form of a tale, although without the slightest variation from the facts as I received them from her lips and those of her sister, Mrs. William Forsythe of Sandwich, C.W., the little Maggie of the story. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Wau-Bun, The Early Day in the Northwest, by Juliette Kinzie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. The Captives. It is well known that previous to the War of the Revolution, the whole of the western portion of Pennsylvania was inhabited by different Indian tribes. Of these, the Delawares were the friends of the whites, and after the commencement of the great struggle, took part with the United States. The Iroquois, on the contrary, were the friends and allies of the mother country. Very few white settlers had ventured beyond the Susquehanna. The numerous roving bands of Shawanoes, Nanticokes, etc., although at times professing friendship with the Americans and acting in concert with the Delawares or Lenape as allies, at others suffered themselves to be seduced by their neighbors, the Iroquois, to show a most sanguinary spirit of hostility. For this reason, the life of the inhabitants of the frontier was one of constant peril and alarm. Many a scene of dismal barbarity was enacted, as the history of the times testifies, and even those who felt themselves in some measure protected by their immediate neighbors, the Delawares, never lost sight of the caution required by their exposed situation. The vicinity of the military garrison at Pittsburgh, or Fort Pitt, as it was then called, gave additional security to those who had pushed further west, among the fertile valleys of the Allegheny and Monongahela. Among these were the family of Mr. Little, who some years previous to the opening of our story had removed from Baltimore to Path Valley, near Carlisle, and subsequently settled himself on the banks of Plum River, a tributary of the Allegheny. Here, with his wife and 5 children, he had continued to live in comfort and security, undisturbed by any hostile visit, and only annoyed by occasional false alarms from his more timorous neighbors, who, having had more experience in frontier life, were prone to anticipate evil, as well as to magnify every appearance of danger. On a bright afternoon in the autumn of 1779, 2 children of Mr. Little, a girl of 9 and her brother 2 years younger, were playing in a little dingle or hollow in the rear of their father's house. Some large trees, which had been recently felled, were lying here and there, still untrimmed of their branches, and many logs prepared for fuel were scattered around. Upon one of these, the children, wearied with their sports, seated themselves, and to beguile the time, they fell into conversation upon a subject that greatly perplexed them. While playing in the same place a few hours previous, they had imagined they saw an Indian lurking behind one of the fallen trees. The Indians of the neighborhood were in the habit of making occasional visits to the family, and they had become familiar and even affectionate with many of them. But this seemed a stranger, and after the first hasty glance, they fled in alarm to the house. Their mother chid them for the report they brought, which she endeavored to convince them was without foundation. "You know," said she, "you are always alarming us unnecessarily. The neighbors' children have frightened you to death. Go back to your play and learn to be more courageous." So the children returned to their sports, hardly persuaded by their mother's arguments. While they were thus seated upon the trunk of the tree, their discourse was interrupted by the note, apparently of a quail not far off. "Listen," said the boy, as a second note answered the first. "Do you hear that?" "Yes," was the reply, and after a few moments' silence, "Do you not hear a rustling among the branches of the tree yonder?" "Perhaps it is a squirrel. But look, what is that? Surely I saw something red among the branches. It looked like a fawn popping up its head." At this moment, the children, who had been gazing so intently in the direction of the fallen tree that all other objects were forgotten, felt themselves seized from behind and pinioned in an iron grasp. What were their horror and dismay to find themselves in the arms of savages whose terrific countenances and gestures plainly showed them to be enemies. They made signs to the children to be silent, on pain of death, and hurried them off, half dead with terror, in a direction leading from their father's habitation. After traveling some distance in profound silence, the severity of their captors somewhat relaxed, and as night approached, the party halted, after adopting the usual precautions to secure themselves against a surprise. In an agony of uncertainty and terror, torn from their beloved home and parents, and anticipating all the horrors with which the rumors of the times had invested a captivity among the Indians, perhaps even a torturing death, the poor children could no longer restrain their grief, but gave vent to sobs and lamentations. Their distress appeared to excite the compassion of one of the party, a man of mild aspect, who approached and endeavored to soothe them. He spread them a couch of the long grass which grew near the encamping place, offered them a portion of his own stock of dried meat and parched corn, and gave them to understand by signs that no further evil was intended them. These kindly demonstrations were interrupted by the arrival of another party of the enemy, bringing with them the mother of the little prisoners with her youngest child, an infant of 3 months old. It had so happened that the father of the family, with his serving men, had gone early in the day to a raising at a few miles' distance, and the house had thus been left without a defender. The long period of tranquility which they had enjoyed, free from all molestation or alarm from the savages, had thrown the settlers quite off their guard, and they had recently laid aside some of the caution they had formerly deemed necessary. These Indians, by lying in wait, had found the favorable moment for seizing the defenseless family and making them prisoners. Judging from their paint and other marks by which the early settlers learned to distinguish the various tribes, Mrs. Little conjectured that those into whose hands she and her children had fallen were Senecas. Nor was she mistaken. It was a party of that tribe who had descended from their village with the intention of falling upon some isolated band of their enemies, the Delawares, but failing in this, had made themselves amends by capturing a few white settlers. It is to be attributed to the generally mild disposition of this tribe, together with the magnanimous character of the chief who accompanied the party, that their prisoners in the present instance escaped the fate of most of the Americans who were so unhappy as to fall into the hands of the Iroquois. The children learned from their mother that she was profoundly ignorant of the fate of their remaining brother and sister, a boy of 6 and a little girl of 4 years of age, but she was in hopes they had made good their escape with a servant girl, who had likewise disappeared from the commencement. After remaining a few hours to recruit the exhausted frames of the prisoners, the savages again started on their march, one of the older Indians offering to relieve the mother from the burden of her infant, which she had hitherto carried in her arms. Pleased with the unexpected kindness, she resigned to him her tender charge. Thus they pursued their way, the savage who carried the infant lingering somewhat behind the rest of the party, until, finding a spot convenient for his purpose, he grasped his innocent victim by the feet, and with one whirl, to add strength to the blow, dashed out its brains against a tree. Leaving the body upon the spot, he rejoined the party. The mother, unsuspicious of what had passed, regarded him earnestly as he reappeared without the child, then gazed wildly around on the rest of the group. Her beloved little one was not there. Its absence spoke its fate, but suppressing the shriek of agony, for she knew that the lives of the remaining ones depended upon her firmness in that trying hour, she drew them yet closer to her and pursued her melancholy way without a word spoken or a question asked. From the depths of her heart she cried unto him who is able to save, and he comforted her with hopes of deliverance for the surviving ones, for she saw that if blood had been their sole object, the scalps of herself and her children would have been taken upon the spot where they were made prisoners. She read, too, in the eyes of one who was evidently the commander of the party, an expression more merciful than she had even dared to hope. Particularly had she observed his soothing manner and manifest partiality towards her eldest child, the little girl of whom we have spoken, and she built many a bright hope of escape or ransom upon these slender foundations. After a toilsome and painful march of many days, the party reached the Seneca village upon the headwaters of the Allegheny, near what is now called Olean Point. On their arrival, the chief, their conductor, who is distinguished by the name of the Big White Man, note. Although this is the name our mother preserved of her benefactor, it seems evident that this chief was in fact Corn Planter, a personage well known in the history of the times. There could hardly have been two such prominent chiefs in the same village. End note. Led his prisoners to the principal lodge. This was occupied by his mother, the widow of the head chief of that band, and who was called by them the Old Queen. On entering her presence, her son presented her the little girl, saying, "My mother, I bring you a child to supply the place of my brother, who was killed by the Lenape 6 moons ago. She shall dwell in my lodge and be to me a sister. Take the white woman and her children and treat them kindly. Our father will give us many horses and guns to buy them back again." End quote. He referred to the British Indian agent of his tribe, Colonel Johnson, an excellent and benevolent gentleman who resided at Fort Niagara on the British side of the river of that name. The old queen fulfilled the injunctions of her son. She received the prisoners, and every comfort was provided them that her simple and primitive mode of life rendered possible. We must now return to the place and period at which our story commences. Late in the evening of that day, the father returned to his dwelling. All within and around was silent and desolate. No trace of a living creature was to be found throughout the house or grounds. His nearest neighbors lived at a considerable distance, but to them he hastened, frantically demanding tidings of his family. As he aroused them from their slumbers, one and another joined him in the search, and at length, at the house of one of them, was found the servant maid who had effected her escape. Her first place of refuge, she said, had been a large brewing tub in an outer kitchen, under which she had, at the first alarm, secreted herself until the departure of the Indians, who were evidently in haste, gave her an opportunity of fleeing to a place of safety. She could give no tidings of her mistress and the children, except that they had not been murdered in her sight or hearing. At length, having scoured the neighborhood without success, Mr. Little remembered an old settler who lived alone far up the valley. Thither he and his friends immediately repaired, and from him they learned that, being at work in his field just before sunset, he had seen a party of strange Indians passing at a short distance from his cabin. As they wound along the brow of the hill, he could perceive that they had prisoners with them, a woman and a child. The woman he knew to be a white, as she carried her infant in her arms instead of upon her back after the manner of the savages. Day had now begun to break, for the night had been passed in fruitless searches, and the agonized father, after a consultation with his kind friends and neighbors, accepted their offer to accompany him to Fort Pitt to ask advice and assistance of the commandant and Indian agent at that place. Proceeding down the valley, as they approached a hut which the night before they had found apparently deserted, they were startled by observing 2 children standing upon the high bank in front of it. The delighted father recognized 2 of his missing flock, but no tidings could they give him of their mother and the other lost ones. Their story was simple and touching. They were playing in the garden when they were alarmed by seeing the Indians enter the yard near the house. Unperceived by them, the brother, who was but 6 years of age, helped his little sister over the fence into a field overrun with bushes of the blackberry and wild raspberry. They concealed themselves among these for a while, and then, finding all quiet, they attempted to force their way to the side of the field farthest from the house. Unfortunately, the little girl in her play in the garden had pulled off her shoes and stockings, and the briars tearing and wounding her tender feet, she with difficulty could refrain from crying out. Her brother took off his stockings and put them on her feet. He attempted, too, to protect them with his shoes, but they were too large and kept slipping off, so that she could not wear them. For a time they persevered in making what they considered their escape from certain death, for, as I have said, the children had been taught by the tales they had heard to regard all strange Indians as ministers of torture and of horrors worse than death. Exhausted with pain and fatigue, the poor little girl at length declared she could go no farther. "Then, Maggie," said her brother, "I must kill you, for I cannot let you be killed by the Indians." "Oh, no, Thomas," pleaded she. "Do not, pray do not kill me. I do not think the Indians will find us." "Oh, yes, they will, Maggie, and I could kill you so much easier than they would." For a long time he endeavored to persuade her, and even looked about for a stick sufficiently large for his purpose, but despair gave the little creature strength, and she promised her brother that she would neither complain nor falter if he would assist her in making her way out of the field. The idea of the little boy that he could save his sister from savage barbarity by taking her life himself shows what tales of horror the children of the early settlers were familiar with. After a few more efforts, they made their way out of the field into an unenclosed pasture ground, where, to their great delight, they saw some cows feeding. They recognized them as belonging to Granny Myers, an old woman who lived at some little distance, but in what direction from the place they then were, they were utterly ignorant. With a sagacity beyond his years, the boy said, "Let us hide ourselves till sunset, when the cows will go home, and we will follow them." They did so, but to their dismay, when they reached Granny Myers, they found the house deserted. The old woman had been called by some business down the valley, and did not return that night. Tired and hungry, they could go no farther, but after an almost fruitless endeavor to get some milk from the cows, they laid themselves down to sleep under an old bedstead that stood behind the house. Their father and his party had caused them additional terror in the night. The shouts and calls, which had been designed to arouse the inmates of the house, they had mistaken for the whoop of the Indians, and not being able to distinguish friends from foes, they had crept close to one another as far out of sight as possible. When found the following morning, they were debating what course to take next for safety. The commandant at Fort Pitt entered warmly into the affairs of Mr. Little, and readily furnished him with a detachment of soldiers to aid him and his friends in the pursuit of the marauders. Some circumstances having occurred to throw suspicion upon the Senecas, the party soon directed their search among the villages of that tribe. Their inquiries were prosecuted in various directions, and always with great caution, for all the tribes of the Iroquois, or as they pompously called themselves, the Five Nations, being allies of Great Britain, were inveterate in their hostility to the Americans. Thus some time elapsed before the father with his attendants reached the village of the big white man. A treaty was immediately entered into for the ransom of the captives, which was easily accomplished in regard to Mrs. Little and the younger child. But no offers, no entreaties, no promises could procure the release of the little Eleanor, the adopted child of the tribe. "No," the chief said, She was his sister. He had taken her to supply the place of his brother, who was killed by the enemy. She was dear to him, and he would not part with her. Finding every effort unavailing to shake this resolution, the father was compelled to take his sorrowful departure with such of his beloved ones as he had had the good fortune to recover. We will not attempt to depict the grief of parents compelled thus to give up a darling child and to leave her in the hands of savages whom until now they had too much reason to regard as merciless, but there was no alternative. Commending her to the care of their heavenly Father, and cheered by the manifest tenderness with which she had thus far been treated, they set out on their melancholy journey homeward, trusting that some future effort would be more effectual for the recovery of their little girl. Having placed his family in safety at Pittsburgh, Mr. Little, still assisted by the commandant and the Indian agent, undertook an expedition to the frontier to the residence of the British agent, Colonel Johnson. His representation of the case warmly interested the feelings of that benevolent officer, who promised him to spare no exertions in his behalf. This promise he religiously performed. He went in person to the village of the big white man as soon as the opening of the spring permitted, and offered him many splendid presents of guns and horses, but the chief was inexorable. Time rolled on, and every year the hope of recovering the little captive became more faint. She, in the meantime, continued to wind herself more and more closely around the heart of her Indian brother. Nothing could exceed the consideration and affection with which she was treated, not only by himself, but by his mother, the old queen. All their stock of brooches and wampum was employed in the decoration of her person. The principal seat and the most delicate viands were invariably reserved for her, and no efforts were spared to promote her happiness and to render her forgetful of her former home and kindred. Thus, though she had beheld, with a feeling almost amounting to despair, the departure of her parents and dear little brother, and had for a long time resisted every attempt at consolation, preferring even death to a life of separation from all she loved, yet time, as it ever does, brought its soothing balm, and she at length grew contented and happy. From her activity and the energy of her character, qualities for which she was remarkable to the latest period of her life, the name was given her of the ship under full sail. The only drawback to the happiness of the little prisoner, aside from her longings after her own dear home, was the enmity she encountered from the wife of the big white man. This woman, from the day of her arrival at the village and adoption into the family as a sister, had conceived for her the greatest animosity, which at first she had the prudence to conceal from the observation of her husband. It was perhaps natural that her wife should give way to some feelings of jealousy at seeing her own place in the heart of her husband usurped by the child of their enemy, the American. But these feelings were aggravated by a bad and vindictive temper, and by the indifference with which her husband listened to her complaints and murmurings. As she had no children of her own to engage her attention, her mind was the more engrossed and inflamed with her fancied wrongs, and with devising means for their redress. An opportunity of attempting the latter was not long wanting. During the absence of the big white man upon some war party or hunting excursion, his little sister was taken ill with fever and ague. She was nursed with the utmost tenderness by the old queen, and the wife of the chief, to lull suspicion and thereby accomplish her purpose, was likewise unwearied in her assiduities to the little favorite. One afternoon, during the temporary absence of the old queen, her daughter-in-law entered the lodge with a bowl of something she had prepared, and stooping down to the mat on which the child lay, said, in an affectionate accent, "Drink, my sister. I have brought you that which will drive this fever far from you." On raising her head to reply, the little girl perceived a pair of eyes peeping through a crevice in the lodge, and fixed upon her with a very peculiar and significant expression. With a quick perception acquired partly from nature and partly from her intercourse with his people, she replied faintly, "Set it down, my sister. When this fit of the fever has passed, I will drink your medicine." The squaw, too cautious to use importunity, busied herself about in the lodge for a short time. then withdrew to another near at hand. Meantime, the bright eyes continued peering through the opening until they had watched their object fairly out of sight. Then a low voice, the voice of a young friend and playfellow, spoke. "Do not drink that which your brother's wife has brought you. She hates you, and is only waiting an opportunity to rid herself of you. I have watched her all the morning, and have seen her gathering the most deadly roots and herbs. I knew for whom they were intended, and came hither to warn you." "Take the bowl," said the little invalid, "and carry it to my mother's lodge." This was accordingly done. The contents of the bowl were found to consist principally of a decoction of the root of the mayapple, the most deadly poison known among the Indians. It is not in the power of language to describe the indignation that pervaded the little community when this discovery was made known. The squaws ran to and fro, as is their custom when excited, each vying with the other and heaping invectives upon the culprit. No further punishment was, however, for the present inflicted upon her, but, the first burst of rage over, she was treated with silent abhorrence. The little patient was removed to the lodge of the old queen, and strictly guarded, while her enemy was left to wander in silence and solitude about the fields and woods until the return of her husband should determine her punishment. In a few days, the excursion being over, the big white man and his party returned to the village. Contrary to the usual custom of savages, he did not, in his first transport at learning the attempt on the life of his little sister, take summary vengeance on the offender. He contented himself with banishing her from his lodge, never to return, and condemning her to hoe corn in a distant part of the large field or enclosure which served the whole community for a garden. Although she would still show her vindictive disposition whenever, by chance, the little girl with her companions wandered into that vicinity, by striking at her with her hoe, or by some other spiteful manifestation, yet she was either too well watched or stood too much in awe of her former husband to repeat the attempt upon his sister's life. 4 years had now elapsed since the capture of little Nellie. Her heart was by nature warm and affectionate, so that the unbounded tenderness of those she dwelt among had called forth a corresponding feeling in her heart. She regarded the chief and his mother with love and reverence, and had so completely learned their language and customs as almost to have forgotten her own. So identified had she become with the tribe that the remembrance of her home and family had nearly faded from her memory. All but her mother whom she had loved with a strength of affection natural to her warm and ardent character, and to whom her heart still clung with a fondness that no time or change could destroy. The peace of 1783 between Great Britain and the United States now took place. A general pacification of the Indian tribes was the consequence, and fresh hopes were renewed in the bosoms of Mr. and Mrs. Little. They removed with their family to Fort Niagara, near which, on the American side, was the great council fire of the Senecas. Colonel Johnson readily undertook a fresh negotiation with the chief, but in order to make sure every chance of success, he again proceeded in person to the village of the big white man. His visit was most opportune. It was the Feast of the Green Corn when he arrived among them. This observance, which corresponds so strikingly with the Jewish Feast of Tabernacles that, together with other customs, it has led many to believe the Indian nations the descendants of the lost 10 tribes of Israel, made it a season of general joy and festivity. All other occupations were suspended to give place to social enjoyment in the open air, or in arbors formed of the green branches of the trees. Everyone appeared in his gala dress. That of the little adopted child consisted of a petticoat of blue broadcloth, bordered with gay-colored ribbons, a sack or upper garment of black silk, ornamented with 3 rows of silver brooches, the center ones from the throat to the hem being of large size, and those from the shoulders down being no larger than a shilling piece and set as closely as possible. Around her neck were innumerable strings of white and purple wampum, an Indian ornament manufactured from the inner surface of the mussel shell. Her hair was clubbed behind and loaded with beads of various colors. Leggings of scarlet cloth and moccasins of deerskin embroidered with porcupine quills completed her costume. Colonel Johnson was received with all the consideration due to his position and to the long friendship that had subsisted between him and the tribe. Observing that the hilarity of the festival had warmed and opened all hearts, he took occasion in an interview with the chief to expatiate upon the parental affection which had led the father and mother of his little sister to give up their friends and home and come hundreds of miles away in the single hope of sometimes looking upon and embracing her. The heart of the chief softened as he listened to this representation, and he was induced to promise that at the Grand Council, soon to be held at Fort Niagara on the British side of the river, he would attend, bringing his little sister with him. He exacted a promise, however, from Colonel Johnson that not only no effort should be made to reclaim the child, but that even no proposition to part with her should be offered him. The time at length arrived when, her heart bounding with joy, little Nellie was placed on horseback to accompany her Indian brother to the great council of the Senecas. She had promised him that she would never leave him without his permission, and he relied confidently on her word thus given. As the chiefs and warriors arrived in successive bands to meet their father, the agent, at the council fire, how did the anxious hearts of the parents beat with alternate hope and fear! The officers of the fort had kindly given them quarters for the time being, and the ladies, whose sympathies were strongly excited, had accompanied the mother to the place of council and joined in her longing watch for the first appearance of the band from the Allegheny River. At length they were discerned, emerging from the forest on the opposite or American side. Boats were sent across by the commanding officer to bring the chief and his party. The father and mother, attended by all the officers and ladies, stood upon the grassy bank awaiting their approach. They had seen at a glance that the little captive was with them. When about to enter the boat, the chief said to some of his young men, "Stand here with the horses and wait until I return." He was told that the horses should be ferried across and taken care of. "No," said he, "let them wait." He held his darling by the hand until the river was passed, until the boat touched the bank, until the child sprang forward into the arms of the mother from whom she had been so long separated. When the chief witnessed that outburst of affection, he could withstand no longer. "She shall go," said he. "The mother must have her child again. I will go back alone." With one silent gesture of farewell, he turned and stepped on board the boat. No arguments or entreaties could induce him to remain at the council, but having gained the other side of the Niagara, he mounted his horse and with his young men was soon lost in the depths of the forest. After a sojourn of a few weeks at Niagara, Mr. Little, dreading lest the resolution of the big white man should give way and measures be taken to deprive him once more of his child, came to the determination of again changing his place of abode. He therefore took the first opportunity of crossing Lake Erie with his family and settled himself in the neighborhood of Detroit, where he continued afterwards to reside. Little Nellie saw her friend the chief no more, but she never forgot him. To the day of her death, she remembered with tenderness and gratitude her brother, the big white man, and her friends and playfellows among the Senecas. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Wau-Bun, The Early Day in the Northwest, by Juliette Kinzie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Second Sight, Hickory Creek. At the age of 14, the heroine of the foregoing story married Colonel McKillop, a British officer. This gentleman was killed near Fort Defiance, as it was afterwards called, at the Miami Rapids in 1794. A detachment of British troops had been sent down from Detroit to take possession of this post. General Wayne was then on a campaign against the Indians, and the British government thought proper to make a few demonstrations in behalf of their allies. Having gone out with a party to reconnoiter, Colonel McKillop was returning to his post after dark when he was fired upon and killed by one of his own sentinels. Mrs. Helm was the daughter of this marriage. During the widowhood of Mrs. McKillop, she resided with her parents at Grosse Pointe, 8 miles above Detroit, and it was during this period that an event occurred which, from the melancholy and mysterious circumstances attending it, was always dwelt upon by her with peculiar interest. Her second brother, Thomas Little, was, from his amiable and affectionate character, the most dearly beloved by her of all the numerous family circle. He was paying his addresses to a young lady who resided at the River Trench. Note. From the French, tranche, a deep cut. End note. As it was then called, now the River Thames, a stream emptying into Lake St. Clair about 20 miles above Detroit. In visiting this young lady, it was his custom to cross the Detroit River by the ferry with his horse, and then proceed by land to the River Trench, which was, at some seasons of the year, a fordable stream. On a fine forenoon, late in the spring, he had taken leave of his mother and sister for one of these periodical visits, which were usually of 2 or 3 days' duration. After dinner, as his sister was sitting at work by an open window which looked upon a little side enclosure filled with fruit trees, she was startled by observing some object opposite the window, between her and the light. She raised her eyes and saw her brother Thomas. He was without his horse and carried his saddle upon his shoulders. Surprised that she had not heard the gate opening for his entrance, and also at his singular appearance, laden in that manner, she addressed him and inquired what had happened and why he had returned so soon. He made her no reply, but looked earnestly in her face as he moved slowly along the paved walk that led to the stables. She waited a few moments, expecting he would reappear to give an account of himself and his adventures, but at length, growing impatient at his delay, she put down her work and went towards the rear of the house to find him. The first person she met was her mother. "Have you seen Thomas?" she inquired. "Thomas? He has gone to the River Trench." "No, he has returned. I saw him pass the window not 15 minutes since." "Then he will be in presently." His sister, however, could not wait. She proceeded to the stables. She searched in all directions. No Thomas, no horse, no saddle. She made inquiry of the domestics. No one had seen him. She then returned and told her mother what had happened. "You must have fallen asleep and dreamed it," said her mother. "No, indeed. I was wide awake. I spoke to him, and he gave me no answer, but such a look." All the afternoon she felt an uneasiness she could not reason herself out of. The next morning came a messenger from the River Trench with dismal tidings. The bodies of the young man and his horse had been found drowned a short distance below the ford of the river. It appeared that, on arriving at the bank of the river, he found it swollen beyond its usual depth by the recent rains. It being necessary to swim the stream with his horse, he had taken off his clothes and made them into a packet, which he fastened upon his shoulders. It was supposed that the strength of the rapid torrent displaced the bundle, which thus served to draw his head under water and keep it there, without the power of raising it. All this was gathered from the position and appearance of the bodies when found. From the time at which he had been seen passing a house which stood near the stream, on his way to the ford, it was evident that he must have met his fate at the very moment his sister saw, or thought she saw him, passing before her. I could not but suggest the inquiry, when these sad particulars were narrated to me. "Mother, is it not possible this might have been a dream?" "A dream? No, indeed, my child. I was perfectly wide awake, so much so as I am at this moment. I am not superstitious. I have never believed in ghosts or witches, but nothing can ever persuade me that this was not a warning sent from God to prepare me for my brother's death." And those who knew her rational good sense, her freedom from fancies or fears, and the calm self-possession that never deserted her under the most trying circumstances, would almost be won to view the matter in the light she did. The order for the evacuation of Fort Dearborn and the removal of the troops to Fort Howard, Green Bay, had now been received. The family circle was to be broken up. Our mother, our sister Mrs. Helm, and her little son were to return with us to Fort Winnebago. The other members of the family, except Robert, were to move with the command to Green Bay. The schooner Napoleon was to be sent from Detroit to convey the troops with their goods and chattels to their destined post. Our immediate party was to make the journey by land. We were to choose, however, a shorter and pleasanter route than the one we had taken in coming hither. My husband, with his Frenchmen, Patel, Grignon, and Simon Lecoyer, had arrived, and all hands were now busily occupied with the necessary preparations for breaking up and removal. I should be doing injustice to the hospitable settlers of Hickory Creek were I to pass by without notice an entertainment with which they honored our Chicago beau about this time. The merrymaking was to be a ball, and the 5 single gentlemen of Chicago were invited. Mr. Dole, who was a newcomer, declined. Lieutenant Foster was on duty, but he did what was still better than accepting the invitation. He loaned his beautiful horse to Medard Bobain, who, with Robert Kinzie and Golson Kercheval, promised himself much fun in eclipsing the beau and creating a sensation among the belles of Hickory Creek. Chicago was then, as now, looked upon as the city par excellence. Its few inhabitants were supposed to have seen something of the world, and it is to be inferred that the arrival of the smart and dashing young men was an event looked forward to with more satisfaction by the fair of the little settlement than by the swains whose rivals they might become. The day arrived, and the gentlemen set off in high spirits. They took care to be in good season, for the dancing was to commence at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. They were well mounted, each priding himself upon the animal he rode, and they wore their best suits, as became city gallants who were bent on cutting out their less fashionable neighbors and breaking the hearts of the admiring country damsels. When they arrived at the place appointed, they were received with great politeness. Their steeds were taken care of, and a dinner was provided them, after which they were ushered into the dancing hall. All the beauty of the neighboring precincts was assembled. The ladies were for the most part white, or what passed for such, with an occasional dash of copper color. There was no lack of bombazette gowns and large white pocket handkerchiefs, perfumed with oil of cinnamon, and as they took their places in long rows on the puncheon floor, they were a merry and a happy company. But the city gentlemen grew more and more gallant, the girls more and more delighted with their attentions, the country swains, alas, more and more scowling and jealous. In vain they pigeon-winged and double-shuffled. In vain they nearly dislocated hips and shoulders at, quote, hoe corn and dig potatoes, end quote. They had the mortification to perceive that the smart young sprigs from Chicago had their pick and choose among their very sweethearts, and that they themselves were fairly danced off the ground. The revelry lasted until daylight, and it was now time to think of returning. There was no one ready with obliging politeness to bring them their horses from the stable. "Poor fellows," said one of the party, with a compassionate sort of laugh. "They could not stand it. They have gone home to bed." "Serves them right," said another. "They'd better not ask us down among their girls again." They groped their way to the stable and went in. There were some animals standing at the manger, but evidently not their horses. What could they be? Had the rogues been trying to cheat them by putting these strange nondescripts into their place? They led them forth into the gray of the morning, and then such a trio as met their gaze. There were the original bodies, it is true, but where were their manes and tails? A scrubby, pickety ridge along the neck, and a bare stump projecting behind, were all that remained of the flowing honors with which they had come gallivanting down to bear away the bell at Hickory Creek, or in the emphatic language of the country, to take the rag off the bush. Golson sat down on a log and cried outright. Medard took the matter more philosophically. The horse was none of his. It was Lieutenant Foster's. Robert characteristically looked around to see whom he could knock down on the occasion, but there was no one visible on whom to wreak their vengeance. The bumpkins had stolen away, and in some safe, quiet nook were snugly enjoying their triumph, and doubtless the deceitful fair ones were by this time at their sides, sharing their mirth and exultation. The unlucky gallants mounted their steeds and set their faces homeward. Never was there a more crestfallen and sorry-looking cavalcade. The poor horses seemed to realize that they had met the same treatment as the messengers of King David at the hands of the evil-disposed Hanun. They hung their heads and evidently wished that they could have tarried at Jericho for a season. Unfortunately, There was in those days no back way by which they could steal in, unobserved. Across the prairie, in view of the whole community, must their approach be made. And to add to their confusion and the rarity of stirring events, it was the custom of the whole settlement to turn out and welcome the arrival of any newcomer. As hasty a retreat as possible was beaten amid the shouts, the jeers, and the condolences of their acquaintances, and it is on record that these three young gentlemen were in no hurry to accept, at any future time, an invitation to partake of the festivities of Hickory Creek. In due time the Napoleon made her appearance. Alas, that this great name should be used in the feminine gender. As there was at this period no harbor, vessels anchored outside the bar or tongue of land which formed the left bank of the river, and the lading and unlading were carried on by boats, pulling in and out, through the mouth of the river some distance below. Of course, it always was a matter of great importance to get a vessel loaded as quickly as possible, that she might be ready to take advantage of the first fair wind, and be off from such an exposed and hazardous anchoring ground. For this reason we had lived packed up for many days, intending only to see our friends safe on board, and then commence our own journey back to Fort Winnebago. Our heavy articles of furniture, trunks, etc., had been sent on board the Napoleon to be brought round to us by way of Fox River. We had retained only such few necessaries as could be conveniently carried on a pack horse, and in a light Dearborn wagon lately brought by Mr. Kercheval from Detroit, the first luxury of the kind ever seen on the prairies, and which my husband had purchased as an agreeable mode of conveyance for his mother and little nephew. It was a matter requiring no small amount of time and labor to transport, in the slow method described, the effects of so many families of officers and soldiers, with the various etceteras incident to a total change and removal. It was all, however, happily accomplished, everything, even to the last article, sent on board, nothing remaining on shore but the passengers whose turn it would be next. It was a moment of great relief, for Captain Hinckley had been in a fever and a fuss many hours, predicting a change of weather, and murmuring at what he thought the unnecessary amount of boatloads to be taken on board. Those who had leisure to be looking out towards the schooner, which had continued anchored about half a mile out in the lake, had, at this crisis, the satisfaction to see her hoist sail and leave her station for the open lake. Those who were a little later could just discern her bearing away to a distance, as if she had got all on board that she had any idea of taking. Here we were, and here we might remain a week or more, if it so pleased Captain Hinckley and the schooner Napoleon, and the good east wind which was blowing with all its might. There was plenty of provisions to be obtained, so the fear of starvation was not the trouble. But how were the cooking and the table to be provided for? Various expedients were resorted to. Mrs. Engel, in her quarters above stairs, ate her breakfast off a shingle with her husband's jackknife, and when she had finished, sent them down to Lieutenant Foster for his accommodation. We were at the old mansion on the north side, and the news soon flew up the river that the Napoleon had gone off with the plunder and left the people behind. It was not long before we were supplied by Mrs. Portier, our kind Victoire, with dishes, knives, forks, and all the other conveniences which our mess basket failed to supply. This state of things lasted a couple of days, and then, early one fine morning, the gratifying intelligence spread like wildfire that the Napoleon was at anchor out beyond the bar. There was no unnecessary delay this time, and at an early hour in the afternoon we had taken leave of our dear friends, and they were sailing away from Chicago. Note: it is a singular fact that all the Martins, of which there were great numbers occupying the little houses constructed for them by the soldiers, were observed to have disappeared from their homes on the morning following the embarkation of the troops. After an absence of 5 days they returned. They had perhaps taken a fancy to accompany their old friends, but finding they were not Mother Carey's chickens, deemed it most prudent to return and reoccupy their old dwellings. End note. End chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Wau-Bun, The Early Day in the Northwest, by Juliette Kinzie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Return to Fort Winnebago. A great part of the command, with the cattle belonging to the officers and soldiers, had, a day or two previous to the time of our departure, set out on their march by land to Green Bay via Fort Winnebago. Lieutenant Foster, under whose charge they were, had lingered behind that he might have the pleasure of joining our party, and we, in turn, had delayed in order to see the other members of our family safely on board the Napoleon. But now, all things being ready, we set our faces once more homeward. We took with us a little bound girl, Josette, a bright, pretty child of 10 years of age, a daughter of Oumet, a Frenchman who had lived here at the time of the massacre, and of a Potawatomi mother. She had been at the St. Joseph's Mission School under Mr. McCoy, and she was now full of delight at the prospect of a journey all the way to the Portage with Monsieur and Madame John. We had also a Negro boy, Harry, brought a year before from Kentucky by Mr. Kercheval. In the transfer at that time from a slave state to a free one, Harry's position became somewhat changed. He could be no more than an indentured servant. He was about to become a member of Dr. Wolcott's household, and it was necessary for him to choose a guardian. All this was explained to him on his being brought into the parlor, where the family were assembled. My husband was then a young man on a visit to his home. "Now, Harry," it was said to him, "you must choose your guardian," and the natural expectation was that Harry would select a person of his acquaintance of the greatest age and dignity. But rolling round his great eyes and hanging his head on one side, he said, "I'll have Master John for my guardian." From that day forward, Harry felt as if he belonged, in a measure, to Master John, and at the breaking up of the family in Chicago, he was, naturally, transferred to our establishment. There were 3 ladies of our traveling party, our mother, our sister Mrs. Helm, and myself. To guard against the burning effect of the sun and the prairie winds upon our faces, I had, during some of the last days of my visit, prepared for each of us a mask of brown linen, with the eyes, nose, and mouth fitted to our features, and to enhance their hideousness, I had worked eyebrows, eyelashes in a circle around the opening for the mouth in black silk, gathered in plaits under the chin, and with strings to confine them above and below. They furnished a complete protection against the sun and wind, though nothing can be imagined more frightful than the appearance we presented when fully equipped. It was who should be called the ugliest. We left amid the good wishes and laughter of our few remaining acquaintances. Our wagon had been provided with a pair of excellent traveling horses, and Sister Margaret and myself being accommodated with the best pacers the country could afford, we set off in high spirits towards the old plain. Our old friend, Billy Caldwell, the Sauganash, with our brother Robert and Golson Kercheval, accompanying us to that point of our journey. There was no one at Barney Lawton's when we reached there, save a Frenchman and a small number of Indians. My sister and I dismounted and entered the dwelling, the door of which stood open. 2 Indians were seated on the floor, smoking. They raised their eyes as we appeared, and never shall I forget the expression of wonder and horror depicted on the countenances of both. Their lips relaxed until the pipe of one fell upon the floor. Their eyes seemed starting from their heads, and raising their outspread hands as if to wave us from them, they slowly ejaculated, "Manitou," a spirit. As we raised our masks and, smiling, came forward to shake hands with them, they sprang to their feet and fairly uttered a cry of delight at the sight of our familiar faces. "Bonjour, bonjour, maman," was their salutation, and they instantly plunged out of doors to relate to their companions what had happened. Our afternoon's ride was over a prairie stretching away to the northeast. No living creature was to be seen upon its broad expanse, but flying and circling over our heads were innumerable flocks of curlews, quote, "screaming their wild notes to the listening waste," end quote. Their peculiar shrill cry of crack, 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 rackety, 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 repeated from the throats of dozens as they sometimes stooped quite close to our ears, became at length almost unbearable, It seemed as if they had lost their senses in the excitement of so unusual and splendid a cortege in their hitherto desolate domain. The accelerated pace of our horses as we approached a beautiful wooded knoll warned us that this was to be our place of repose for the night. These animals seemed to know by instinct a favorable encamping ground, and this was one of the most lovely imaginable. The trees, which near the lake had, owing to the coldness and tardiness of the season, presented the pale yellow appearance of unfledged goslings, were here bursting into full leaf. The ground around was carpeted with flowers. We could not bear to have them crushed by the felling of a tree and the pitching of our tent among them. The birds sent forth their sweetest notes in the warm, lingering sunlight, and the opening buds of the young hickory and sassafras filled the air with perfume. Nothing could be more perfect than our enjoyment of this sylvan and beautiful retreat after our ride in the glowing sun. Note: it is now known as Dunkley's Grove. End note. The children were in ecstasies. They delighted to find ways of making themselves useful, to pile up the saddles, to break boughs for the fire, to fill the little kettles with water for Patel and Lecoyer, the Frenchmen, who were preparing our supper. Their amusement at the awkward movements of the horses after they were spancelled knew no bounds. To our little nephew Edwin, everything was new, and Josette, who had already made more than one horseback journey to St. Joseph, manifested all the pride of an old traveler in explaining to him whatever was novel or unaccountable. They were not the last to spring up at the call, "How, how," on the following morning. The fire was replenished, the preparations for breakfast commenced, and the Frenchmen dispatched to bring up the horses in readiness for an early start. Harry and Josette played their parts under our direction in preparing the simple meal, and we soon seated ourselves, each with cup and knife, around the table mat. The meal was over, but no men, no horses appeared. When another half hour had passed, my husband took Harry and commenced exploring in search of the missing ones. The day wore on, and first one and then another would make his appearance to report progress. Patel and Lecoyer at length brought 2 of the horses, but the others could nowhere be found. In time, Mr. Kinzie and Harry returned, wet to their knees by the dew upon the long prairie grass, but with no tidings. Again the men were dispatched after having broken their fast, but returned unsuccessful as before. The morning had been passed by our party at the encampment in speculating upon the missing animals. Could they have been stolen by the Indians? Hardly. These people seldom committed robberies in time of peace, never upon our family, whom they regarded as their best friends. The horses would doubtless be found. They had probably been carelessly fastened the preceding evening, and had therefore been able to stray farther than was their wont. A council was held, at which it was decided to send Grignon back to Chicago to get some fresh horses from Gols and Kercheval, and return as speedily as possible. If on his return our encampment were deserted, he might conclude we had found the horses and proceeded to Fox River, where he would doubtless overtake us. He had not been gone more than an hour before, slowly hopping out of a point of woods to the north of us, a spot which each of the seekers averred he had explored over and over again, and making directly for the place where we were, appeared the vexatious animals. They came up as demurely as if nothing had happened, and seemed rather surprised to be received with a hearty scolding instead of being patted and caressed as usual. It was the work of a very short half hour to strike and pack the tent, stow away the mats and kettles, saddle the horses, and mount for our journey. "Whoever pleases may take my place in the carriage," said our mother. "I have traveled so many years on horseback that I find any other mode of conveyance too fatiguing." So, spite of her 60 years, she mounted Sister Margaret's pacer with the activity of a girl of 16. Lieutenant Foster had left us early in the morning, feeling it necessary to rejoin his command, and now, having seen us ready to set off, with a serene sky above us, and all things right and tight for the journey, our friend the Saguenash took leave of us and retraced his steps towards Chicago. We pursued our way through a lovely country of alternate glade and forest until we reached the Fox River. The current ran clear and rippling along, and as we descended the steep bank to the water, the question, so natural to a traveler in an unknown region, presented itself: is it fordable? Pateo, to whom the ground was familiar, had not yet made his appearance. Lecoyer was quite ignorant upon the subject. The troops had evidently preceded us by this very trail. True, but they were on horseback. The difficulty was, could we get the carriage through? It must be remembered that the doubt was not about the depth of the water, but about the hardness of the bottom of the stream. It was agreed that 2 or 3 of the equestrians should make the trial first. My mother, Lecoyer, and myself advanced cautiously across to the opposite bank, each choosing a different point for leaving the water in order to find the firmest spot. The bottom was hard and firm until we came near the shore. Then it yielded a little. With one step, however, we were each on dry ground. "Est-il beau?" called my husband, who was driving. "Oui, monsieur." "Yes, John, come just here. It is perfectly good." No, go a little farther down. See the white gravel just there? It will be firmer still there." Such were the contradictory directions given. He chose the latter, and when it wanted but one step more to the bank, down sunk both horses until little more than their backs were visible. The white gravel proved to be a bed of treacherous yellow clay, which, gleaming through the water, had caused so unfortunate a deception. With frantic struggles, for they were nearly suffocated with mud and water, the horses made desperate efforts to free themselves from the harness. My husband sprang out upon the pole. "Someone give me a knife," he cried. I was back in the water in a moment, and approaching as near as I dared, handed him mine from the scabbard around my neck. "Whatever you do, do not cut the traces," cried his mother. He severed some of the side straps when, just as he had reached the extremity of the pole and was stretching forward to separate the head couplings, one of the horses gave a furious plunge, which caused his fellow to rear and throw himself nearly backwards. My husband was between them. For a moment we thought he was gone, trampled down by the excited animals, but he presently showed himself, nearly obscured by the mud and water. With the agility of a cat, Harry, who was near him, now sprang forward on the pole, and in an instant, with his sharp jackknife which he had ready, divided the straps that confined their heads. The horses were at this moment lying floating on the water, one apparently dead, the other as if gasping out his last breath. But hardly did they become sensible of the release of their heads from bondage than they made, simultaneously, another furious effort to free themselves from the pole, to which they were still attached by the neck strap. Failing in this, they tried another expedient, and by a few judicious twists and turns succeeded in wrenching the pole asunder, and finally carried it off in triumph across the river again, and up the bank, where they stood waiting to decide what were the next steps to be taken. Here was a predicament. A few hours before, we had thought ourselves uncomfortable enough, because some of our horses were missing. Now a greater evil had befallen us. The wagon was in the river, the harness cut to pieces, and what was worse, carried off in the most independent manner by Tom and his companion. The pole was twisted to fragments, and there was not so much as a stick on our side of the river with which to replace it. At this moment, a whoop from the opposite bank, echoed by 2 or 3 hearty ones from our party, announced the reappearance of Pateo Grignon. He dismounted and took charge of the horses, who were resting themselves after their fatigues under a shady tree, and by this time Lecoyer had crossed the river, and now joined him in bringing back the delinquents. In the meantime, we had been doing our best to minister to our sister Margaret. She, with her little son Edwin, had been in the wagon at the time of the accident, and it had been a work of some difficulty to get them out and bring them on horseback to shore. The effect of the agitation and excitement was to throw her into a fit of the ague, and she now lay blue and trembling among the long grass of the little prairie which extended along the bank. The tent, which had been packed in the rear of the wagon, was too much saturated with mud and water to admit of its being used as a shelter. It could only be stretched in the sun to dry. We opened an umbrella over our poor sister's head, and now began a discussion of ways and means to repair damages. The first thing was to cut a new pole for the wagon, and for this the master and men must recross the river and choose an iron tree out of the forest. Then for the harness, with provident care, a little box had been placed under the seat of the wagon, containing an awl, waxed ends, and various other little conveniences exactly suited to an emergency like the present. It was question and answer, like cock robin. Who can mend the harness? I can, for I learned when I was a young girl to make shoes as an accomplishment, and I can surely now, as a matter of usefulness and duty, put all those wet, dirty pieces of leather together. So we all seated ourselves on the grass, under the shade of the only 2 umbrellas we could muster. I stitched away diligently, blistering my hands, I must own, in no small degree. A suitable young tree had been brought, and the hatchets, without which one never travels in the woods, were busy fashioning it into shape, when a peculiar hissing noise was heard, and instantly the cry, "Un serpent sonnet," a rattlesnake. All sprang to their feet, even the poor shaking invalid, just in time to see the reptile glide past within 3 inches of my mother's feet, while the men assailed the spot it had left with whips, missiles, and whatever would help along the commotion. This little incident proved an excellent remedy for the ague. One excitement drives away another, and by means of this, upon the homeopathic principle, Sister Margaret was so much improved that by the time all the mischiefs were repaired, she was ready to take her place in the cavalcade, as bright and cheerful as the rest of us. So great had been the delay occasioned by all these untoward circumstances that our afternoon's ride was but a short one, bringing us no farther than the shores of a beautiful sheet of water, now known as Crystal Lake. Its clear surface was covered with loons and poules d'eau, a species of rail with which, at certain seasons, this region abounds. The Indians have the genius of Aesop for depicting animal life and character, and there is among them a fable or legend illustrative of every peculiarity in the personal appearance, habits, or dispositions of each variety of the animal creation. The back of the little rail is very concave or hollow. The Indians tell us that it became so in the following manner. Story of the Little Rail, or Poule d'eau. There is supposed by most of the northwestern tribes to exist an invisible being corresponding to the genie of Oriental story. Without being exactly the father of evil, Nani Bozo is a spirit whose office it is to punish what is amiss. He is represented, too, as constantly occupied in entrapping and making examples of all the animals that come in his way. One pleasant evening, as he walked along the banks of a lake, he saw a flock of ducks sailing and enjoying themselves on the blue waters. He called to them, "Ho, come with me into my lodge, and I will teach you to dance." Some of the ducks said among themselves, "It is Nani Bozo, let us not go." Others were of a contrary opinion, and his words being fair and his voice insinuating, a few turned their faces towards the land. All the rest soon followed, and, with many pleasant quackings, trooped after him and entered his lodge. When there, he first took an Indian sack with a wide mouth, which he tied by the strings around his neck, so that it would hang over his shoulders, leaving the mouth unclosed. Then, placing himself in the center of the lodge, he ranged the ducks in a circle around him. "Now," said he, "you must all shut your eyes tight. Whoever opens his eyes at all, something dreadful will happen to him. I will take my Indian flute and play upon it, and you will, at the word I shall give, open your eyes and commence dancing, as you see me do." The ducks obeyed, shutting their eyes tight, and keeping time to the music by stepping from one foot to the other, all impatient for the dancing to begin. Presently a sound was heard like a smothered quack, but the ducks did not dare to open their eyes. Again and again the sound of the flute would be interrupted, and a gurgling cry of "quack" be heard. There was one little duck, much smaller than the rest, who at this juncture could not resist the temptation to open one eye cautiously. She saw Nani Bozo, as he played his flute, holding it with one hand, stoop a little at intervals and seize the duck nearest him, which he throttled and stuffed into the bag on his shoulders. So, edging a little out of the circle, and getting nearer the door, which had been left partly open to admit the light, she cried out, "Open your eyes! Nanny-Bozo is choking you all and putting you into his bag." With that she flew, but Nanny-Bozo pounced upon her. His hand grasped her back, yet with desperate force she released herself and gained the open air. Her companions flew, quacking and screaming, after her. Some escaped, and some fell victims to the sprite. The little duck had saved her life, but she had lost her beauty. She ever after retained the attitude she had been forced into in her moment of danger, her back pressed down in the center, and her head and neck unnaturally stretched forward into the air. End of chapter 24.